will be the first speakers. Irene, come back here. The first speaker should be sitting at the front. Sacha Llorente. Sacha, where are you? Hi, how are you? Good morning, Sacha. And we are going to ask Pascualino Angelillo Fernandez, who is also sitting very close to us, to come to the front. So the idea is for the presentations to be as short, or speeches to be as short as possible, only 10 minutes tops, and I will be signaling when you have your time is up. Of course, you will continue to finish your last idea, because we, of course, want to comply with the time that we have, but we still want for the objectives to be met. We want to create the collective actions that are needed for this struggle. I would like to salute the people from the Eastern Caribbean who are always with us in the defense of that beloved area of the country where of the planet, sorry, where the destiny of mankind is now being defined. I'm not going to be speaking a lot more because I want to listen to Irene Leon. I don't think that she needs a lot of presentation. I think that I'm going to do it. Irene Leon is a sociologist and political analyst of Ecuador. She is in mobilization and in resistance against the neoliberal politics and the repression of the Novoa government. Irene is a sociologist and analyst of these politics that are related to alternatives to globalization, cognitive warfare, and the right to communication, as well as gender and diversity. She was part of the Social Forum of the Americas, and since 2014 and to 2016, she was working with the government of President Correa, specifically in the area of international relations with Foreign Minister Ricardo Patiño, and she's member of the network of intellectuals in defense of mankind, from whom we already listened to their director. So Irene, go ahead, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Patricia, for this presentation. Maybe a very short story of where this initiative started. 3 years ago, Dr. Abraham Nuncio, who is the director of the Center of Parliamentary Studies in Mexico, called upon intellectuals to debate on democracy. And that happened. We debated on democracy, and from that experience resulted a proposal like the one to better understand not only the relation between Latin America and the Caribbean and the United States, but also to understand and to observe what happens in the United States. As we know, there are many centers for research, authors that analyze permanently what happens in Mexico, for example. There are many important centers, but our collective started doing this with the need of thinking about the interaction with the real movements, the politic initiatives. And here we have Carlos Figueroa, who is part of this collective. Carlos, I would like to greet you. And we were proposed to do this meeting, this colloquium here in Venezuela. We thought it was a great idea to start this as a process here, because Latin America and the Caribbean need to develop further their perspective on the changes of capitalism and the role that the U.S. has from there. The first thing would be, after saying that, is that between Latin America and the U.S., there's an inconnex relation, if we can call it a relationship. there is none, and neither were there ever, a symmetric relation of respect. And I am not talking of the Abhyayala, which is something completely different, but exclusively about the foundational version that results from the invasion and the genocide. From then on, from the arrival of these people to what it's called now America now, the relationship was always been inconnects. There's no relationship at some points. And I refer to the history of pirates and cowboys that has been like used like a cartoon, but it's the same in reality. And we're talking about colonizers that were not native from our land, but our people who came from other lands. They presented their banner and they appropriated themselves from the destiny of our hemisphere, and they said they were employees of God and used the Monroe Gun Doctrine that has been renewed with the pretension to rule us all. From then on, there have been successive attempts to make that concrete. The most recent one is the Strategic Hemispheric Project that crystallized in the 90s with its proposal of the FTAA, and that we rejected and we said we don't want that, as in all the different attempts has happened. Now, United States and its corporations have a proposal for our region, that is warfare. All forms of warfare that were mentioned already here, and that currently, with the changes that happened during neoliberalism in the United States itself, the state, the institutionalism of the state, does not have the same power of decision that it had in other times of history. The private actors have taken the power, and it's the military, digital, industrial complex that has the leadership in the size and the decision-making process and everything else. We could also say, or we could even say that if at some point the U.S. had the presence of the financial capital and became the headquarters of said capital to proclaim itself the world hegemon, at this point there is a transition going on in which the industrial complex, the military industrial complex, has taken much more importance than any other factic power. A few days ago, in the General Assembly of the UN, Donald Trump exposed openly his country's will to continue attacking international law. And he said that they were going to continue using unilateral measures as well as blockades, as is happening in the Caribbean now. Moreover, he used that scenario, that world scenario, which should be used for different things. He used it to threaten the Caribbean and specifically Venezuela, under the pretext, as we know, of struggling against drug trafficking in the wrong place and with the wrong country. And he said, in a place where they should be talking about rights and respect among countries, he said, we warn you that we will obliterate you or eliminate you completely. He said, attacking also the internal order of his country, because he has not requested the authorization of the Congress to start a new war. He said that this was going to happen. So he's going against international law, he's going against the laws of his country even though this is a mere detail in that case, because, as I said, at this point, it's the private capital, the one that makes these decisions. We are no longer talking about the time when internal legislation or national legislation is relevant, and that even national legislation had a weight, or institutions did. That's not the case any longer. The hemispheric project is structural, is a matter of state for the US, and this has been developing without effects on what party is in the administration. At the same time, while the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean that were there were talking about peace and were talking about this region as a territory of peace, the United States presented as a result to be applauded the fact that NATO increased the expenses on war to 2.5% of the GDP. That is an achievement for them, and it can be seen as an achievement because the state is now only an accessory to the military power, to the power that this country wants to exhibit around the world. And even more than that, this man with the yellow hair went beyond and said, there's no danger, no graver danger for our country today, for our planet today, than the weapons, the most powerful and destructive weapons ever conceived by man. And he added, in which you know the United States, out of which you know the United States, as you know, has many. This was an escalade of threats because he said that they were the most dangerous in the planet and that they are threatening the planet. And with these bellicist elements of this gentleman, he self-proposed himself for the Nobel Prize of Peace. And we will be giving you an alternative for that Nobel Prize. He talked about multilateralism and said that he and his friends can do better than the multilateral system. And he said, world crises are solved better when powerful men gather and reach an agreement. And that is what he did. He gathered with Netanyahu, he met with Netanyahu and talked about a solution about Palestine without the Palestinians. I could continue describing this perception and how they continue saying that they are the main power in the world and the most important one. But I think that with this example, what I want to set on the table is the role of the private people, not only in the specific case of transnationals, the ones that, specifically the ones that are related to war, but also on how they have relevance on the decision-making process within the United States. This means whether it's Trump or Biden, it's just the style that changes, but the agenda, as we can see in a region, is to sell the products of war. As a matter of fact, this transition of the geopolitics that was then before, or the mechanism through which international relations were established, which is the geoeconomics, which is the resource through which the corporations, using the voice of one or many countries, establish relations, has been marked by the latest developments that happen in the United States, where the government, its diplomatic corps, its representation do not talk about geopolitics, but about businesses and geoeconomics. In Latin America, we remember perfectly the director of the Southern Command visiting regularly several of our countries, and now the director of the Southern Command, to talk about those purposes, to sell chaos, to sell conflict, weapons. And we no longer receive diplomatic visits. that come with a smile as they used to try to make us sign documents, to force us to sign documents. But it was a different way. We were still talking about multilateralism and state representations. That era is over, and it went to a point that last month we saw something that happened in the world. The most important leaders of Asia and Eurasia gathered in their area of the world in the summit of the Shanghai Cooperation Organization, where 20 presidents of the area gathered. And there they signed the initiatives of the multipolar world. They validated important priorities about the totality. And they presented the initiative of global governance with agendas of security, development, civilization that constitute the main pillars of the vision of a renewed international order that is proposed by China. That way, they debated on important topics. In our side of the world, the United States continue following the bellicist guidelines of the industrial military digital complex, which is a private business. Secretary of State Marco Rubio came to Latin America and the Caribbean and gathered with countries that they called banana republics and narco republics to discuss the strategies of militarization and intervention in the region. At the same time, while in Asia we're discussing such important topics, Donald Trump gathered in Washington with the chiefs of the main corporations, telecommunications being the main one that have a very important role, and the ones that are related to AI. They gathered here at closed door a president with CEOs of corporations, and there they also talked about priorities different than the ones that were set in Eurasia, because the priorities here were related to business, the business of war mainly, but not only that. And of course, I said United States in this phase, and I insist that in that country they have operated since the beginning of neoliberalism in a transfer of the public sector to the private sector, as they try to do here, or they've tried to force us to do here, making our states smaller. There they have emptied institutions from their content, and that was very valuable before. And the United States is trying to have more control on the creation of a total market, which is what exists now in capitalism. And it develops a strategy to deepen, as a strategic action, its relation with those private entities. With respect to aerospatial security, energy security, this means that the relation has been reverted. Before, it was the privates who would go talking to the government for the government to find a place for them in the priorities. And now it's the other way around. It's the government that has to go lobby before the privates so that the government can have some importance in the world. So in this group that I told you that was talking for or organizing for this discussion, we realized that this was not new, that it was the idea of appropriate others' resources and made the capital and money the most important issue. Now, the difference is this one. It's the great power that in this phase of total market, the companies have. They are the ones that are defining everything that is happening, not only in the US, but around the world. And there we see those who call themselves the owner of the world, like the case of Tesla, Elon Musk, who is a leader, even in front of politicians. and who was related to the coup d'etat against Evo Morales in Bolivia, and he recognized it. We also see Eric Prince, a paid assassin who is selling wars with no end, and who has been hired by Haiti to work on peace on that land. It's so ridiculous to have a mercenary group trying to organize a country and to control the border in mining areas. This is they are doing it at Congo, also a country where there are the worst violations of human rights happening. So in a few broad lines, this is the situation that we are experiencing. There are corporations that are part of this, like the Palantir Corporation, that sells software and digital development mainly for warfare, and that has become not only in a very important topic for the US because they work for the Pentagon and the CIA, but also because they present their future as related to AI and other technologies to their presence in 120 countries in the world where they are selling warfare. So with these elements, I think Blanca said everything that needed to be said. We are facing a challenge for the development of an agenda, investigation or research guidelines for those who work on communication to make this pattern so that people know that this is going on, and so that the political interaction with the movements, with the left wing, the progressive groups, we can take initiatives or create initiatives that allow us to overcome what has been going on for a few decades, the rhetoric that the imperialism is denounced, but the actors who are moving really the processes are not being mentioned. So this is our call, our calling. We have to mention BlackRock as being the third economic power of the world. We have to talk about Palantir and their influence. And we have to talk about the entities that have power over the Caribbean and face those topics and develop a joint agenda so that we together can move forward and propose alternatives. Finally, I have the honor of being part of a campaign that is called Not This Little Bit, not even this little bit. I don't know who created this motto. Oh, yes, it was Che Guevara, of course. And it's a campaign called Trump out of Latin America, and it has been created by the movements that asked us to invite to add ourselves to this initiative, to that initiative, and for us to develop a powerful movement of sovereignty for Latin America and the Caribbean as we deserve. Thank you very much, Patricia. Thank you, Irene.
I'm going to introduce our next speaker. I don't know if you want to stay in your seat. Sacha Llorente Bolis, Bolivian, studies in the University of San Andres. He has a degree in geopolitics from Claxo. He has a master's in higher education from the Aquino University in Bolivia. In 2020-2022, he worked as executive secretary of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America. Then in 2012 until 2019, he worked as a permanent representative of the plurinational state of Bolivia in the UN. In 2018, he worked as a president of the first commission of the General Assembly of the United Nations, in charge of disarmaments and international affairs, president of the Security Council of the United Nations until October 2018. In 2016 and 17, he was the vice president in the group of developing nations without a nexus to see before the International Court of Justice. He was the president of the ad hoc committee on the processes of restructuration of sovereign debt. In 2014, he was the president of G77 plus China. And beyond all of these positions, he is a great friend of Venezuela and the peoples who struggle. Welcome, Sasha. Good morning, brothers, sisters. It is a privilege to be here with you. I would like to thank Blanca, Miguel Ángel, William, Patricia for all of the work. I am sure that I'm speaking for all of us when I say that we're here in Caracas to ratify that we consider it a duty to defend Venezuela. It is a duty of humankind to defend Venezuela. At this time, as we know and has been described, Venezuela is being attacked. Not only Venezuela, but it is one of the revolutions with the Cuban one that have shown more solidarity all around the world. So it is not only about the material desires of the American empire that want to attack Venezuela, but they also want to destroy the example, that want to scare away solidarity, they want to scare away independence, sovereignty, self-determination of the peoples. That is at stake here in Venezuela. In Venezuela is at stake the soul of humankind. That is why it is our duty to defend Venezuela. A Cuban singer that I'm sure everyone knows, Silvio Rodriguez, said in a song that it is necessary to assume the enemy. This is to identify the enemy, to know it. And once we know and we assume the enemy, we can face it. And our enemy is imperialism. And we cannot forget the concept of imperialism that was given by Lenin. He interpreted imperialism as a superior phase of capitalism. It is intrinsically related to capitalism. That is why the objectives of imperialism are the same for many years, even centuries. First of all, natural resources. Appropriate natural resources. Second, appropriate markets. They will sell their products that they have made, and then we become their markets. That is the second objective of imperialism. The third objective of imperialism is to have cheap labor. That is how they reduce the cost of production, and then they increase their profits. The fourth one is the control of commercial routes. We can look at the different conflicts that took place in the Suez Canal, the attempts of the United States to take hold, even militarily, of the Panama Canal. These are just two examples. And the fifth element of imperialism, as I said, is the logic of punishment. This is to destroy any example that opposes their logic of accumulation of profits, the logic of accumulation of capital. That is why they attack Venezuela. That is why they attack Cuba and they attack Nicaragua. In this regard, it is essential to assume the enemy. Our enemy is imperialism, and it is not the enemy of Venezuela. It is the enemy of humankind, because imperialism exploits the people for profit. Having said this, I would like to speak a little bit about the situation of Venezuela, which did not start just 7 months ago with the arrival of Donald Trump to the presidency. From the very first day, that Commander Hugo Chavez arrived to his presidency in 1999, American imperialism has been persecuting Venezuela. We need to recognize that this is a long battle, and in Venezuela, we already have been fighting for 25 years and resisting for 25 years. Why did the coup d'etat in 2002 happen, and why did the oil strike and the oil sabotage in 2004 happen? Why do we have a very long list of attempts to destroy the Bolivarian Revolution? Was it not Obama the first to impose that decision to consider Venezuela an unusual and extraordinary threat against US security? What, how could affect Venezuela the security of the most powerful empire known by humanity? We need to bear in mind the 5 objectives of imperialism, and this is what they're looking for here in Venezuela. They have used all of the rhetoric arsenal against Venezuela. Democracy, humanitarian aid, involving Venezuela with terrorist groups, guerrilla groups. It is a very, very long list of this ideological bombarding against Venezuela. And not only that, but they have used almost every means in their reach to try and defeat the Bolivarian Revolution. We cannot forget that we still need to know the reasons, the causes of such an early death of Commander Hugo Chavez. In the light of what we know, that they're capable of with their intelligence services and their allies, the Zionist entity, it would not be strange that sooner than later we will reach a conclusion that Commander Chavez was assassinated. They tell me that I have 2 minutes left, so I'm going to try and move forward in my presentation. So they used every means, the attempt of assassination against President Nicolás Maduro, the presence of mercenaries, the economic warfare. It is amazing. Imagine, from the oil sales, Venezuela used to have an income of $56 billion. For our friends who are not Latin American, from Europeans, the salary of Venezuela, the income of Venezuela was $56 billion. But as a result of unilateral coercive measures, these measures of economic, financial, and commercial extortion, that was reduced to 700 million, so from 56 billion to 700 million. What country in the world could resist such a reduction of its income? If there is no willingness, if there is not combative spirits. I only know a couple of countries who have managed to resist: the Cuban people and the Venezuelan people. But I am going to try and summarize what I wanted to say. Imperialism, at the beginning of this century, had a plan. We know that the events against the Twin Towers was just an attempt to then destroy most of the East. And they managed to destroy Iraq, over 1 million dead people in Iraq. Then Libya, 120,000 dead people in Libya. Then they managed to destroy Syria, 500,000 dead people. But they were not able to destroy Iran or Yemen. But from all of the menu of attacks, they have managed a few. They are moving forward, and now they are looking at Latin America, and this is the grave danger that we have. After achieving all of their objectives in Western Asia, now they're looking at Latin America. I have a couple details about Libya and Syria. Regarding Libya, They're not interested in chaos. They were not interested in that. If there is chaos, chaos, even better for them. In Libya, there are two central banks because oil fields are occupied by different forces. They only care about getting the oil. They don't care about democracy, peace, humanitarian aid. Now they have oil from two ways going to Europe and other markets. That is their objective. And what happened in Syria, even before the fall of President Bashar al-Assad, they already controlled the oil fields. The US was controlling those fields. They were getting oil from Syria. And now how do we have, what is the president of Syria? It is a terrorist criminal who is now going to the United Nations. So that is the nature of imperialism. So we cannot be confused. It is not an excess of Donald Trump. It is the nature of a system that has been organized, financed, with institutions, with think tanks, with armies, social media, destined to the objective of getting more money, making more money. That is their objective. And of course, to punish as well. And with this, I will conclude. That is the nature of imperialism. Therefore, if we know something about history, our duty is to defend Venezuela. If we believe in the principles of the UN Charter, our duty is to defend Venezuela. If we believe in international law, our duty is to defend Venezuela. If we believe in the proclamation of peace of Latin America, of CELAC, our duty is to defend Venezuela. If we believe in the sovereign equality of states, if we believe in peace, if we believe in humanity, it is our duty to defend Venezuela. And we cannot trust institutions such as the OAS. They only work for the interests of the Department of States. But we have ALBA, the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of Our America, that gathers 10 states who are committed to peace and international law. I have some proposals of what I think we would be able to do, but they are very, very humble because I believe in what José Martí said, that great universal Cuban. José Martí said, give me Venezuela something to serve you because you have a child of mine. Give me Venezuela something of service because she has a child of mine. It is our duty to defend Venezuela. So in the proposals, I think we need to organize a flotilla as the one that attempted to reach Gaza. Probably should try to reach La Guaira here in Venezuela. Second, mobilization. I don't like the term of intellectuals, like Galeano didn't like it, because it's very far away. I think we are people who feel and have the possibility to reflect upon some issues. So maybe Miguel Angel, I think we should organize our brigades to visit every corner of Venezuela, spend 2 weeks here, 3 weeks here, from Caracas to the Amazon to Merida, with the same issues to talk to the people. I think we should do that. Then another proposal, we should reformulate, recreate the permanent tribunals of the people to accuse Donald Trump and Netanyahu. So we should recreate those popular tribunals, because in this multipolar world, it is necessary to strengthen the moral pole, the pole of the peoples, the pole that has no weapons, the pole of dignity. So in this regard, we should build a more just society without wars. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sasha. Now At this point of the day, we have listened to people from the academia with Irene. We have listened to the person who have had the responsibility to represent its country, Bolivia, but also a secretary of ALBA on behalf of other countries in the realm of negotiation and dialogue. And now we're going to listen to the military thought, not any kind of military. This is Major General, active reserve of the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, Doctor of National Security of the Institute of Advanced Studies in National Security, postdoctoral degree in the thought of Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez, Bolivarian Military University, former rector and full professor at the National Experimental University of the Bolivarian National Armed Forces, UNEFA, former director and full professor of the Institute of Advanced Studies in National Security, IACEN, researcher and member of the editorial board Un Mundo Nuevo magazine, a plural view of our America, Institute of Advanced Studies in Latin America of the Simon Bolivar University, UCB, Pascualino Angiolillo Fernandez, Bachelor of Science and Military Arts of the Military Academy of Venezuela. Please go ahead. Good morning. Good morning, Patricia, for the work that you do to counteract with your work and your team the cognitive warfare. You are a combatant too, a war that is transversal to all arenas. You do it at the regional, national, and world level. Also would like to congratulate the speakers for their speeches. And I usually don't read, but I feel pressured for time, and therefore I created a speech that I was able to give in only 15 minutes, because there are many things to say, and when you don't read you get passionate and you start speaking too much. So first of all, I would like to salute His Excellency Mr. Ivan Gil, Chancellor of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, other authorities of the ministry, dear comrade Blanca Rosa Eckhout Gomez, President of the Simon Bolivar Institute Foundation for Peace and Solidarity Among People, an extraordinary comrade with whom I have had the pleasure to share activities, to all the members of the organizing committee for their activities in this headquarters, to all the delegations and participants of the different peoples who are part of the different countries of our beloved Latin America who struggle against imperialism, who participate in this international colloquium, both in person as online, the media, the distinguished fellow panelists, my friend Miguel Perez Pirela. I am always proud to share with you activities because you are a great comrade, a great researcher. Congratulations on being appointed as a secretary of the Intellectual Network. I would like to also thank Blanca Eckhout for the honor that she has given me to talk as a retired military man. I come from the roots of the left wing. I am the son of immigrants. My father was an Italian. My mother was a Spaniard. They were peasants who came to Venezuela and who were received with a warm embrace. I was able to reach the major general degree. I, from the reserve, continue to work ideologically to foster the development of my homeland. And the topic that I was told to talk about was the issue of comprehensive defense of the Bolivarian politics. And so that we can know our enemy, we also need to talk about their doctrine. I'm gonna break the protocol a bit and use the microphone this way. You know that we are starting a new age of mankind. The need to control vital resources has been seen as one of the main causes of tensions and wars between the world civilizations. The disproportionate growth of the imperial powers, which require enormous enormous amount of energy and other vital resources, has led them to design a dangerous strategy, interventionist strategy, that is generating a disturbing global tension and the evident need to make adjustments in international geopolitics to minimize and reduce the possibilities of a regional or global confrontation. In recent years, we have observed with great concern the attempt by hegemonic actors to modify national and international legal orders through a gradual strategy of introducing doctrines, theories and resolutions whose approaches and interventions violate the fundamental principles of the Charter of the United Nations. Some of them I quote below. These are warfare doctrines. The first one, there are many, but I'm going to quote some of them. One would be the thesis of Sherman Kent in his book Strategic Intelligence for American World Policy. It highlights the role of its intelligence agencies throughout the world for obtaining and processing information, which allows them or allows the empire to anticipate threats, manage risks, and take advantage of opportunities in the international arena. All of these to fit the political and military decision-making process that responds to their hegemonic pretension. He is the father of the departmentalization of the CIA. All embassies were turned into CIA agencies, and they helped the eagles of the state made the decisions. The other one that I would like to mention is the typology of hard, soft, and smart power developed by the North American geopolitician Joseph Nye, co-founder along with Robert Keohane of the theory of neoliberalism of international relations, which promotes economic warfare to weaken through blockades, freezing of funds, boycotts, embargoes, tariffs, blacklist, and the use of force through the manage of institutions, ideas. This is hard power, soft power, and smart power. The capacity to manage the first two is called smart power. And the Secretary of State of former President Obama, Hillary Clinton, loved this idea, the smart power. I invite you to review this. There's a documentary made by Tatuy TV, a community TV station, about this, and you can ask on Google what is the warfare on Venezuela. How is the warfare on Venezuela waged? And it's a documentary by Tatuy TV that you can download. There's also the theory of constructive chaos by Sipny Brzezinski, which deals with the need to encourage and support violent conflicts, economic and social crisis, in order to promote the harassment or overthrow of a government, especially confronted with the strategic and security interests of the U.S. They applied constructive chaos here when they attacked the brain of our power company, Corpolec. They identify important variables and they modify them to generate perturbations downstream so that they can affect the welfare state. They attack the territory with respect to its territorial integrity. They attack the government with respect to the exercise of power, and they attack the population with respect to the welfare state. If you attack those three centers of gravity, probably the population, analyzing the Maslow pyramid, will be affected in its physiological needs and security needs, and they will have a change of conduct. That is a very interesting theory that was developed by the Pentagon. We have to congratulate them on that. The thesis of the failed state or soft coup by Gene Sharp, an expert in intervention, whose manuals include almost 200 methods which seek to generate serious disturbances in sovereign states, so that the population disregards the authority that exercises the power or perceives it as incompetent. The theory of the outlaw or rogue skate, the one that the president of the U.S. We're talking about the evil axis that illegitimately leaves open the possibility of unilateral military reprisals under false assumptions of terrorism, possession of weapons of mass destruction, drug trafficking, violations of human rights, corruption, electoral fraud, and other facts that are premeditatedly designed in psychological warfare laboratories and massively disseminated to create false matrices that satanize the target or demonize the target and prepare the ground to justify an intervention or promote the opening of a case in international courts. We know this doctrine has been used against us many times in Venezuela and in other countries of the world to create false claims against legitimate authorities of sovereign states to justify the illegitimate approach of military means whose real agenda is the control of the strategic resources of independent nations. The doctrine on the responsibility to protect, react, and rebuild, designed by an international commission on intervention and state sovereignty, financed by North American foundations linked to the well-known colors revolutions that was introduced in this Millennium Summit to justify any military intervention with a humanitarian banner. We can remember Telesur and the international bridges where through the hard power they manipulated variables that made our Venezuelans leave our borders, and they tried to attack the power of President Maduro, saying that Venezuelans were affected. And thank God Telesur was discovering the truth and saying that this was part of the hard power. They were boycotting us. And even that even happened during the pandemics with the medications. The cognitive warfare that has been used by Donald Trump, which implies the use the doctrine of hybrid warfare, defined by North American Marine Frank Hoffman and used by Donald Trump, which implies the use and combination of conventional and irregular methods in all forms of armed and unarmed struggle of the obtaining political objectives. I was present at the assassination attempt against Nicolás Maduro when a drone blew up in an anniversary of the U.S. Army of Venezuela. That is part of the Trump doctrine, the doctrine of turbulence. Then we have cognitive warfare, a new modality that alters the balance of the nervous, endocrine, and immunological system of human beings. They bombard them with variables that affect the emotions so that they can obtain political objectives. There is a war called Interventionism and Integral War, published by Sangronis and this humble Sunbird with Atilio Boron, and it has been published by Acercándonos Ediciones from the Argentine Republic. We deepen its study as part of the integral war, and we address the concept of psychoimmunology of war. So this is so that we do not accept these stimuli that are developed at the Pentagon to affect our state of welfare, even affecting the relationship of our subsystems between our substance systems of our body. Now, given these new forms of war, which were born from the interventionist empire of the U.S. and its NATO partners as doctrinal books, as opinions articles, or simply as an ironic manual of steps to obtain political objectives, then the following questions arise. How to avoid the serious growing threats that loom over world peace due to armed intervention and other direct or indirect forms of interference that threaten the sovereign personality and political independence of states. What are we going to do to stop the flagrant violations of the norms and principles of international law that occur daily in the world? Let's not talk about Gaza and the extermination of the Palestinian people. how to demand the interventionist powers that act outside the commitments assumed in the Charter of the UN Nations to decline their attitude of intervening directly or indirectly in the internal or external affairs of any other state. What are we going to do in Latin America and the Caribbean to stop the interference of the US with its abusive doctrine of hemispheric security, where they grant themselves the right to deploy military bases and naval fleets under false pretexts to control our strategic resources? What are we going to do at the regional level to resume the Defense Council of UNASUR and ALBA? Why don't we propose the creation of that same instance in CELAC? I ask you, comrades and colleagues, present in this important international colloquium, and I'm convinced that all of you, like me, our souls are broken, our hearts ache, and our blood boils when we see daily so much injustice and imperial arrogance. How to stop the premeditated manipulation of economic, political, and any other variables that generate damage to the economy and therefore to the welfare state of the populations of our sovereign countries. We cannot allow the US and its allies to foster activities, armed activities aimed at changing governments, legitimate governments, much less authorize the use of force to deprive peoples of their national identity anywhere on the planet. I began my dissertation by referring to strategic resources as a potential factor of conflict. You know, Venezuela has 303 billion barrels of reserves in the subsoil, 202 trillion cubic feet in proven gas reserves, and we have all the elements of the periodic table that the world power wants. And we are close to the hegemon that wants to get our strategic resources. We have to understand that those vessels, those war vessels, are not only threatening Venezuela from the strategic standpoint. When you deploy a force, it is to get a specific area of the beach, and that area of the beach will allow this force to project its force in a continental area, and the resources are finite. They can start with Venezuela. I know that their wish to consume because of capitalism will deplete our resources, and then they will start looking for resources elsewhere. That is why we need to gather. How much potential do we not have in our continent if we add our forces or join our forces? I would like to quote our constitutional president of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela, Nicolás Maduro Moro, when I said, "A new era is being consolidated in the heart of a multipolar world that does not accept mandates, orders, or hegemonies from any country. Everyone is looking for peace and cooperation. May God bless our homeland." And our liberator Simon Bolivar said when writing his letter from Jamaica in Kingston on September 6, 1815, and I quote, "The veil has been torn. We have already seen the light, and they want to return us to darkness. The chains have been broken. We have already been freed, and our enemies intend to enslave us again." Bolivar was a man who had like two different theories, the theory of political realism and political realism. And I conclude with this thought, this poem of this anonymous. He was talking about Bolivar. He saved and he terrified. He was thunder and rainbows. And when his arms were weak, he created a path in Latin America and flew over the Orinoco towards the Chimborazo. Let's follow the example of Simon Bolivar, uniting the interest of our continent, of our countries. Let's create continental efforts and be an area of positive association, and then the irrational ones will think twice before trying to dominate us. This is related to the Amphitronic Congress document that was signed in Panama, and it hindered European colonies from retaking the spaces that our liberator Simon Bolivar freed, and it avoided the Monroe Doctrine that was looking at us as their backyard to use and abuse our beloved continent and our population and our beloved and beautiful Caribbean and Latin American population. Thank you very much.
Well, we're going to take a break, but we'll be back in 10-15 minutes after the coffee break, and we talk to each other, share some of the ideas that have been presented. We're going to come back with new presentations and ideas which are very powerful. So in 10 to 15 minutes, we'll be back in our seats. Thank you very much.
De las fumaraguas está cubriendo toda mi tierra, piden la vida y le dan un siglo, pero con tal que no pase nada en mi tierra mansa, mi mansa tierra. Yo sé que un día tuviste sueños, no viste un río cuando pequeño, pero tu alma se te alegraba con la llegada del vendaval. Huellas cansadas tienen tus pasos, pero aunque el río sea muy manso, poquito a poco se enfrenta al mar. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Y hay semerucos allá en el cerro y un canto hermoso para cantar. Que semerucos allá en el cerro y ya la gente empezó a sembrar. A veces pienso que todo el pueblo es un muchacho que va corriendo tras la esperanza que se le va. La sangre joven y el sueño viejo, pero dejando de ser pendejo, esa esperanza será verdad. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Hay semerucos allá en el cerro y un canto hermoso para cantar. Que semerucos allá en el cerro y ya la gente empezó a sembrar. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que el pueblo manso ya montarás. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que Santa Matesia se vistieron como en Cuaresma los nazarenos. Dulce mejilla la de mi pueblo, ya la segunda le está doliendo a mi pueblo manso. Mi manso pueblo, vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Que hay semerucos allá en el cerro y un canto hermoso para cantar. Que hay semerucos allá en el cerro y ya la gente empezó a sembrar. Sol colorado, viento del este, se abren los brazos del gran durmiente, que al chivo manso siempre lo arrean, y eso no pasa si es montarás. Que al chivo manso siempre lo arrean, y eso no pasa si es montarás. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que el pueblo manso ya es montarás. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que el pueblo manso ya es montarás. Con brillos de puma rosa y con olor de guayaba. canción de Luis Mariano es canción entre dos aguas, entre el agua de su mar y el cocotal de la playa. Verdor de caminos, orilla es sabana, orillando el alma, la canción de Luis Mariano me enterró en mi propia tierra. Verdor de caminos, orilla es sabana, es novia del cuatro, la canción de Luis Mariano me sabe a sancocho en playa. Verdor de caminos, mineral y humana, lloviznando cantos en la voz de sevillano. Es tierna como las manos de mi abuela en su plegaria. La canción de Luis Mariano es canción de la esperanza, porque mi pueblo sea un pez reventador de atarrayas. Verdor de caminos, orilla es sabana, orillando el alma, la canción de Luis Mariano me enterró en mi propia tierra. Bolívar bolivariano no es un pensamiento muerto, ni mucho menos un santo para prenderle una vela. Un niño de Venezuela tuvo un encuentro con él, puede ser imaginario, pero pudo suceder. Conversaron Bolívar y el carajito debajo de un arbolito que se salvó de la quema, debajo de un arbolito que se salvó de la quema.
¿No es verdad, Simón Bolívar, que al hacer tu juramento histórico en Montesacro, no pensaste que tu brazo hoy se sintiera cansado de tantos que se han colgado para escudarse en tu nombre?
Hay razón en lo que dices. Yo frente a Simón Rodríguez juré liberar mi patria y tal vez por inocencia no la soñé gobernada por indignos de mi herencia.
Al pueblo tratan de quitarle la memoria. Por eso, al gringo Henry Clay, quien te insultó en tu vida y en tu muerte,
De descolar sin escudo
las leyes las dictan los de frac y de levita en contra de los descamisados.
Y se olvidan que yo usé camisa prestada cuando estuve en Santa Marta.
Y lo peor es que a mi pueblo ya lo están dejando sin bolívar.
Lo están dejando sin dinero, carajito.
Sin conciencia, Libertador, sin conciencia. El pueblo en su engaño cree que la alta burguesía va a llevarte flores al Panteón Nacional cada aniversario de tu muerte.
¿Y entonces a qué van, pequeño compatriota?
Asegurarse de que estés bien muerto, Libertador, bien muerto.
Y Bolívar sonreído y lleno de comprensión le saltaba el corazón por lo que estaba escuchando.
El resultado es claro. La burguesía es hija de la colonia y viceversa. La opresión está reunida en masa bajo un solo estandarte. Y si la lucha por la libertad se dispersa, no habrá victoria en el combate. Que si la lucha se dispersa, no habrá victoria popular en el combate.
Bolívar bolivariano no es un pensamiento muerto, ni mucho menos un santo para prenderle una vela. Un niño de Venezuela tuvo un encuentro con él. Oigan sonar sus espuelas, va cabalgando otra vez. Oigan sonar sus espuelas, va cabalgando otra vez. Oh madrona y rezandera, ay, ay, quien te viera con tu botella. Te canto mamá Pancha, oh madrona y rezandera, ay, ay, quien te viera con tu botella. Dicen que el Padre Nuestro que rezabas por tu campo, te lo llevas en los labios, tu campo nada ha cambiado. Ay, qué miseria, en tu tierra un día, ¿quién lo dijera? Mi mamá Panchia. Ay, qué miseria, en tu tierra un día, ¿quién lo dijera? Mamá Panchia. llevas en los labios, tu campo nada ha cambiado. Ay, qué miseria en tu tierra ancha, ¿quién lo dijera? Mi mamá Pancha. Ay, qué miseria en tu tierra ancha, ¿quién lo dijera? Mi mamá Pancha. Corral, 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 ya no hay sol en la quebra, pa' comer la mazamorra, la jorrita hay que ordeñar. Corral, 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 ya no hay sol en la quebra, pa' comer la mazamorra, la jorrita hay que ordeñar. Huep, 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 uja. Huep, 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 uja. Ibas contando moríos en las cuentas del Rosario, pero a mundo mamá Pancha, ay qué rosario tan largo, pero a mundo mamá Pancha, ay qué largo es tu rosario. Huep, 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 uja. Huep, 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 uja. Solo Juan Ramón sabía dónde había leña seca, porque la verde echa humo y te va dejando ciega. Corral, 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 ya no hay sol en la quebra, a comer la mazamorra, la jorrita hay que ordeñar. Corral, corral, correr, corral, oh, 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 oh. Corral, corral, correr, corral, 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 corral. Pare primo la canoa, que me parece que llora la chinita y en la orilla, que no es una pesadilla, despierto tú puedes ver, que somos nosotros los que no están matando, sí, que molleja primo tan cristalino que estaba en el agua ayer, no es el palafito lo que está matando todo lo que hay en él. belleza de tu canto. Hacen falta muchos golpes para matar al tiripero y con uno solamente se mata la cucaracha. Apréndete la guaracha y lucha por la unidad, que toda la gente va con la esperanza en la mano, buscando darle a la patria caminos de dignidad, buscando darle a la patria caminos de dignidad. Dale que el camino es largo, pero lo acorta el poeta cuando se acerca labriego y surcan juntos la tierra. Y aunque la estrella sea grande, siempre se mira pequeña. Y es de todos la tarea de hacer una patria buena, buena pa' que vivan todos con bienestar y sin quejas, buena pa' que la miseria se aleje de Venezuela, buena para que los ríos no nos seque la candela. Hacen falta muchos golpes para matar al tiripero y con uno solamente se mata la cucaracha. Apréndete la guaracha y lucha por la unidad, que toda la gente va con la esperanza en la mano, buscando darle a la patria caminos de dignidad, buscando darle a la patria caminos de dignidad. Vamos, que el camino es largo, pero lo acorta el obrero cuando se acerca la mar y ya abraza al marinero, y al acercarse el suelo a la vera de la luna, el cantor con su cantar va venciendo la amargura y dice que es tiempo ya de que el pueblo gane una, y dice que es
¿Sí? ¿Cómo que está? ¿Sí? Ah, ok, está bien, está bien. Sí, voy a invitar a sentarse. Hola. ¿Sí? Invitamos a los delegados nacionales e internacionales, por favor, a tomar asiento, que vamos a dar continuidad al tema 1, perspectivas latinoamericanas y caribeñas frente a los Estados Unidos.
If you'll be so kind to take your seats here in the central courtyard of this beautiful building to start with the second part of this panel. I am going to call to this main panel Asterix Van, member of the Venezuelan Committee of Solidarity with the People of Haiti, my good friend Earl Bouquet from St. Lucia. He's a journalist. He's an usual collaborator of Telesur in English. And William Castillo, journalist, Deputy Minister of Anti-Blockade Policies and Director of the Anti-Blockade Observatory. So we will briefly start with this second part of the panel. Of course, the central topic of this panel is what to do, not only to diagnose, but what to do collectively and in each of our living spaces in the face of American expansionism in this warmongering stage. We will start shortly. Please remain in your seats and let the people who are already in the break area to come back to the central courtyard of this house, which is already decorated with Christmas, because in Venezuela we resist with joy. That is why we have an early Christmas here. The only place in the world where we can already see lights and nativity scenes everywhere. And I tell you that Venezuelan Christmas lasts until February, so it will be a long one. It starts in October and finishes in February. In Puerto Rico as well? That's great. I have to go there and see it. So we're going to wait just for a few minutes for the people who are not still here. Or maybe we will start and then they'll come progressively. We will start with Haiti, then St. Lucia, and finally we will have Venezuela. It is very important to have the presence of the voices of the Caribbean, and in particularly the Eastern Caribbean. So we will start with a people that has resisted all of the strategies of imperialism, not only American imperialism, but European as well. I am talking about the people of Haiti, which maintains his spirituality and magic in spite of it all. Asterix Van, he is a member of the Venezuelan Committee with the People of Haiti. He's going to talk about one look in the face of imperial threats in the Caribbean. You have the floor. Welcome. I know that you are here almost permanently in Venezuela, so we will listen to you very attentively. Thank you very much to the organizing committee of these events for your hospitality. I will speak once again about Haiti. Haiti that at some point was known as the Pearl of the Antilles. But when we talk about Haiti, we are talking about 221 years. 221 years of blockade with barbed wire, with electricity, so nobody comes close. Speaking about Haiti would cause unrest, because this is what they have done. This is what they have sold the expansionists. And what is the reason? Well, Haiti was a bad example and continues to be a bad example. Yesterday, the President of the Republic, sitting here, he said that Haiti is the country in which were just a bunch of men in the penultimate battle for the independence of Haiti that happened at the east of the country. In that battle, 600 men and women faced 2,000, an army of 2,000, 12,000. 12,000 French men, well equipped and with the best general that Napoleon sent after submitting Spain. So, we are not going to speak about the history of Haiti. I'm just going to emphasize what the moderator just said. What to do is what we're most interested in right now. I'm going to ask you to not please listen to anything, even in the best of platforms when you read the news that the expansionists want the people to read and to learn, because all of that is full of vices. In none of those platforms you are going to find an explanation as to why Haiti is in the situation that it is in. They are not going to explain this. As they were saying yesterday, they think they are going to make it easier for us to be free. That's not true. So we want you to not waste your time in looking at the route of the empire that it has to achieve their objectives. What is the objective of the empire, apart from what we see here, to expand, which is their essence? Well, precisely what Donald Trump said during his campaign. Make America great again. That is the motto. And how are they going to do it? They are going to relaunch the plan that they conceived from their birth, from their creation. And how are they going to do this? They have several ways to do it, but the main one is a division. The main one is to create chaos. Part of what they do is the work of fascism, using defamation to make believe that the subject that is going to be eliminated is the worst of the worst. That is what they have done with Haiti for 221 years. Haiti was the first country, where a group of men and women who were determined decided to face colonizers using their same strategies. And what is the strategy of colonizers? Violence. They used violence. That is why sometimes it is sad in the 21st century to read about those men and women that we consider to be sane, to continue to use those pejorative terms as if they were the violent ones, were the Haitians, because they burned the sugarcane fields, because it was the way in which the dominant class got rich. I wonder sometimes if we take a slave and we mark them with hot iron in their skin, does it hurt? Does it not hurt? Is it not violence? So when Haitians decided not only to burn the sugarcane plantations, but also their houses, they were giving back their violence to be free. But this is not what I want to speak about. We need to say what to do right now. As you know, that as part of the plan of the colonizers,
Haití debe regresar
Haiti
como lo que ellos consideran su patio
must
trasero
return to be
por la dirección
what
de
they
ellos.
consider to be their backyard
Y hay
with their
en
instructions.
este momento
And as of
los
now,
voceros principales del
we
imperio
have the main spokespeople of the empires, such as the United Nations,
promueven
which are sponsoring and promoting the invasion of Haiti, the takeover of Haiti. So, what can we do right now?
que necesitamos que los que estamos aquí
We need that those who are here
Haití pueda
do
volverse a
something
levantar.
so that Haiti can rise again.
Le voy a hablar de dos elementos.
And I am going to mention the two elements.
El primer elemento
The first element
es devolverle la vida
is to give back
a los seres
life
de mayor importancia,
to
los
the
seres, las
most
mujeres,
important beings,
escúchame bien, que son las que han llevado
women,
en su hombro
because women
la
are
libertad
those who are carried upon their shoulders the freedom of Haiti.
y hasta repetimos,
Sometimes we read and we even repeat that
hay una mujer.
behind a great man there is a great woman. But I think in Haiti that motto is the other way around. In Haiti we say in front of every man there are 5 women.
¿Qué ha ocurrido?
So
Que esas mujeres son invisibles.
what happens that those women are made invisible. They are not known. And this didn't start now. If you look for the names of the women
La delantera
who went to the front during the War of Independence in Haiti, you might find 3 or 4 of them.
pero cuando nosotros les explicamos
But when we explain the feats of these women, their achievements, who are always 2 or 3 steps ahead of the men, of the generals themselves,
entender por qué necesitamos que ustedes
you will not believe it. Because we need you in your organizations to do something. Because here in Venezuela, what we're seeing, and around the world, that there is an army of women who are aware in Africa, everywhere. They are the ones who are doing what they need to do to face the monster. A dying monster, but not dead yet. And is growing in danger.
una de las mujeres,
One of the women,
la gente lo sabe,
and people know this, they know who she was.
la mujer que amamantó al
The woman who breastfed the liberator of Haiti.
la que encontró
The woman
un paraje
who found
a Jean-Jacques Dessalines
in some place to Jean-Jacques Dessalines after his birth.
África,
He was coming from Africa,
conoció para ese tiempo
or what was known
el reino,
as the Kingdom of Ome.
ella era de nombre
Her name
Victoria Montu,
was Victoria Montu. You can look for that name.
la historia de esta mujer, una
So you know the history of this woman. She was a warrior. This woman participated in hundreds of battles in her country. She was kidnapped and she was taken back to Haiti. And that was the woman who taught Dessalines. Some people say he didn't know how to write or how to read, but she taught him the military arts. That is why he won the 2 decisive battles. The Battle of Yatier, and they made French men escape because his mother, the woman who adopted him, taught him everything that he could and should do to face his enemies.
otra mujer de mucha importancia
Another very important woman for Haiti
llamado Marie-Jeanne
was Marie-Jeanne Lamartinière.
la conocían como la trova,
She was known
porque es la que siempre
as a trova, the one in the front.
en la penúltima batalla,
In the penultimate battle,
batalla donde 600 haitianos
That battle in which 600 Haitian men and women faced 12,000 French men, she realized that the generals were trying to solve the equation. They didn't know how to do it. They were thinking, they were a little disturbed, they were confused, and then she came and she spoke to the 600 men and women, those who want to continue to be slaves, get out, leave this space. And she said it again. Do you think anyone left? Nobody left. And we already know the results. You can look for it in history and you will find it. So why do I mention these examples? I can even mention another woman. Maybe she is more well known. Cecile Fati. She was a woman who started the 13 years of struggle, of battles of Haiti against the French. She was a woman prophet. She was the one who told the almost 200 men who were gathered in a forest. This ceremony was then known as Guataiman. It was the beginning of the determination of the Haitian people to be free, to be liberated, no matter what, no matter the cost. And that's what actually happened. So she told that people with a man who was not born Haitian, but he was also a leader, Dutin Gutman, and they were the two who presided this ceremony. But the woman was the leader, and she explained to everyone gathered in the ceremony that if the gods that we met with the cross, and he was the god of the whites, apparently he should have been impartial, but that impartiality does not exist. So therefore, we are going to create our own gods. And if they do not respond, we will make them respond. And this is what happened. She presented 10 points of what they planned. And there were Venezuelans who were very close to that ceremony. Yesterday, the president mentioned one of them, José Leonardo Chirinos. He was there nearby. That is why he had that drive, that spirit to come here and create the first republic. And you know what happened to him in 1795. So those Haitian women today feel lonely. They need the support of feminine organizations, so women's organizations that we have all around the world. And in Venezuela, they are taking some steps. The Committee of Solidarity with Haiti is receiving many women, and many women are working in this process so that Haitian women know that all around the world there are many people who want to raise their spirits so that they continue to resist the attacks of the empire. Apart from all of this, we need that our organizations know that Haiti has not surrendered. Everything that has been said with regard to the current situation of Haiti is not true. The people of Haiti continues to fight, and the empire and those who believe that they own the world have not said and will never say why they are attacking the Caribbean, especially against Venezuela and Haiti. Have you ever heard these people speak about the mineral resources that they have? Never.
Ahora, ¿sabe usted de que Haití
Now, do you know that
es el
Haiti
país número 2 en el
is the
mundo
second
de uno
country
de
in
los
the world
minerales de mayor
with one
importancia,
of the
los
most
metales
important
de mayor
metals
importancia en el mundo,
in the
como el
world,
litio?
such as iridium?
El segundo, la segunda reserva
We have the second
en el mundo.
biggest reserve of iridium in the world.
Más de 100 años, Estados Unidos, a través de una
For over
empresa llamada
100 years, the United States, through a
ha
company,
chupado, con una expresión total
has
y
completely
literalmente el
sucked
oro que existe
dry
en el país.
the gold that the country had
Ahora,
through
al
Reynolds
sureste,
Company.
donde
And
tienen las minas profundas,
they go to the southeast with the deep mines. You will see there not a single road has been built. And they completely extract all of the resources of the country. But they have the nerve to demand Haitians to pay over 155 million
franco francés,
French francs
porque habían quemado
because they burnt
los campos
those
de caña de azúcar.
plantations of sugarcane.
Nosotros
So
nos piden de que tenemos que mantener.
they say that we need to be united today, but unity should not be only something in the air. If we don't know the other, if we don't recognize each other, if we are not aware of each other, we will never be united. That is why, from the Committee of Solidarity with Haiti, we say that to stand in solidarity with somebody, we need to know them and we need to recognize them. That is why, from here, we ask for everyone to recognize Haiti, not the one from 200 years ago, but the Haiti of today that is claiming for the unity of all of us. Because on the contrary,
Se cumplirá lo que dijo el Che Guevara.
what Che Guevara said will become a reality. If we don't fight together, we will be eaten one by one.
Thank you very much for your reflection and for that travel through history with so much links to the present. And I want to present a friend and also to use some minutes to talk about Telesur because he works with Telesur in English. And as you know, Telesur is a space that links the peoples of the Eastern Caribbean with the peoples of Africa who also speak English. So it is a pleasure for me to salute Earl Busquets. He asked me to tell you that he has the Venezuelan banner even in his shoes. He breathes solidarity with Venezuela. He is a journalist, member of the Solidarity with Venezuela, president of the Committee of Solidarity with Venezuela, and chairman of the San Lucia Reparations Committee. Are you going to come to speak from the podium? Let's welcome the gays of the Eastern Caribbean in this event created by the Simon Bolivar Institute and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Venezuela to debate on such important matters. We await for you. Buenos días. Hacerlo desde un contexto global en el que vemos lo que está ocurriendo en Venezuela como reflejo del estado de los asuntos mundiales hoy en día. Por eso mi presentación se va a tratar sobre el colonialismo, neocolonialismo y sus consecuencias para América Latina y el Caribe, como un examen a las posibles relaciones con los Estados Unidos. Comienzo diciendo que los santalucenses se enorgullecen de saludar a los amigos en cualquier lugar del mundo. Y yo les traigo saludos desde la patria de la mujer más rápida del planeta. Julian Alfred, la ganadora de la carrera de 100 metros en los últimos Juegos Olímpicos. El camarada de confianza de armas del Libertador Simón Bolívar, quien luchó por la independencia de Venezuela junto al propio Libertador. Aunque no oficialmente, más de 200 años después, es un auténtico héroe de la independencia de Venezuela. En efecto, es en el espíritu de Vidó y Bolívar que también les traigo saludos de toda la nación, del gobierno y del pueblo de Santa Lucía, mientras nos reunimos para debatir sobre el futuro de nuestra América, como lo hicieron Bolívar y Vidó hace más de 2 siglos. Es también en ese mismo espíritu que hoy celebramos la reciente publicación especial del ALBA, titulada Líderes del ALBA, que fue editada por Jorge Arriaza Montserrat y Nerlini Carlucci, la cual destaca el papel de los primeros líderes progresistas del Caribe angloparlante, desde Bolívar y Vidó hasta Joseph Chatoyer y Maurice Bishop. Ahora quiero señalar 2 aniversarios que se acercan en los próximos días. El 8 de octubre, el Día de la Guerrilla Heroica de Che Guevara, y el aniversario de Camilo Cienfuegos. Y el 23 de octubre será el aniversario de la invasión de Estados Unidos a Granada. Y esa invasión tiene muchas lecciones que enseñarnos a medida que nos preparamos para el futuro de nuestro Caribe en la situación actual. Esta publicación de la que hablé, Líderes del ALBA, es altamente recomendada para todos aquellos que deseen conocer más sobre las primeras revoluciones exitosas y sus revolucionarios, especialmente de los Estados miembros caribeños anglófonos del ALBA, la alternativa bolivariana para nuestra América. Hoy examinamos el pasado, presente y futuro de la relación histórica del Caribe y América Latina con los Estados Unidos. Una relación que al analizarla nunca ha sido una buena historia para nuestro Caribe ni para nuestra América. Nuestra interpretación del desarrollo a través del subdesarrollo es similar a la que describen los santalucenses Gregor y Deirdre Williams en su capítulo sobre Vidó titulado Arando el mar, en el libro del ALBA que ya mencioné. Líderes del ALBA. Su evaluación de los roles complementarios de Bolívar y Vidó también es útil para entender y reinterpretar mejor los roles que hoy desempeñan América Latina y el Caribe en la defensa de la soberanía regional frente al colonialismo, el neocolonialismo y el imperialismo. El Caribe y América Latina, disculpen, toqué un botón errado y necesito volver a mi imagen que tenía en la pantalla. Disculpen, por favor. el Caribe y América Latina comparten profundas raíces de lucha revolucionaria, del tipo que llevó a antiguos esclavos de Santa Lucía a establecer un ejército de combatientes por la libertad en el monte. Así los llamaron, el Ejército de Combatientes por la Libertad en el Monte, que lideró una exitosa revolución contra los británicos el 19 de junio de 1795. El 19 de junio de 1795. Y eso para nosotros es la celebración de Juneteenth. Esa revolución solo duró un año. De 1795 a 1796. Se abolió la esclavitud y declaró la independencia de la isla después de que los revolucionarios 800, liderados por una mujer llamada Flor Gallard, ya lo saben, nuestra revolución fue liderada por una mujer, Haití. Ella encabezó a los revolucionarios que comenzó, como les dije, en 1791, el mismo año que las luchas revolucionarias de Haití. Y para 1795 ya lograron el éxito después de la revolución de los esclavos, porque los británicos habían decapitado a 13 esclavos y pusieron sus cabezas a la vista del público para advertencia, para que los demás no se unieran al ejército rebelde. Y eso se les demostró que si eso era lo que hacían, eso mismo les iba a pasar. Ese fue el elemento que inició la revolución. Por eso, los revolucionarios decapitaron a 13 plantadores explotadores. Como ellos habían decapitado a 13 esclavos, pues los revolucionarios tomaron una guillotina móvil, fueron a todo alrededor de la isla y decapitaron exactamente a 13 plantadores para recobrar el pago por los 13 esclavos que habían sido decapitados, para evitar que el resto de los esclavos se unieran al ejército rebelde de esclavos fugitivos escondidos en el monte. Un par de cientos de esclavos fugitivos de Santa Lucía, llamados Nec-Maon, en Jamaica los llaman Maroons. Así se nos describió por los historiadores europeos de la época. Esos Nec-Maon derrotaron a los británicos en la batalla de Rabot, solo para ser derrotados un año después, cuando británicos y franceses, quienes peleaban entre ellos por el control de Santa Lucía, estuvieron luchando 14 veces. Al final, se unieron contra el enemigo común, el ejército de hombres y mujeres liberados que habían sido apoyados por la Revolución Francesa. La liberación de Santa Lucía fue declarada 9 años antes de la Revolución Haitiana de 1804, pero fue solo una de varias victorias similares contra el colonialismo en el Caribe angloparlante durante la década de 1790 que no habían sido documentadas por los historiadores que escribieron nuestra historia desde el punto de vista de los cazadores en lugar desde el punto de vista de los que fueron cazados. Como señalan los Williams en su capítulo del libro del Alba, fue la batalla de Rabot lo que animó a jóvenes revolucionarios como Vidot no solo a navegar hasta la isla de la Española para luchar por la liberación de Haití, sino también eventualmente a arar el mar y navegar hacia Venezuela para unirse a Bolívar y a los luchadores por la independencia. Vidot, quien construyó los barcos que transportaban combatientes desde las islas hacia Haití, Venezuela y a Guadalupe para luchar contra el imperialismo francés. Se convirtió luchando en Guadalupe y Venezuela en un verdadero almirante de la Marina Bolivariana y capitán del barco en el que viajaba Bolívar. De hecho, salvando la vida del libertador en un acto heroico que jamás debe ser olvidado. Curiosamente, Vidó trajo tropas caribeñas a Venezuela desde Trinidad y Tobago, cruzando el Golfo de Paria. Pero hoy, ese mismo Golfo se ha convertido en un teatro de guerra bajo circunstancias totalmente opuestas. Pero así como las pequeñas islas del Caribe lucharon, no menos que por su independencia, con consecuencias similares a las de Haití por parte de los colonialistas europeos, los Estados Unidos también luchó por su independencia de Europa debido a los excesivos impuestos exigidos por las potencias coloniales. Los revolucionarios haitianos ayudaron a crear el nuevo Estados Unidos. Pero como señalan Williams, la proclamación de la independencia estadounidense no incluyó la libertad para los descendientes africanos ni para los pueblos indígenas, sino que mantuvo la esclavitud como legal. Los descendientes africanos que lucharon por la independencia estadounidense recibieron la promesa de 40 acres de tierra y una mula, pero hoy, 249 años después de que sonara la campana de la libertad en Filadelfia, no se ha entregado ni un solo acre ni una sola mula. Hoy, los afroamericanos se han unido al Caribe en la exigencia de reparaciones por la esclavitud y el genocidio indígena, un movimiento que ya tiene 12 años iniciado por CARICOM y que ha ido más allá de las costas del Caribe para abrazar a Estados Unidos, Europa, África e India. Gracias al trabajo de la Comisión de Reparaciones de CARICOM, representada aquí por la influencia que ha tenido en las demandas de las reparaciones de a Estados Unidos. También debemos destacar el papel visionario del presidente de la Comisión de Reparaciones del Caribe en solicitar a las Naciones Unidas, al mundo, las reparaciones para África, para India, y que también incluye a Venezuela. En este contexto y con otros hechos de la vida caribeña y latinoamericana, debemos analizar el presente y el futuro de las relaciones de la región con Estados Unidos. Hoy, la relación colonial definida por la doctrina Monroe desde hace más de 200 años se refresca en la realidad actual del neocolonialismo y el imperialismo que Washington usa con una doctrina para justificar la intervención militar de los tipos que hemos presenciado en nuestro Caribe y América Latina. No voy a terminar mi presentación en interés del tiempo, pero quiero decirles que, tal como fue indicado por la presidenta, yo trabajo con Telesur en inglés, en las columnas de opinión, y tengo 5 artículos sobre este tema precisamente. Se publica siempre los martes, hoy es el día final. Cualquier cosa que quieran saber de mí, pueden acercarse a telesur.net /opinión y ahí encontrarán más información sobre mí. Quisiera decir también que apoyamos en el espíritu de Vidó de arar el mar. Apoyamos la solicitud de la creación de una flotilla para que venga a Caracas y que si existiera la posibilidad Si existiera la posibilidad, deberíamos revivir el espíritu de Vidó y asegurar que el Caribe angloparlante, los luchadores del Caribe angloparlante, aren el mar y vengan a Venezuela. ¡Viva Venezuela! ¡Viva la lucha continua!
Thank you, Earl, for this history lesson that you have given us in such a short time, and to be able to know the Eastern Caribbean, such an essential area of our America. I am sure that the Simon Bolivar Institute will circulate this idea of the Freedom Flotilla that could maybe able to be across the Caribbean coasts of Venezuela. So I am sure that we will see that image, and we will see it through Telesur in every language. Now I will introduce our final speaker for this session of the morning. He's Venezuelan, William Castillo Boye. He is a social communicator, journalist from the Central University of Venezuela. He has written articles in several media. He has directed TV programs about political analysis. In 2020, he was appointed Deputy Minister of Anti-Blockade Policies from the Ministry of the People's Powers for Economy, Finances, and Foreign Trade. He's a general manager of the Anti-Blockade Venezuelan Observatory. We give the floor to William. Welcome. Good afternoon, everyone. It is always a challenge to speak at last when everyone already is hungry and wants to go to lunch. So I'm going to try and be brief. Just 2 hours in this session to explain the blockade against Venezuela. Because we're interested in the fact that you take this concrete idea of the resistance of our people in the last 10 years. In this process of the biggest, deepest, and most cruel process of aggression in our history. So let's start the presentation, please. Well, the central idea is that the so-called sanctions or unilateral coercive measures are an instrument of foreign policy. They are not simple administrative measures. They are not political measures. They are part of a state policy. This is a foreign policy that is expressed through economic pressure, economic coercion, economic aggression, is trying to control external resources of those sanctioned countries, and has as a final objective that the countries that are sanctioned change their regime or change their political behavior. In the case of Venezuela, one of the most attacked countries, the final objective, of course, is a change in the political regime of Venezuela. And they express, it could not be different in this debate, a supremacist, illegal, and neo-colonial conception. I knew that I would have the light right in front. That's the hot corner, right? The hot spot. So sanctions are illegal and they are criminal. They violate the Charter of the United Nations, which establishes that the only way to economically sanction a country would be through the Security Council approval. They violate international law, particularly the Rome Statute, because when sanctions become acts that affect civilians, their right to food, their right to healthcare, it could be considered a crime of genocide. And it also violates the different devices of foreign trade, such as the dispositions of the International Trade Organization, the Pact of Civil and Economic Rights of the United Nations. All of the legal structure to protect states is violated by these measures. They are also a global problem. They are a problem of the world. It is not a problem of Venezuela. It is not that Venezuela is misbehaving and we don't fulfill our obligations, we don't respect democracy and violate human rights, so we need to be sanctioned. No. There are over 37,000 sanctions imposed on 30 nations that are active right now, of course. The first prize goes to the Russian Federation, starting in 2014 and then in 2022, has been economically attacked horribly. But Venezuela is already getting to the first places in these 10 years with 1,042 UCMs. The most important thing is that these 30 countries that are today sanctioned, illegally sanctioned, they represent 28% of the global population and 72% of the world's territory. So it is a problem of humanity. It is a problem of the world, not a problem between the US and Venezuela. In Latin America, we have 3 sanctions by the US and the European Union. 3 countries that have been sanctioned. The Republic of Cuba, I ask for an applause for the resistance of Cuba because they have been resisting for 64 years. Nicaragua, sanctioned since 1979, and they also suffer a mercenary war. Their water was poisoned, their farmers were killed. And since 2014, proudly, the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. In our particular case, I don't know if you can see very well, but I summarize. In these 25 years, particularly the last 10, Venezuela has seen an escalation of political, diplomatic, symbolic, economic, financial pressure that is more and more acute. It has reached a peak with the situation that we have in the Caribbean. It started with general measures against the president, that you cannot travel to the US, visa restrictions, such as the one we see with President Petro, and then they affect the oil industry, imports and exports of food, public finances, as we will see later. So if we look at these 10 years, it means an aggression without any precedents. Is it unheard of? It combines with political aggressions, destabilizations, attempts of coup d'etat, invasions from foreign countries, attacks with drones against the President of the Republic and high authorities of the states. And today, of course, we see the final point, the highest point in the threat against the Caribbean, because Donald Trump said that I have all the options on the table, including the military option against Venezuela. So I guess all the options, the other options failed. Should I go slower? Okay. Well, you can see the escalation of these restrictive punitive measures, persecution, 1,042, out of which 875 are direct sanctions and 167 are indirect measures against the Venezuelan economy. And here we have a summary of all of those measures. The United States has issued about 500, 60%, but Canada, Panama, the European Union, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom have also issued sanctions. We have 3 countries in Latin America, but in Africa, Libya, Mali, Zimbabwe, Central African Republic, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Somalia, South Sudan, and Eritrea have been imposed sanctions, restrictions against their free use of economy and foreign trade. This attack is expressed especially in the economic structure of the country. You can see that the public sector, all of those institutions have been attacked. Public banking, Central Bank of Venezuela, Foreign Ministry, Ministry of Agriculture. In the private sector, we have seen the persecution and sanctions of companies, technological companies, food importers, oil companies. And this is a global attack that wanted to collapse the Venezuelan economy. You can see the last 4 administrations of the United States. Started in 2014 with Barack Obama, Donald Trump in number 1, then Joe Biden, and then Donald Trump again. that is going to achieve a record. He's already in 751. So what is the impact of those measures on Venezuela? Sanctioning countries said that a country needs to be attacked when it hurts them most. It's as if you have a wound and you have a sensitive area there and you're going to put pressure on that wound. And the most sensitive sector of Venezuelan economy is the oil sector. And you can see there how those unilateral coercive measures decreased the oil production in 2015 until its lowest point in the past 50 years of our history, about 500,000 barrels in 2020. And in the second part, we see the recovery that we are seeing right now in the oil industry with our own efforts, with our own muscle, as President Nicolás Maduro said, and with the support and alliance of some international companies for which we are very thankful, such as China, the Russian Federation, and the Islamic Republic of Iran, among others. But the impacts in real terms and in monetary terms, in the first 7 years between 2014 and 2020, Venezuela stopped producing about 4 billion barrels of oil. They were not extracted from the underground. And that caused a loss for our country of $232 billion. You have to imagine, I think Sasha said that this morning, you need to imagine not a small economy. Let us think about any European economy that is losing $232 billion in 6 years. What would happen to that country? What would happen with that economy, with the population, the access to food, social services, public services? Because the blockade also prevents you from bringing supplies, spare parts, vaccines. So that is the impact that it translated to the states, because that is the first industry of Venezuela and it's a state-owned industry. I know that I need to finish quickly. And Sasha also said this. You see the drop of oil, and there was a drop of income in the country of almost 99% of public income. So income for healthcare, for education, for food subsidies, for scholarships, for public dining halls, and especially for public services. And the total impact of that fall is of $642 billion that were not produced in the Venezuelan economy. That is the reason of the famous economic crisis or complex humanitarian crisis, as the UN calls it, that took place here in Venezuela. It was an induced crisis, a crisis generated, promoted, and driven by the economic aggression and the economic restrictions that our people were subject to. And of course, we see the general impacts, economic shrinking that decreased the GDP to a fifth part of its value in 2015. Flight of capital, divestments, closing companies. We lost almost 40% of human resources that were trained here in public universities in medical specialties. Imagine what it means to train a doctor, a nurse, a specialist for 4, 6, 7 years in a public school, and then they left the country because they didn't find the conditions for their development and their growth. We saw a severe impact on social indicators and, of course, the migration process. I am almost done. Do not worry. Are we good? I think I'm too quick. Anyway, these are the last measures, the most recent ones. It is important for you to take this slide and spread it. Disseminate this information. This is what happened against Venezuela in 2025. On February 21st, Donald Trump issued a decree that is called America First Investment Policy, and it says that Venezuela is a technological enemy. That is why they forbid the United States selling products to Venezuela. Then in March 2025, he invoked the law of foreign enemies in 1798, and he declared that any Venezuelan citizens older than 14 years old that is in the U.S. territory, regardless of its migratory condition, would be potentially a foreign enemy, and therefore they are authorized to arrest him and deport him. So 252 Venezuelan nationals were sent to a jail in El Salvador. Fortunately, they were rescued by the diplomatic and political proceedings of the government of Nicolás Maduro. There were 130 children that were taken from the arms of their mothers and fathers already in reclusion centers of the United States. We have recovered 49 of these children. They were separated from their parents, they were deported, and they kept the children. Thanks to the work of this foreign ministry of Minister Ivan Gil, the Deputy Minister of International Communication and coordinator of the plan Back to the Homeland, whose husband was kidnapped for 3 years, we have recovered over 40 of those children that were criminally retained in the U.S. Then he signed an executive order that established a tariff of 25%. He went mad with tariffs, so he gave us a specific tariff as well of 25% on any Venezuelan product. On April 2nd, he imposed another tariff of 15%. On July 25th, he appointed a so-called cartel of the Suns as a terrorist organization. And August 7, he increased to 50 million the reward for the head of Nicolás Maduro, because he is a constitutional, legitimate president, voted by over 6 million Venezuelans. So that is the aggression, that is the blockade. And of course, on August 20, he deployed this criminal fleet that is threatening us and has already killed 20 people in the Caribbean. And we don't know who they are because they have no proof, they have no evidence. They see a boat and they attack with lethal weapons. It has been forbidden by the Congress of the U.S., by the UN Charter, by every international treaty of maritime security and navigation. And I'm almost finished, because when we talk about this, we're not speaking from sadness or surrender. We are speaking from resistance and from productive and victorious effort of the people of Venezuela. Venezuela responded to this with wit, with creativity, with productive effort, with diplomatic dignity, but especially with the capacity to work. These are pictures of the current Venezuela, and we have designed a legal framework of protection because we are a country that fulfills its international obligations. We have an anti-blockade law that will be 5 years in a few days. We also have something to evade social sanctions. We created laws of extinctions of domain and protection of assets to protect those assets abroad. And we also responded to the United States with a law called Liberator Simon Bolivar, because they wanted to humiliate us, calling one of their laws Bolivar in their Congress. And the response of our assembly was to create this law that includes the maximum penalty to everyone asking for sanctions, promoting sanctions, all of the Venezuelans that wanted to attack their own country. And this is the evolution of Venezuelan economy after the pandemic. This is the economic growth and the productive effort focused on the production of food. Somebody asked me, what is the positive effect of this? Of course, there are no positive effects, but if we force these arguments, we can say that there's something good that has come from this very bad process. I would say it was the capacity of production and production of food. We produce more potatoes, rice, flour, vegetables, more than in 2014. Scarcity is over in Venezuela. 97% of basic products are produced nationally. We are exporting not only coffee and cacao, we're also exporting avocado, we are exporting fruits. So we gave the material conditions to our people that the blockade was taken away from them. In 2019, when we saw the maximum point of the attack against Venezuela, we had 3 days of food reserve. Chavez left this reserve for 66 days, but we got to a point in which we only had 3 days. And today we had 86 days of food reserve. I don't want to go in depth, but we are prepared to resist with food. And that growth has been achieved with the unity of the country, the unity of people's forces, social movements, communes, farmers, and also the entrepreneurial sectors who wanted to stay in Venezuela. Some of them have also been affected by the blockade. So that idea of national unity is very important. That is why the unity needs to go beyond our borders. It is the sole guarantee that we will not be defeated. Venezuela is being militarily attacked in the best possible time after 7 or 8 years of economic suffering. They will not destroy Venezuelan economy. And we have a vision as well. We have a project from here to 2030. This project was voted, was discussed in over 2 million assemblies all across the country. And the Venezuelan people said that these are the 7 guidelines that President Nicolas Maduro needs to lead in the next 7 years. The transformation of the economic model, the sustenance of the economic model, cities for good living. We need to rescue good coexistence in cities and in towns, defense of the citizens, social transformation, political transformation, giving to the people's power the position that it deserves. The center of our democracy is going to be communal organization, communal power. That is the exercise of sovereignty by the people over its territory. We have also eco-socialism, the development of science and technology with a changing world, and our geopolicy of peace and integration. We have a project, we know what we want to do, and we have resisted. And as we said here in Venezuela, we resisted. There is another expression here in Venezuela, that nobody's going to take away our joy. Nobody's going to take away what we have achieved in our country. Finally, these are the lies that they say about Venezuela, but we also have the truths. We are not a country that produces drugs. 26 consecutive reports of the United Nations say that Venezuela has no drugs. There are no cartels. There is no transit. There is no cartels. We are not even a country in which consumption is a great problem of public health, but we do have the first reserve of gold, the 4th of gold, the 7th of gas, and we are an anti-hegemonic, popular, democratic reference against imperialism. The president, please. So with the leadership of President Nicolas Maduro, with the support of our people, with our clarity, our projects, and the vision of Liberator Simon Bolivar, I want you to take this idea. Venezuela will not be defeated, and imperialism, not even a little bit. Thank you.
Well, William, those extra minutes were very valuable. So we are going to finish this morning here at this lovely yellow house with recess, and then we will reconvene here. There will be another moderator. So I thank you for giving me this opportunity to be amongst you. And To finish with something that William commented and that most of our speakers have mentioned this morning, and that it's related to the objective of this event. The apparent aggression is against Venezuela, but when they attack Venezuela, they attack our whole region. And we saw the impact in Latin America and also in the Caribbean. We could compliment William maybe the impact that this aggression, multi-form aggression had in Venezuela and in other areas of our region. That is why this phase of the aggression goes without a doubt to impact Latin America and the rest of the Caribbean, also the Caribbean. So, as William said, they're not going to take away our joy or our experiences. No one can take away our experiences. What you learn, you can never forget. Thank you very much. Have a nice day. Dear friends, we would like to inform you that lunch will be at the last at the place where it was done like yesterday, at the same place where it was done yesterday.
Balada triste, triste tiene que ser, es para los amigos que vivieron, que lucharon y que se han ido. Carlos Bello, José Uribe, para otros murieron, para nosotros viven. En el pueblo, en los niños que ríen, en la mirada triste de los viejos, en las manos callosas del obrero. Carlos Bello, José Uribe, para otros murieron, para nosotros viven. Por la patria que los vio luchar, luchará más y más hasta lograr la libertad. Libertad.
¿Qué hay? O veniste para acá a ver cuántas horas le quedan.
Más triste la neblina que baja de los cerros, es más fría la ciudad bajo la melancólica llovizna que la cubre. ¿Han notado? Hoy no brilla pico espejo y se desliza desde allí un lamento envuelto en el rojo perfume del bucar. Sí, ellos eran bucares, jóvenes, fuertes, y dieron flores por la patria, flores rojas, flores de sangre que brotaron más pronto al conjuro de asesinas balas. Carlos Bello, José Uribe, para otros murieron, para nosotros viven. Viven en los ojos de la novia, en el beso tierno de la madre, en la palabra rebeldía y en la universidad que lucha por ser joven. Carlos Bello, José Uribe, para otros murieron, para nosotros viven.
triste de los viejos y en las manos callosas del obrero. Carlos Bello, José Uribe, para otros murieron, para nosotros viven. Viven en el corazón del estudiante que vibra por la patria que los vio luchar, luchará más y más hasta lograr la libertad. Libertad. Dispersos los hombros, dispersos corazones, las luchas dispersas, busquemos las razones, juntemos nuestros brazos, la patria lo reclama, la lucha es de todo el que la quiere liberada, la lucha es de todo el que la quiere liberada. Porque unirnos, sí, porque si ya se unieron el fusil y el evangelio en las manos de Camilo. Porque unirnos y luchamos como hermanos por la patria que está herida, nuestra patria la que amamos. Pregunto, ¿por qué nos dividimos si solo alegramos a nuestros enemigos? ¿Por qué nos empeñamos en aislar nuestras luchas, las luchas que nos deben llevar a la victoria final? Las luchas que nos deben llevar a la victoria final. ¿Por qué unirnos? Sí, porque si ya se unieron el fusil y el evangelio en las manos de Camilo. ¿Por qué unirnos y gritamos como hermanos? Viva Lidia, viva el Chema, agarrados de la mano. Pregunto, ¿por qué nos dividimos si solo alegramos a nuestros enemigos? ¿Por qué nos empeñamos en aislar nuestras luchas, las luchas que nos deben llevar a la victoria final? Las luchas que nos deben llevar a la victoria final. ¿Por qué unirnos y por qué si ya se unieron el fusil y el evangelio en las manos de Camilo? ¿Por qué unirnos y gritamos como hermanos? Viva Lidia, viva el Chema, agarrados de la mano. Pregunto, ¿por qué no nos unimos? Basta de mentes hipócritas, basta de mentes estólidas que nos quieren mandar. Levantemos para siempre la espalda, destrocemos el látigo que nos quiere marcar. Campesino, por tu propia tierra, obrero, por tu propia fábrica, estudiante, por tu propia idea, busquemos lo que ha de emancipar. Sequemos el sudor de nuestra frente y busquemos tras las nubes al sol. Busquemos con alborozo el sol maravilloso de la revolución. Busquemos con alborozo el sol maravilloso de la liberación. Basta de mentes hipócritas, basta de mentes estólidas que nos quieren mandar. Levantemos para siempre la espalda, destrocemos el látigo que nos quiere marcar. Campesino, por tu propia tierra, obrero, por tu propia fábrica, estudiante, por tu propia idea. Busquemos lo que ha de emancipar. Sequemos el sudor de nuestra frente y busquemos tras las nubes al sol. Busquemos con alborozo el sol maravilloso de la revolución. Busquemos con alborozo el sol maravilloso de la revolución. How Rio Black Power, how Rio Black Power, how Rio Black Power, how Rio Black Power. Los pueblos latinoamericanos no odian a tu pueblo, odian a los del Pentágono que hacen la guerra por dinero. Poder negro, poder negro, poder negro, poder negro. In short time you will win. We use wife, we use son, we use wife, we use girlfriend. Black power, how Rio Black power, how Rio Black power, how Rio Black power. Grande es la lucha, grande es la pena, pero al final está la igualdad, pero al final está la libertad. Poder
corazón, con el rostro curtido por el agua, el viento, la lluvia y el sol. Vamos gente de mi tierra, vamos gente de mi tierra, vamos gente de mi tierra. Estudiante que llevas en el pecho un gran corazón, tu patria Venezuela espera mucho de tu tesón. Busca la clase obrera y ya con ella la revolución. Vamos gente de mi tierra, vamos gente de mi tierra, vamos gente de mi tierra. Estudiante que llevas en el pecho un gran corazón, tu patria Venezuela espera mucho de tu tesón. Busca la clase obrera y ya con ella la revolución.
No, no, no basta rezar, hacen falta muchas cosas para conseguir la paz. No, no, no basta rezar, hacen falta muchas cosas para conseguir la paz. Y rezan de buena fe, y rezan de corazón, pero también reza el piloto cuando monta en el avión para ir a bombardear que ser hombre para trabajar. Humanidad, humanidad, hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Pobre de el niñito de la calle, que sonriendo su carita pide una loquita para comer pan. Que sonriendo su carita pide una loquita para comer pan. Humanidad, humanidad, hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Pobre de los niñitos del Vietnam, que en medio de la guerra viven aterrados sin poder jugar. Que en medio de la guerra viven aterrados sin poder jugar. Humanidad, humanidad, hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Pobre de el negro que vive en el norte, el negro que sufre en el norte y que vive luchando por su libertad. El negro que vive en el norte y que sufre luchando por su igualdad. Humanidad, humanidad, hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Hay motivos de alegrías, pero de tristezas hay muchos más. Humanidad, el pueblo te llora, el pueblo está triste, pero no te fuiste, che, comandante amigo. Comandante, che, te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Comandante, che, te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Caminando entre valles y montañas, para siempre tu imagen guerrillera, y tu sangre corre ya por nuestras venas, y se agita en los pechos bolivianos. Caminando entre valles y montañas, para siempre tu imagen guerrillera, y tu sangre corre ya por nuestras venas, y se agita en los pechos bolivianos. Comandante, que te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Comandante, que te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Cuando la corriente Quizás para entonces, comandante amigo, tú te nos vayas. Comandante, que te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Comandante, que te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Caminando entre valles y montañas, para siempre tu imagen guerrillera, y tu sangre corre ya por nuestras venas, y se agita en los pechos bolivianos. Caminando entre valles y montañas, para siempre tu imagen guerrillera, y tu sangre corre ya por nuestras venas, y se agiten los pechos bolivianos. Comandante, que te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Comandante, que te mataron, pero en nosotros dejaron para siempre tu memoria, plasmada en moldes de gloria. Hay que conocer mi campo para hablar de Venezuela, porque al verlo te dirás cómo me duele mi tierra, porque al verlo te dirás cómo me duele mi tierra, tierra de rancho ajeno, de niño pobre, pata en el suelo. Tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela. Por eso me dueles, porque eres mi tierra, generosa y buena tierra, sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela. ¿Por qué no convertir el petróleo que se lleva y el hierro que se lleva en alivio a tus miserias, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela? ¿Por qué tienes niños sin parques ni escuela? Subdesarrollada no, superexplotada sí, subdesarrollada no, superexplotada sí, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela. Basta de hipotecar el sudor de mi pueblo, pueblo sufrido, sin culpa y tan bueno, tierra, patria nuestra y ajena. Por librarte del yugo nosotros lucharemos, tierra, sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra, sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra, sin culpa, Venezuela. Tierra de rancho ajeno, de niños pobres, pata en el suelo. Tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela, tierra sin culpa, Venezuela. Saliste del mar encadenado, culpando a los que te mataron. Tu grito se escucha siempre, grito revolucionario. Tu grito se escucha siempre, Alberto Lovera, hermano. Quisieron esconder tu cuerpo. Quisieron ahogar tu grito. Tu grito se escucha siempre, culpando. Tu grito se escucha siempre, Alberto Lovera, hermano. Y es el grito del pueblo, el grito de tu patria amada. Alberto Lovera, hermano, tu muerte será vengada. Alberto Lovera, hermano, tu muerte será vengada. Quisieron esconder tu cuerpo. Quisieron ahogar tu grito se escucha siempre, culpando, tu grito se escucha siempre, Alberto Lovera, hermano. Y es el grito del pueblo, el grito de tu patria amada. Alberto Lovera, hermano, tu muerte será vengada. Alberto Lovera, hermano, tu muerte será vengada. Madre, déjame luchar. Madre, déjame luchar. Madre, como te adoro, porque quiero mi pueblo y tú me enseñaste a luchar por él. Tú me enseñaste a compartir mi pan, a compartir mi amor, a compartir mis sueños. Yo quiero ahora compartir mis brazos con los mismos que te abrazo. Quiero abrazar a mi pueblo. Madre, déjame luchar. Madre, déjame luchar. Tú me enseñaste a no matar las mariposas, que no cortara las rosas que en tu jardín cultivabas. Fui aprendiendo poco a poco a querer a los demás. Por los humildes, madre, déjame luchar. Madre, déjame luchar. Madre, déjame luchar. Tú me enseñaste a compartir mi pan, a compartir mi amor, a compartir mis sueños. Yo quiero ahora compartir mis brazos con los mismos que te abrazo. Quiero abrazar a mi pueblo. Madre, déjame luchar. Madre, déjame luchar. Guerrillero de piel amarilla, por tu hijo, tu hermano, tu patria, da tu brazo, tu sangre que vibra, vive el Vietcong, bien an socialista. Da tu brazo, tu sangre que vibra, vive el Vietcong, bien an comunista. Y oh, Jimmy, haz que muerdan el polvo los yanquis, que no quede un avión en el cielo. cielo, ni un avión sembrador de la muerte. Que no quede un avión en el cielo, ni un avión sembrador de la muerte. Yo vi llorar un niño en el Vietnam. Yo vi sangrar un niño en el Vietnam. Un niño en el Vietnam. Un niño en el Vietnam. Guerrillero de piel amarilla, que levantas la voz del honor. El fusil que cayó de las manos ya sin vida de Guillermo Troy. El fusil que cayó de las manos ya sin vida de Guillermo Troy. Y oh, Jimmy, haz que muerdan el polvo los yanquis. Que no quede un avión en el cielo, ni un avión sembrador de la muerte. Que no quede un avión en el cielo, ni un avión sembrador de la muerte. Yo vi llorar un niño en el Vietnam. Yo vi sangrar un niño en el Vietnam, un niño en el Vietnam. Guerrillero de piel amarilla, que levantas la voz del honor. El fusil que cayó de las manos ya sin vida de Guillermo Troy. El fusil que cayó de las manos ya sin vida de Guillermo Troy. Ya sin vida de Guillermo Troy. Ya sin vida de Guillermo Troy.
Yo vengo de donde usted no ha ido. Yo he visto las cosas que no ha visto. En mi patria al turista se le agrada la vista con las cosas bonitas. La Venezuela rica, pero a los cerros donde se rumia la miseria y se aleja la esperanza, nadie los lleva. Le esconden con vergüenza a la otra Venezuela. La Venezuela del pobre, la Venezuela sin razón para que exista, pero que existe, Señor. La verdad de Venezuela no se ve en el country club. La verdad se ve en los cerros con su gente y su inquietud. Venga, lo llevaré de la mano. Allí verá a los niños, a esos niños terrosos que son niños venezolanos. Venga, antes de que usted se vaya, subiremos a los cerros y luego diremos con rabia que está sufriendo mi pueblo. Yo vengo
usted no ha ido. Yo he visto las cosas que no ha visto. Yo he visto a la gente que dicen que tienen libertad. Mas cuando yo busco la verdad de lo dicho, concluyo diciendo que tienen libertad, libertad para sufrir. Hay gente que causa risa cuando tratan de mentir sobre Cuba socialista, la que del yanqui se rió. Hablan mal los que salieron cuando el pueblo levantó sus manos contra el tirano, contra el yugo explotador. Cuba se hizo su mundo, construyó revolución, se convirtió en paraíso, un paraíso mejor, paraíso pa'l cubano, no pa'l de afuera, señor. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Allí se trabaja duro, pero el cubano está alegre. Ahora trabaja para el pueblo, no trabaja para el señor. Lo vagabundo está afuera, lo echó la revolución. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Perdóname, Carlos Puebla, que yo te cante en tu estilo. Considérame tu amigo. Son hermanos nuestros pueblos. Yo canto con el recuerdo que dejó Playa Girón, Gloria Guevara y Cienfuegos. ¡Viva tu revolución! Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Allí se trabaja duro, pero el cubano está alegre. Ahora trabaja para el pueblo, no trabaja para el señor. Lo vagabundo está afuera, lo echó la revolución. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano, señores. Cuba es un paraíso para el cubano. Ho Chi Minh. Tenía la figura pequeña y la barbita blanca, el camarada Ho Chi Minh, querido tío Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh. Indoblegable Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable Ho Chi Minh. Mas el pueblo que lo vio morir, hoy más que nunca sentirá ganas enormes de luchar para lograr lo que él soñó. Era un soñador tío Ho Chi Minh, era un poeta el tío Ho, era incansable Ho Chi Minh, era un valiente el tío Ho. ¿Quién se acostumbró a cantar a las luchas del Vietnam? Hoy siente ganas de llorar porque murió tío Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable Ho Chi Minh. Tenía la figura pequeña y la barbita blanca, el camarada Ho Chi Minh, querido tío Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable.
Los que mueren por la vida no pueden llamarse muertos. Y a partir de este momento es prohibido llorarlos. Que se callen.
Solo lo medimos. ¿Ve? Y después cuando no lo toco. Sí, yo creo que me voy a te voy a pegar y yo, ay, no me pegues. Se daña, ¿eh? Ah, se me... Es verdad. Está bien. Discúlpame. Mala mía. Claro, claro.
Y el que vive en la oscurana con mucha luz se encandila.
Yo creo que un pelín más abajo. Claro, un poquito más abajo puedo leer, tranquilo. Tranquilito, listo. Ahí está el señor, ¿verdad? Sí, sí, ahí.
Antes que se eche la miada, abre brecha, compañero, que ya sopla viento de agua. Y hay que espantar el perro antes que se eche la miada.
¿Son 4 en total? Sí, porque no sé qué
Porque no está, no está, ¿cómo se llama? Este señor es virtual, no está Tania, entonces sería Ana Esther, Carlos Vega y Miguel. Yo lo vi por ahí, ahorita estamos. Ajá.
El pueblo que refranero canta con su propio rezo, aunque un rosario de penas lleve guindando en su pecho. Y hay que afinar el tino, es decir, la puntería, que aunque diga groserías, el pueblo tiene derecho.
Solo Dios lo sabe.
Y
Yo no lo
se
sé.
me ponga recho, pero es la pura verdad, que no hay peor mala palabra que esta misma sociedad, que la mayor grosería
Él
la
ha estado
dice
hablando todos estos días, pero...
sociedad.
Claro, claro. Bueno, vamos a ver. ¿Quieren ya para sentarse?
Que ya sopla viento de agua y ya que espantar
Aló, aló. Buenas tardes. Buenas tardes a todas y todos. Por favor, se les agradece tomar asiento para dar inicio a la sesión de la tarde. Y también convocamos a nuestros ponentes para que vayan ocupando sus asientos.
Good afternoon. We are going to be starting the afternoon period with a speaker that's going to speak remotely, Abraham Nuncio, a lawyer and Mexican journalist. He is also a writer and a professor. He directs the Center of Parliamentary Studies for the institution that he works for. He is a militant of the Socialist United Party of Mexico. He has led many radio programs and he obtained the first place in the cinema competition in 2016. So we will be listening to his message through the screens. Abraham Nuncio Limón from Mexico. The techniques of learning of Canelo Alvarez. And we're here because, first of all, it is a privilege to share with you these tables. It is an event that we have been working on for a long time. The first edition was held at the Autonomous University of Nuevo León at the northwestern part of Mexico, at the Center of Parliamentary Studies that is under my responsibility. And to this very important event, I would like to present some reflections on what brought us here and what should we do faced with the government of Donald Trump, the administration of Donald Trump. The title of this presentation is the plutocracy technology in the participation of technological plutocracy in the geo-economic project of the Donald Trump administration. Technology has been developing at the same speed that neoliberalism has, which is another expansion of capitalism, the most aggressive one that we know. And in that sense, its effects have been impressive, especially in the 21st century, after overcoming several crises and leaving a higher degree of monopolization of the economy, like the crisis in 2002, 2003, and then the one in 2008. And this happens because our economies depend from the United States economy, and that is why this affects us. In Colombia, they withdrew their support, and that is felt by the Colombian economy, the budget, the whole country, and creates troubles within the natural allies of the right and the capital, and obviously of the United States, the entrepreneurs. So this is obvious, but somehow we need to pay attention to this because the technological giants that have been the product of this growth in the US now have the massive processor of information that they have called AI. And this AI is being used today for military uses. And always technologies have had been strengthened by war. They are used for war. So if we thought that AI was going to, and internet were going to be used for anything different, well, we thought it was going to be creating spaces of freedom. And of course, these are spaces or free spaces that we have been starting to use, but as soon as the relationships become strained and there's more contradiction between our countries and the US, well, we will have those as what we will suffer the censorship, their censorship, and it will be one of the tools for the United States for the recolonization in terms of the appropriation of plundering and abuses and coup d'etat, dispossession. And we know all of this is led by people like Elon Musk, for example. This takes us to a conclusion that we have thought is evident. First of all, to do the best so that the space that each and every one of our countries gives, like Venezuela, is used to foster projects of unity and integration. But these projects work at the very long term. They are not going to be happening immediately. These projects will have to be related to important modifications in the governments because, obviously, for me, since the illustration, the enlightenment, we haven't abandoned the idea that the state is a separate entity or that is somehow above the economic activity and the social activity as a whole, and that it should regulate the working of these environments. And it's not like that. The state has never been that. The state has been the conjunction of two sub-entities, the government and the economic power. That was understood by the Bolivians very early on, after they won the government. And that was highlighted when they said, we want the government because the power is in Santa Fe. And the Santa Fe oligarchy is the one that has been attacking, undermining the power that MAS got and that today is completely diluted. and that in the upcoming elections we will confirm the results of the elections before. We will see the same thing happen. And so we have to assume this quickly. We need for our projects to be presented and to be developed as quickly as possible. And for that, we need something that at least gives us certainty and the capacity to irradiate our ideas, and that would be the coordination of all the important projects that we have been developing in Latin America and the Caribbean, projects of all type, research, activism, communications. Without this coordination, we will be complaining all the time that we don't have this or that, and without set coordination, that for me would be one of the main resolutions, or should be one of the main resolutions of this event, we wouldn't have, frankly, possibilities to continue walking this path that we believe is mandatory for each and every one of the intellectuals that are part of this meeting today. So, my dear friends, I finish with this conclusion. I would like to salute all of you, and I send you a warm embrace to all of you, my dear friends and brothers and sisters. Have a nice evening. Well, this was the great presentation by Abraham Nuncio Limón that was joining us in this second topic, which is the role of a corporate interest in expansionist agendas. As second speaker, we have Ana Esther Ceseña Martorella. She comes from the Latin American Observatory of Geopolitics. She comes from Mexico, but she is here in presence. Thank you, Ana Esther, for being here with us and with the rest of the international guests. Ana is a doctor in international economic relations by the Observatory of the Sorbonne University, and she works for the Autonomous University of Mexico and was co-editor of the Chiapas magazine till 2004. She is now the director of the Latin American Agency of Information. We listen to you.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me to join this process at this time, because this is a very complicated time for Venezuela, for America, and for the world. And well, being here with all of you is very comforting, because we can see the strength of these people, and this is very nourishing, everything that we are doing in our own countries. Thanks to the Simon Bolivar Institute, to the network of intellectuals, and I am going to present here an analysis. I am going to speak about the relationship between the United States and Latin America, but in order to do that, I would like to start with Palestine. I think that if we don't understand what is happening in Palestine, if we don't take it upon, we cannot explain exactly what is going on in other areas of the world. So I will start with Palestine, and then we're going to see the consequences, the similarities, or the different common elements that we can find, and what can happen in the great Latin America and Caribbean. First, please. There is something very important in geographic terms, to know exactly where are the places where conflicts arise. And something that I find that we need to take into account is the fact that in an Arab territory, there is only one point that is like the starting point, the arrow point that is placed in that territory. So in order to get into the Middle East, Israel is essential. Without Israel, there is no way. This is the whole region that is an oil basin, but it is also the passage not only for oil, but all of the commercial transit of the world, we could say, at least the region that is on this side of the world. It is important because those canals, those channels, the Red Sea, the Strait of Hormuz, are the routes of exit of the oil from this region. And as a region, it is the strongest place in oil in the world. The country would be Venezuela, but we should take into account some similarities that we have. So we see all of the oil that goes to the Indo-Pacific, to China, to emerging countries, to India. So it is key to control this region. And the only point that we could say from the collective West is Israel. The others are allies of all the other Arab countries. But many of them have preferred to maintain their alliances and their agreements with the United States, with the United Kingdom, above their relationship with the other part of the Arab world, that is in Palestine. So they have somehow abandoned that case because they prioritize their economic relations. Next, please. Here we have an old project, well, not so old, but it's a previous project to everything that is happening today, which is the construction of an alternative channel. We know that the Suez Canal is a very efficient canal, but it starts to be insufficient due to the level of passing, the volume of global trade. And it is located in the Arab world that I was showing. Israel, the United States, the United Kingdom thought that it was convenient to create a new canal that would always come from the Red Sea towards the Mediterranean Sea, but is not stopped by the Suez Canal. It would be complementary to the Suez Canal. And we know that Israel wants to build this canal, and it would have to go through the Gaza Strip, because the other route that would be only through Israel is longer, and it has to go through mountains, and it is a little bit more complex in construction terms. But the one that goes in parallel to the Sinai Peninsula and goes out through Gaza is the quickest route. So this project, they already planned it before the aggression against Palestine. This project is already in progress. What we have in this map is a gas reservoir that is very important. It's a big reservoir. And it was discovered 2 decades ago. And from that time, many things have happened. One of them is that Israel has been reducing the territorial waters of Palestine, the territorial waters of Gaza. So it wants to close even more the possibility that Gazans exploit that gas. They want to have the condition to exploit that gas outside the limits of those territorial waters. But in the meantime, we have seen that the exploitation of these reservoirs was granted to a British company. So the United Kingdom is the one exploiting that gas that corresponds to Gaza, because Gazans do not have the way to do it, the means to do it, and Israel has an alliance with the United Kingdom so that they exploit the gas in that way, and both of them benefit from it. As you know, there is a project that was launched by Donald Trump, not the one of the 20 points, but at the same time it is that one of the 20 points. This project has been launched for a while before they established the supposed conditions for peace in Palestine. And what is being framed is a business project, it's a great entrepreneurial project for construction of infrastructure with a lot of add-ons, because it is a project that has been conceived for what we have seen in the media, the Gaza Riviera, the Mediterranean Riviera, and also this is a point in which they were developed manufacturing companies. They thought about the production of electrical cars. Clearly, that project was almost named Elon Musk, but now they are in a fight and we don't know exactly what's going to happen. But it has been conceived with manufacturing companies, condominiums, real estate, high-level real estate with intelligent technology. So people would get to the building and as soon as you see your door, it opens. So they think in these terms because not only Trump, but also his son-in-law and some of his friends are related very closely to the real estate world. So they also had a part in this project. And it is also conceived to use the workforce, the labor in the region. But it combines another project that was launched in the region, which is the India, Middle East, Europe initiative. It is a commercial route that they want to open in this area. The project launched by Trump, the Great Trust Project, also includes ports on the side of the Mediterranean, on the side of the Red Sea. So the idea to control the passing in the Red Sea is very significant, but also the exit to the Mediterranean. So ports on both sides, but especially this route that also allows Saudi Arabia the access through which they will connect Asia to Europe. So we see the path there, and it goes right through Gaza. There are some construction alternatives, but they decide it was better to go through Gaza. So I think this project has two aspects that I think are very important. First, it is the one that competes with the Belt and Road launched by China. The Belt and Road has 150 countries that have been added to this project, is very successful in the emergence of China as a world leader or as one of the poles for articulation in the world. And this one has only the collective West with India, which is a little risky right now, and with Saudi Arabia. It was signed 1 month before October 7th. They signed it on September 7th. So 1 month prior the start of the genocide. 1 month before these events that we already know took place. So clearly, Israel was interested that there should be a conflict in the region so that they were able to enter the territory. It is not enough to understand the conflict in Palestine as a problem of hates. Of course, there is racial hatred, there is ethnical hatred, but it is in reality a project of territorial invasion, of territorial occupation, of recovery of these lands to put them within the world market circuit with all of these projects and with great businesses that are being promoted within the region. One of the interesting things is that these companies and others that I will show next are companies that we see everywhere. And we use all of these companies at times. These four have been identified as the software, artificial intelligence companies that have contributed the most to the perpetration of the genocide in Gaza. They have been supplying information to the Israeli army, to the Mossad, about the location of the Palestinian people, about the members of Hamas, etc. And the information that they supplied is directly related to the locations where bombardings occur. So they are very important corporations to facilitate war. And not only to facilitate war, to facilitate genocide, because it is not a war. There is not a confrontation of two armies. We see an army that is murdering a population. So they are using these companies for this. Someone this morning mentioned Palantir, but the other three are also in our cell phones, in our computers, and in our lives. And that is how they are locating the enemies and how they should perpetrate the attacks. Apart from these companies, we have another group that has already worked in other fields. Apart from the technology companies, we have all of those that supply weapons, transportation for war, all of the material part of genocide is being supplied by all of these companies. And some of them are also related to the goals that are pursued in this ethnic cleansing that they are carrying out in Gaza. For example, Airbnb, booking. All of this is related to the way how they want to redesign, rebuild this place. Now, you have to recall that they say that since Gaza has been destroyed, they need to go to the place and rebuild it. And who is going to help in the rebuilding of Gaza? Well, we have France, the United Kingdom, all of them immediately volunteer themselves and they say, yes, we recognize the Palestinian state because we are going to be in the reconstruction. And being in that reconstruction is not only a geopolitical position, which is very important for these countries, but it is also a great business for the companies of those countries that are those who are going to be in the area, those who are collaborating with war, and those who are going to help in reconstruction. Those we have heard, of course, before. Lockheed, we know that is not only in the Middle East, it is also here. Acor is also here. All of these companies are working all around the world. They are global companies. They are the biggest economic powers of the world, and They are here, there, and everywhere. They are going to Africa. They are being expelled from Africa, fortunately. I have 2 minutes left, so let's go to the next slide, please. Well, next one. That one. When I study the topic of Palestine, the territory, the context in which we find Palestine, I think of the Great Caribbean because the Great Caribbean is like our Mediterranean. It's that sea that has been shortened, that is protected, the internal sea, in which we find a lot of wealth, many resources. There are many things happening there, and in this Great Caribbean, we have a lot of things, but with the difference that this area of the planet is the area that has sustained the material power, let us say, the material strength of the United States all throughout the 20th century. But today, it is essential that they have it to keep fighting the wars that they have in the other areas of the world. Without the oil that they obtain here, they cannot go to other places and get their oil. So I think a lot about the presence of Marco Rubio in the staff of the US administration. Marco Rubio is a lover of the Caribbean, if you will, because he actually hates the countries in the Caribbean, and he has had a lot of conflicts with them. He hates Cuba, Venezuela. He has interests in the Caribbean, which are very strong. Not only him, of course, we see the whole administration of Trump and company, but Marco Rubio is a very important piece to direct the policies with regard to the Great Caribbean. One of them would be to have military warships, military aircraft, to threaten, to harass more than ever Venezuela, and it coincides with the disaster that they are causing in Cuba, with the threats against Mexico, because they are already saying that the cartels, the drug cartels, which are supposedly all Mexican or almost all of them, are terrorists as well. So here they have terrorists as well. So they are creating this idea that the whole zone, the whole region, is a region where there are terrorist groups. I don't know if Hamas, Sinaloa cartel, Jalisco cartel, and Cartel of the Suns rings a bell for you. I mean, it is the same media narrative that they create. It is a very similar narrative, and they have similar interests, even if they are complementary to the ones that they have in the other region. So I wouldn't want to infer from this that there is going to be a genocide here as the one in Palestine. Of course not. I think that that is not going to happen. It cannot happen for many reasons. One of them is that a new situation of genocide and war as the one that they have there would be very costly in this region. Remember that the United States is almost without guns, without weapons, because they have given weapons to the Ukraine, to Israel, to other countries, and it is not efficient to produce those weapons. They take a very long time to produce a missile. It is very expensive to do it. Therefore, they don't have enough war material. So I don't think it can be deployed with the same intensity everywhere in the planet. On the other hand, they cannot do it because Latin America is very reactive. So far, Cuba has not allowed it. They have not surrendered. beyond everything that is going on right now because they have been very punished, but the Cuban people is resistant. We also have Haiti with the oldest revolution of the continent, and it is a people that, as we heard this morning, is still standing firm and is still willing to fight to the death. And we have Venezuela, and Venezuela is a spectacular case in this regard, I would say, because Venezuela has a very special people. It's very rare. I'm always surprised because when you go to the streets and you talk to the people and they can make a geopolitical analysis that is what is going on in the world, and in no other country this happens. It is a super aware people, very empowered. It is ready to fight, and of course, it's not going to give away their space. And of course, they have also the articulation between the civilians, the military, the police, etc. So it has a social, institutional, and even military fabric that is a very tight, and it doesn't happen in the rest of the Latin American countries. So this enables Venezuela to have conditions of defense as in no other place of America. So Gaza is not going to happen here, knock on wood, and according to the provisions, this is not what is planned for here. Of course, the harassment and the siege is going to increase. The ground intervention is also conceived. They are planning maybe surgical interventions, maybe assassinations, everything that they have attempted already but has not been successful. And I would say that the best element to understand what is going on in Venezuela is that not even for $50 million the Venezuelan people will give away their presidents. Long live Venezuela. Long live the Venezuelan people. Well, this is what is happening in this place of the world. It is what's happening in the world as a whole. Defending humanity is to defend it in any place, at any time. There is no difference between Palestinians, Venezuelans, Haitians. All of us are humanity.
Well, thank you very much, Ana Esther. Venezuela is actually a very particular country. We have been trying to make humanity more humane, and we have Chavez who made this homeland an open source of dignity, of struggle, and that is why we have been able to resist due to the spiritual values and to the knowledge that we have acquired as Venezuelans. Now, to continue with this panel, we have Carlos Vega Perez. He's a master in law and economy from Puerto Rico. He is a professor in political science and criminal justice, participant of the ecumenic group En el Camino, co-president of the Independent National Hostosian Movement of Puerto Rico, member of the American Lawyer Association, member of the School of Lawyers of Puerto Rico, member of the Executive Committee of the Alliance, Latin American Alliance for Palestine and Against Apartheid, an environmentalist and moderator of the radio program of Puerto Rico, Diálogo Ambiental. You have the floor, Carlos. Well, first of all, I would like to thank the People's Ministry for International Affairs of Venezuela and the Simon Bolivar Institute for the opportunity to be here. At some point, you're going to excuse me because I have not been feeling well these past few days, and so maybe my voice will fail a bit. I would like to bring you a warm embrace, a warm salute from the land of Betanzas, Hostos, and Maria de las Mercedes Barbudo, who was also struggling here in Venezuela with Simon Bolivar. I would like to bring the salutations of a people in the Caribbean that after 170 years of colonialism continues to fight against the American or Yankee imperialism. The relationship between the U.S. and Puerto Rico talks about territorial expansionism and corporate interests. We have always been a military space, and now they turn us again in what they have called the area of support in the Caribbean of the United States. We have always been that. With industrial modifications of our service, Puerto Rico was turned into a key factor for the deployment of the American power in the Caribbean. As source of resources, and our agendas, the situation in the country was always fostered by the capital, the private capital, and its needs, as well as the military interests. Any military intervention was it was a process done by the American capital to look for new sources of raw materials, markets, and opportunities of investment abroad. Puerto Rico became that way an example, a text case example of a colonial economy designed for extraction in benefit of the metropolitan power. New colonialism in Puerto Rico was based in two laws, the 20 law and the 2022 law, that were destined to bring investors, maybe individual or corporations, with fiscal exemptions that are almost total, generating a phenomenon of social displacement and gentrification. The arrival of speculative capitals has brought about the promise of not paying taxes on their capital gains, and this increases the prices of housing and expels Puerto Ricans from their land, turning part of the island into a refugee of wealth without contributing to the productive base, the local productive base. It's the new way of colonialism by population that displaces and gentrifies, changing the population. To understand the corporate interest in Puerto Rico, it is crucial to consider the economic and historic context. Puerto Rico has been always strategic for the U.S., both militarily and economically. For decades, politics like the Jones Act or Jones Law have benefited American companies. With the creation of the free associate state, Puerto Rico started undergoing an economic transformation called Operation Manos a la Obra. This consisted in transforming the economy of sugar monoproduction, towards one of light industry or heavy industry. Puerto Rico was then turned after the Second World War into a center of light industry and then heavy industry with low salaries, an army of unemployed people, contributions, exemptions, infrastructure, water, and that were almost virtually free for the American companies. The United States wanted to turn Puerto Rico into the window of democracy. Its intention was particularly to show the new countries of Africa that were rising from colonialism and to other countries of the Third World the extraordinary economic advances and social economic advances that they could reach if they linked themselves to American interests. The impact of that economic decision within the framework of the political decision, the creation of the economic associated state, was significant for the Puerto Rican people. There was an important leap in the conditions of life of the population. The location of Puerto Rico, of dozens of factories, forced to the modernization of the country. Within the framework of dependent capitalism, roads were created. Our main road that goes all around the island, the large island of our archipelago, for a long time was called the military road because it was designed and it was prepared so that the bases that were in the different areas of our archipelago could connect themselves easily. And the mobilization, also the mobilization of the troops and equipment could be done easily. So Puerto Rico had a growth in terms of infrastructure and the population benefited, but this is not because Puerto Rico had the material capacity to start these changes that were done in a hasty manner, but because the North transformed the country forcibly in function of its economic and military interests. It was a modernization with foreign money to satisfy foreign interests, to generate wealth for others. And the Puerto Rican people would be only a marginal beneficiary until the inflow of capitals, of foreign capitals, lasted. It was a modernization aimed at maximizing the wealth obtained in its colony of the Caribbean. The industrial complex would be more lucrative than the production of sugarcane. Hundreds of thousands of Puerto Ricans were virtually expelled of the country. The massive emigration was concentrated precisely in the most impoverished areas of our society that had been highly productive under the production of sugar and would now not be useful in the model of capital imports. In a short time, the city of New York and many other cities in the U.S. turned into the places with the highest amount of Puerto Ricans. After 1959, the modernization of Puerto Rico would have another reason for its existence: the clash with the threat that represented to its interests the Cuban Revolution as an alternative model to neocolonialism that prevailed in our peoples for so long. It is not just by chance that when the government of John F. Kennedy created the Alliance for the Progress as an economic political mechanism against Cuba, they designated Teodoro Moscoso, the Puerto Rican, as executive director of that entity. The so-called architect of the Free Associate State was the main administrator of the industrialization process of Puerto Rico. The clear objective of Washington was to make Puerto Rico dependiente and subordinate, as well as Latin America and the Caribbean, as an option to Cuban socialism. I have been told that I don't have much more time, so I'm gonna start cutting. In this past decade, after 2017, Puerto Rico declared bankruptcy. The government of the island declared itself in bankruptcy, and the Congress of the U.S. created the Promise Act. That's a law that imposed a control board, a fiscal control board, appointed by the President of the U.S. that make all the decisions with respect to the functioning of the government and the country. This board, which has been composed or comprised by people linked to the foreign corporations that are in the country and that come from the U.S. and that have been part of the board of directors of these corporations, they are the ones who are leading my country now, ruling my country now. They are the ones who take all the decisions, who make all the decisions. Are the ones who have privatized the services, public services like power and water, creating a chaos. The imposition of this law in 2016 made clear the influence of corporate interests in the decisions over Puerto Rico. As I indicated, this law created a board of supervision that was not trying to stabilize the economy. It did not talk about who was actually benefiting from these measures, especially due to the composition of said board. As a summary, the Puerto Rican case illustrates clearly how the corporate interests have shaped the agendas, the expansionist agendas, giving priority to economic welfare before collective welfare. This suggests the need to assess critically the role of said interest in the decision-making process and to look for alternatives that promote the sovereignty of the people, equality, and development. All of this is a testimony on how corporate interests have dictated the expansionist agenda of the U.S. The island was not only conquered, it was structured to maximize the extraction of value. The lack of political sovereignty of Puerto Rico is the guarantee of its economic dependence, ensuring that the wealth flows towards the continent, affecting our self-determination, our independence, and the well-being of our population. I always participate in international fora, and I call for the solidarity of all the peoples who participate in said fora with the cause of our independence. And there are 3 countries of our America that I have to thank for their solidarity, unbreakable solidarity: Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba. Commander Fidel Castro used to say that so long there's a single Puerto Rican struggling for the independence of the island, he or she would have the solidarity and the support of the people and the government of the Cuban people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Carlos Vega Perez from Puerto Rico. I was saying yesterday, Gustavo Petro was saying yesterday that the Caribbean is the new place of the new cultural rebirth of humanity. So we shall see the fruits of that reality. Now we will have Adrian Oro, the president of the Committee of Reparations of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. national coordinator of the Anti-Fascist International of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, born in Barbados, resident of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, experimental lawyer dedicated to reparatory justice with legal formation. He has given courses in financial law, environmental law, and international law for oil and gas. Now he is the president of the Committee of Reparations for St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Anti-Fascist International in the St. Vincent chapter. Que se vendió como la liberación de Cuba. Pero no fue libertad. Fue el nacimiento del imperio americano, del imperio estadounidense. Los supuestos libertadores ocuparon Cuba, impusieron la enmienda Platt, que le daba a Estados Unidos el derecho de intervenir a su antojo, y se apoderaron de la bahía de Guantánamo, que hasta el día de hoy se mantiene como un enclave colonial. Puerto Rico fue anexionado. Su pueblo fue reducido a nacionales sin ciudadanía ni soberanía plenas. Esa guerra marcó el paso de los colonizadores europeos a la hegemonía estadounidense en el Caribe. Luego vinieron Haití. y luego la República Dominicana. Cuando los haitianos se resistieron al control estadounidense, enviaron a los marines, los invadieron, disolvieron el parlamento y reescribieron la Constitución para legalizar la propiedad extranjera de la tierra. Y en la República Dominicana instalaron una guardia que más tarde sirvió a los dictadores. Estas no fueron intervenciones militares, fueron invasiones corporativas con banderas. La Guerra Fría endureció este patrón. En 1961 vimos la invasión de la Bahía de Cochinos, que intentó aplastar la Revolución Cubana. En 1965 vimos las tropas estadounidenses invadiendo la República Dominicana para evitar lo que llamaron otra Cuba. En 1983 vimos la invasión nuevamente, esta vez de Granada. Y esta vez Estados Unidos dijo que estaba defendiendo la democracia, pero en realidad lo que hacían era defender sus propios intereses. ¿Cuál es el objetivo? Nos preguntamos. ¿Cuál es su objetivo? Decidir quién gobierna el Caribe. Hoy en día la doctrina Monroe ha evolucionado. Ya no se transporta solamente en los buques de guerra, sino que también se mueve a través de las sanciones, la vigilancia y la coerción financiera. Anteriormente, los marines reescribían las constituciones con sus rifles, pero ahora los estrategas estadounidenses reescriben las economías con órdenes ejecutivas. Estados Unidos simplemente cambió su uniforme por trajes de negocios. Si vemos el sur global hasta la cuenca del Caribe, vemos el caso de Irak. Invadieron por las armas de destrucción masiva que realmente nunca existieron. En Libia, Estados Unidos bombardeó en nombre del humanitarianismo. Gaddafi fue asesinado y el país más rico de África se convirtió en un caos. Y ahora Venezuela. Washington habla de carteles y de narcoestados. Pero incluso los propios analistas de Estados Unidos admiten que no existen evidencias creíbles de que estos carteles existan en Venezuela. El llamado cartel de los soles es un fantasma, una herramienta de propaganda para justificar las sanciones y la incautación de los activos. Esta es la nueva arma del imperio de Estados Unidos, lo que yo llamo la criminalidad fabricada. Las mismas mentiras que destruyeron a Irak y las mismas mentiras que destruyeron a Libia están siendo recicladas para destruir a Venezuela. Y debemos estar unidos. Debemos permanecer juntos frente a esta maldad que se esparce a lo largo de nuestra región. Cuando Hugo Chávez llegó al poder, él desafió lo que yo llamo el orden petrolero, y en ese caso el imperio contraatacó. Vimos un golpe de Estado, vimos un paro petrolero, también vimos las sanciones cada vez mayores bajo el liderazgo de Obama y luego de Trump. Y luego vino lo más extravagante de todo, el reconocimiento por parte de Estados Unidos de Juan Guaidó como presidente interino. Completamente ridículo. Una invasión de la soberanía de esta gran tierra venezolana. Como dijo Chávez en la ONU, ayer el diablo estuvo aquí y todavía huele a azufre. Este es el fascismo del siglo XXI. Cuando una superpotencia se apodera de los activos, sanciona a poblaciones enteras y reconoce a líderes que nunca ganaron elecciones democráticas, eso es fascismo, con bandera y con sonrisa. Como nos advierte el presidente Maduro, el nuevo fascismo lleva una máscara democrática, pero detrás de esta máscara se esconden las mentiras, el odio y la destrucción. Hugo Chávez no solo exportó el petróleo, él exportó solidaridad a través de Petrocaribe. No fue caridad, fue diplomacia energética. Fue un reproche a la austeridad del FMI y sus medidas de austeridad. Y a través del ALBA, él construyó un modelo de comercio basado en la justicia y no en el lucro. Ahora que sabemos que estos problemas existen, debemos encontrar soluciones. Debemos unirnos. Y yo tengo algunas propuestas para lo que yo llamaría la resistencia colectiva. Primero, debemos tener la resistencia legal. Debemos adoptar una posición unificada de que cualquier ataque que no sea autorizado sobre nuestras aguas es un acto de agresión. Número 2, debemos tener resistencia institucional, en la cual Venezuela está haciendo un excelente trabajo en este momento. Debemos fortalecer nuestras alianzas con CARICOM dentro de la región y debemos crear una unidad de verificación especialmente para explorar aquellas afirmaciones falsas sobre los carteles. Debemos tener también resistencia económica. Debemos lanzar un Petrocaribe 2.0. Y en esto Petrocaribe 2.0 vamos a vincular la energía renovable con la seguridad alimentaria y la resiliencia sanitaria dentro de nuestra región. Asimismo, debemos tener resistencia diplomática, resistencia intelectual, debemos tener una comisión de paz pancaribeña y bolivariana para contrarrestar la desinformación y la propaganda de los Estados Unidos de América y de todos los otros países que la apoyan. Debemos tener nuestra propia defensa interna, incluso con respecto al sistema judicial. Debemos tener independencia judicial y debemos tener alfabetismo mediático. Debemos enseñarle a nuestro pueblo que no todo lo que ven en la televisión es verdad. Y debemos ser capaces de separar los hechos de la propaganda. También debemos tener defensa financiera en contra de Estados Unidos. Es necesario desarrollar sistemas de pago regional, escudos legales, para protegernos de la intervención estadounidense. Ahora voy a comenzar a concluir porque ya se me está acabando el tiempo, pero permítanme decir lo siguiente. Las conferencias como estas son importantes. Muchos dirán, bueno, solamente estamos discutiendo, solo son palabras, pero las palabras son las armas de la conciencia. Y el silencio también es un arma. El silencio es el arma que le sirve al colonizador y por eso es que debemos reunirnos y debemos continuar discutiendo nuestras ideas. Debemos hablar para mantener viva nuestra conversación. Para concluir, me gustaría que repitan conmigo. La resistencia es nuestro derecho. La solidaridad es nuestra arma. La victoria es nuestro destino. Muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much to our friend from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Adrian Adler. And of course, victory is our destiny. And now we listen to the words of Donald Trump on September 24th. Last September 24th, we are going to bombard you so that you stop existing. We don't have any more option than that. Those were his words. And as you can see, no one is running here, no one is having a crisis due to Donald Trump's declarations, and we are here discussing with an army ready to act the diplomacy of peace. And that is our idea, because no one can take that away from us. Now we have Miguel Ángel Pérez Pirela, doctor in philosophy, and he is now the coordinator of the network of intellectuals and artists in defense of mankind. He studied at the Pontificia Roman of Italy, and he is a professor of the Advanced Institute. He also conducts a program that is called Desde Donde Sea. He is the founder of the politic information portal La Iguana TV. He has received the National Prize of Journalism in the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela in 2018 and 2025. Miguel, you have the floor. Very well. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a great pleasure to be here with you. I suggest to start with the latest point. I'm going to start by the end. Because as we are discussing here and reflecting and analyzing American expansionism, imperial logic and imperial expansionism continues developing. And not long ago, a few minutes ago, Rick Scott, the Republican senator, said, and I quote, "I would expect Maduro to see that his days are numbered and to flee to Russia or China before that." It is a war against those who want to kill Americans. He means us. Let's remember that the chief of the cartels is Nicolás Maduro. It's not the president of Venezuela. He is the chief of the cartels of the drug, the Soles cartel or Suns cartel that traffics with drugs. The psychological warfare continues and is developing every day. The accusations, false accusations, not against the government of President Nicolás Maduro, not against Nicolás Maduro, but against the people of Venezuela as a whole, continues.
Primero
First,
dijeron que
they
todos
said
éramos miembros
that we were all members
del Tren de Aragua.
of the Tren de
Después
Aragua
dijeron que el Tren de
gang.
Aragua tenía en
Then they
jaque
said that the Tren de Aragua
la
gang
seguridad de los Estados
was
Unidos.
attacking the American security.
Después nos
Then
comenzaron a cazar
they started
como si
hunting
fuéramos
us
animales
as if we were
por las calles de
animals
los Estados Unidos.
in the streets of the United States.
Nos lanzaron en campos de
They,
concentración allá en El Salvador.
they sent us to
252
concentration
de nuestros
camps
compatriotas.
in El Salvador, 250 of our
Separaban
nationals or
nuestras familias.
citizens. They were separating our
En
families.
estos momentos hay
Right
niños
now, there
venezolanos
are
secuestrados
Venezuelan children
No se sabe
kidnapped,
dónde.
we don't know where,
dentro del territorio de los
in the
Estados
territory of the United States.
Unidos. Después dijeron no
After
solamente
that,
son delincuentes
they
del
said
Tren
that
de
we
Aragua,
were that they
Son
were
también
criminals of Tren de Aragua, and they added that
del
they are
cartel de
drug
los soles.
traffickers from the cartel de los soles.
Después se corrigieron a ellos mismos
Then
y
they
dijeron,
corrected themselves and said,
no son narcotraficantes,
no, they are not drug dealers.
son narcoterroristas.
They are narco-terrorists now.
Y ustedes saben qué quiere
And
decir
you
después
know
del 11 de
what
septiembre
that
el
means
adjetivo
after September 11,
terrorista
when
para
you
la
are given the
legislación
adjective
de los Estados
terrorist
Unidos.
for the U.S. legislation. Chavez
lo dijo
said
hace
it
décadas.
decades
Van
ago.
a terminar diciendo
They are
que
going to
yo
end
soy
up saying that
narcotraficante.
I am a drug dealer, a narco.
Y van a venir directamente por
And they're
mí,
going to
dijo
come
Chávez.
directly
Y contra un
after me,
narcotraficante,
and against a
todo
drug
se vale.
dealer, anything can go.
De pronto comenzaron a
And
bombardear lanchas.
then they started bombarding
nuestro Caribe.
vessels in our Caribbean, small
No se
vessels.
sabe
We don't
en qué
know
lugar específico.
where specifically.
No se sabe
We don't know
de los tripulantes.
anything about the people aboard
Si eran
those vessels
venezolanos.
or the tripulation.
Presidente Petro
of
de
the
forma
crew.
vertical dijo son
President
colombianos.
Petro said
E
those
instó a
are
las familias
Colombians, and they
a buscar a
called
sus
the
seres
families
queridos
to
y
look
denunciar
for
que
their
han desaparecido.
loved ones who have
De
disappeared.
pronto estas lanchas tenían toneladas
Maybe,
de
or
droga
then they started saying
sin
that these
hundirse.
vessels had
Y
tons
saldrían
of
de
drugs,
Venezuela para
and
llegar
they
a
were going
puertos
from Venezuela
estadounidenses.
to American ports.
Se necesita una
You
cantidad de
need
gasolina que las
a
hundiría,
huge amount of
pero
gasoline
eso
that
es otro
would
tema.
sink those vessels to go from
Hace
Venezuela to
pocas
the
horas
U.S.
bombardearon otra
Not long
lancha
ago,
y además,
they attacked
porque
another
es una de las
vessel.
características del neofascismo,
And besides, because that's one of the
No se
characteristics
esconden
of neo-fascism, they
de las
hide
masacres que realizan.
the
A
massacres
imagen
that they
y
are
semejanza de
conducting.
Netanyahu
So,
y del Estado
like
sionista,
Netanyahu
se
and his
regocijan
Zionist state, they celebrate
confiesan
and confess
sus delitos.
their crimes.
Lo que Netanyahu está
What
avanzando,
Netanyahu
las
is
metodologías que
doing,
está avanzando
the
contra el
methodology
pueblo
that he is
palestino de Gaza,
using against the Palestinian people in
comienzan a
Gaza
avanzarse
are starting
también
to be used
en la zona del Caribe.
in the Caribbean area.
Masacres en
Massacres
tiempo real y como dicen los
in real
abogados,
time, and
a
as lawyers
confesión de
said,
parte,
with confession,
relevo de pruebas. Pero
I
de
show the
pronto
proof.
tenían que tejer la
And
narrativa
then they started to
en esta
weave
guerra
the narrative
cognitiva,
in this cognitive
simbólica,
warfare
que
and
está
symbolic
deviniendo ya guerra
warfare
bélica,
that is now
fáctica.
becoming a
Tenían que
real
resolver
war
estas
or a
narrativas.
factic war. They had
Y
to
con un
resolve
muy
these
mal
narratives, and with a very bad
de bajo
script,
presupuesto de
with a
Hollywood,
low budget
en la
script of
primera lancha,
Hollywood,
qué
in the
casualidad.
first vessel,
Habían tripulantes
there
del
were
Tren de Aragua
people from the
y
Tren
era
de
una
Aragua,
lancha
and it was
por
a
el
vessel
cartel de
paid
los soles.
by the cartel
Mataron dos
of the
pájaros de un solo
Suns.
tiro desde el punto de
Wow.
vista
Two birds
la
with a
narrativa.
single stone from the standpoint of narrative.
Estamos frente a un
We are
laberinto.
faced with a
Así
labyrinth.
podríamos tildar el gobierno
That
de los
is
Estados
what
Unidos.
we
Está en
would
un laberinto.
How we could describe the
Venezuela
government
y
of the
el Caribe y
U.S.
Latinoamérica
And Venezuela
todas
and the
parecen que
Caribbean
están
and Latin
pagando
America as a whole
los
seems
platos
to be
rotos
paying
de esa
for
política
the sins
laberintica
of
del
that
segundo gobierno de Donald Trump.
labyrinthic policy of the second administration
50
of Donald
millones por
Trump.
la cabeza de
50
Nicolás
millions were offered for
Para
the
que
head
dé
of Nicolás Maduro,
fe de su paradero.
to whomever says where he is.
Lo dice el presidente que mandó
The
a un enviado
president,
especial pocas
this is
semanas
said by
antes,
the president who
Richard Grenell,
sent Richard Grenell, a
reunirse
special
con
envoyee,
Nicolás Maduro
to meet
en el Palacio
Nicolás
de
Maduro
Miraflores.
in the Miraflores Palace.
Esos cobres se los puede ganar Richard Grenell
So
fácilmente.
Richard Grenell should get that
Estuvo con el
money
presidente
because he
Nicolás
was with
Maduro.
the president, right? He was with Maduro.
Amenazan con buques, 8
They threaten
destructores
with the structures,
en las
huge
aguas del
vessels
Caribe.
in the Caribbean waters.
Pero no solamente hay barcos de
But there are
guerra,
not only war
gringos en
vessels,
las aguas del
American
Caribe,
war
también
vessels.
hay barcos de
There are
guerra
also
energéticos,
vessels,
porque las empresas
war
gringas
vessels
tienen que esquivar los barcos de las empresas gringas
that
energéticas, tienen que esquivar a
have
los barcos de guerra porque
to
están aquí en
go
el lago de
or
Maracaibo
circumvent the
comprando
vessels
petróleo.
that are buying
Entonces,
oil
cuando
here
van
in
a
Venezuela.
invadir
So
y a utilizar,
either they
cito
invade
textualmente,
us
la
and
fuerza letal,
use
o
the
nos
lethal
van a comprar el
force,
petróleo,
or they are going
porque
to
las dos
buy
cosas
our
están
oil,
sucediendo al mismo
because
tiempo.
both things are happening at the same time. There are vessels attacking us or
En este laberinto en el
threatening
cual se
us,
encuentra
and
Donald
others that
Trump,
are buying our oil. So in this labyrinth
el
that Donald
expansionismo,
Trump is,
yo no diría
expansionism,
estadounidense,
I
sino
wouldn't say American, but
neofascista
neo-fascist expansionism
imperial,
and imperial
se está
expansionism,
aplicando en estos momentos
they are
contra el
applying
pueblo estadounidense.
it against the American
Porque hace
people
pocos
because
días se dio un
a few days
hecho
ago
prácticamente
there
inédito.
was an unprecedented
Donald Trump
fact. Donald Trump
Y el pelele presentador de Fox, que
and
en
the
estos momentos
presenter
hace las
of
veces
Fox,
de
who
secretario
is
de
now
defensa,
Secretary
perdón,
of Defense. I'm
también eso
sorry,
cambió.
that changed too.
Secretario de guerra.
He's the Secretary of War.
Llamaron a los altos
They
mandos
called
militares
upon
desplegados
the
por todo el mundo, sea en el
higher
Medio
command,
Oriente,
military higher
Latinoamérica,
command
y
deployed
los
around the
colocó
world,
en la base
and
de Quantico, en
they
Virginia.
brought them to Quantico, Virginia base.
Y ahí les dijo
And
al
there
ejército,
he told the
no
army
solamente que iba
not
a utilizar
only
una fuerza
that he was
letal
going to
contra
use
Venezuela,
lethal force against
que iba
Venezuela,
a acabar
that he
con
was going to
Venezuela,
finish
sino de
Venezuela,
paso también dijo que
but
no
that
quería ni negros,
he didn't want
ni
black
mujeres,
people or
ni
women
gordos
or fat people
en las Fuerzas Armadas.
in the armed forces.
Nadie lo aplaudió.
No one could applaud that.
Espero que haya sido
I
solo de
hope
Venezuela.
that it was because of Venezuela.
Y como nadie lo aplaudió,
And since no one
no
applauded
solamente
him,
amenazó al
he
pueblo
not only
venezolano,
threatened the
sino también a los
Venezuelan
generales de
people,
4
but the
estrellas.
generals, the four-star
condecoraciones
generals
diciéndole,
and
"Al que no le
decorated
guste,
generals,
que se
saying,
salga de aquí,
whomever
eso sí,
doesn't like
acabo
this
con su carrera".
can go away and I will finish your career.
Estamos frente a una
We are
lógica
faced with an
expansionista
expansionist
neofascista
logic that is neo-fascist,
que está comenzando
that is
su proceso de
starting its
expansión,
process
no
of
solamente
expansion
contra Gaza,
not only against
profesora,
Gaza,
no
professor,
solamente contra Venezuela,
not only against Venezuela,
sino también
professor,
contra el
but
propio
against
pueblo negro
the black
y
people
latino de los Estados
and
Unidos,
Latin
porque además
people
en ese
of
discurso en la base de
Latino
Cuántico
people
dijo,
of
"Vamos a
of
utilizar
America,
a
because
ciudades
in
como
that
Chicago
speech he said
como
that they were going to
laboratorio de guerra,
use
y ahí vamos a mandar antes que
cities
todo a
like
nuestros
Chicago
militares".
for warfare laboratories,
Si
and
eso
there's where they are going to
le
send
está
their
diciendo al
military
propio
first.
pueblo de los
If
Estados
that
Unidos,
is telling the
¿qué
American
quedará para el
people
pueblo venezolano?
what is left, if that is what he tells the American people, what is left for the peoples of the Caribbean, of Latin America?
La toma de posesión fue todo un manifiesto de lo que se vendría en términos de guerra cognitiva. Porque en la primera fila no estaban los
The
demócratas,
first-
los republicanos o los dirigentes
the
políticos
first meeting of
de los
Donald
Estados
Trump
Unidos. Ni
did
siquiera
not
sus
the
próximos
inauguration
secretarios.
of Donald Trump did not have
Estaba la firma
politicians in the
de las
front, in the
empresas
forefront. What
que
was
llevan a
there,
cabo
the
la
people who
guerra
were there
cognitiva.
was precisely the leaders of
De
the
las redes
companies
sociales.
that
En su mayoría
lead
de los
the
hombres,
cognitive warfare.
en su mayoría de California y en
Most
su
of
gran
them
mayoría
come
de
from
Silicon
California
Valley.
and from Silicon Valley.
Porque en esta guerra cognitiva y simbólica hay que
Because in
saber que
this
después de la pandemia,
symbolic and
Silicon
cognitive
Valley le dio un
warfare,
golpe de estado
we
a
have to
Hollywood.
know that Silicon Valley gave a coup d'etat to Hollywood.
Y ahora todo pasa por esta autopista.
And now everything goes through this
Usted
highway.
quiere echarle los perros, se le dice en Venezuela, a una mujer.
You
o a un
want
hombre,
to
es por aquí. Enviar un currículum vitae por aquí.
get a
Mandar un
partner.
artículo, profe, para la red.
You
por
do
aquí.
it through internet.
Es decir,
You
la
want to
autopista
send
por donde
an
pasa
article
todo el
to a
contenido
magazine. You do it through your
Es
phone.
una autopista
So this is a highway
hegemónica,
for all the content, and it's a hegemonic
controlada
highway
por
that it's
un
controlled
puñado de
by a
empresas.
small group of companies.
Esas empresas entonces en ese manifiesto que fue la
Those
toma de
companies
posesión,
in that manifesto that became the inauguration
son la
of
caballería
Donald
de
Trump
avanzada.
are the
del
spearhead
expansionismo.
of the expansionism, the neo-fascist expansionism.
Estamos frente al desparpajo.
They are shameless, and those of us who love history have a hard time believing that we are experiencing darker times than those in the 40s, even worse than in First World War, because the Nazis were hiding in Auschwitz, and it was the Red Army, the one that discovered that there were concentration camps. And now genocide happens live, publicly.
Repito,
And I repeat,
confesión de parte
when there's a confession,
de prueba.
there's no need for proof.
Venezuela tiene el triste récord
Venezuela has the sad record of that April 11, 2002, when there was the first media coup d'etat against Hugo Chavez.
Mucho se escribió sobre eso. Hoy día eso quedó en pañales.
And that
Porque entonces
is
el pueblo
just a
venezolano
small
podía ir
action,
al
because the
Nacional,
Venezuelan
aquel
people
periódico,
could go to
podía
El
ir a
Nacional,
Globovisión,
they
aquel
could
medio
go
de
to
comunicación, y
Globovisión
reclamar por
and
Hugo
claim
Chávez.
for Hugo Chavez.
Hoy día, ¿quién le va a
Today,
reclamar?
whom are you going to claim?
A Telesur
Are
le
you
cierran
going
una
to
cuenta de
say
1 millón de seguidores en
something
YouTube,
to a bot?
y la respuesta es un
Telesur
no me escriba, nosotros le
has
escribimos.
his accounts closed, and the answer
Nos
comes from
obligan
a
a ir a
bot
elecciones en
telling
nombre de
you,
la democracia
don't write to us,
occidental,
we will
y
write to
vamos a
you.
elecciones aquí en Venezuela y los
We go to
derrotamos.
elections here in
Eso sí,
Venezuela, we defeat them,
bloqueados en YouTube,
and then we're
en
blocked
X,
on
en
YouTube,
TikTok,
on X,
en Instagram,
on TikTok,
etcétera.
on Instagram.
Pero como decía Ali
But
Primera,
as Ali
el
Primera
pueblo
said,
es un cuero
the
seco. Si
people
lo pisa
is
por un lado,
like a
por
dry
el otro se levanta.
skin. If you
Y comenzamos a hacer nosotros
press it on
entonces
one side,
políticas en
it
las
rises
esquinas,
on the
en el
other.
barrio,
And so
en
we
la
started
plaza.
doing politics at corners, at squares.
Pero no hablen entonces de
But
democracia occidental.
don't talk about Western
Porque
democracy,
debería estar
because
como primer ministro Mélenchon en Francia,
you should
¿no?
have
Pero
Mélenchon
a Macron no le dio la gana.
as prime minister, because
Francia
but
que
Macron
bombardea
didn't like it.
África y da
Francis
ejemplos de
bombards
buena cultura
Africa
democrática.
and always talks about France
Porque los
bombards
chinos
Africa and talks
humillaron,
about democracy.
según las
The
lógicas
Chinese
capitalistas y neoliberales, a los gringos,
humiliated the
bloquean
Americans,
entonces.
and they are blockade. They're blocked.
Porque cada vez que
Because
competimos con
every
sus reglas,
time
no
that
las
we
cambian.
compete with their
Y
rules,
si
under
le
their
ganamos
rules,
cuando las
they
cambian, nos
change us. And
bombardean.
if they win,
Nos
if
invaden
we
y nos
win,
asesinan.
then they bombard us. They murder us. They
Ahora
invade
llegamos a
us.
lo inefable.
And so we reach to the
Ahora, después del
unavoidable
golpe de
point.
Estado, de
After the
gobiernos
coup d'etat,
paralelos,
after
sí,
parallel
porque aquí hubo un
governments, because
presidente,
yes,
entre grandes comillas,
there was a
paralelo, el legado del
president
primer
here
Trump.
under
Aquí hubo un
colons.
Tribunal Supremo de
There was a
Justicia paralelo,
Supreme Court,
una
a parallel
PDVSA
Supreme
paralela, un
Court, a
Telesur
parallel
paralelo.
PDVSA, and even a parallel
Y en la
Telesur.
guerra simbólica
And in the
están
symbolic
tratando de crear una
warfare, they are
Venezuela
they're trying to create a parallel
Que existiría
Venezuela
en Miami,
that would exist in
Bogotá y
Miami,
Madrid,
Bogota, and Madrid,
con un puñado de migrantes que
with
ellos mismos obligaron a salir.
a number of migrants that they
Y nos hacen
themselves
sentir a
made,
través de las redes sociales que quienes
forced
estamos adentro,
them to leave
la
the country.
inmensa
And
mayoría
they
de los
make us
venezolanos y
feel
las venezolanas
that the majority of
echando
Venezuelans
para
who are
adelante,
here
trabajando de sol a sol,
working
somos
every day
hologramas.
are
No
holograms.
existimos.
We do not exist.
Porque en las redes sociales
Because
solamente
on
existen los
social media,
venezolanos en Miami,
you only see
en
Venezuelans
Fort
that live
Lauderdale.
in Miami, in Fort Lauderdale. They are the only ones who really exist.
Nos hicieron un blackout eléctrico.
They made
y
us,
cuando lo
they
denunciamos,
created
se burlaron.
a power blackout. And when we
Éramos unos
denounced
paranoicos
it, they said that we were paranoid.
Intentona de magnicidio con
An
drones.
attempt
Aquí,
an
la
attempt
Avenida
of
Bolívar.
assassination with drones here in the
Sanciones,
Bolivar Avenue.
bloqueos.
Sanctions, blockade.
y ahora,
And now, directly,
1,200 misiles
1,000
apuntando contra el pueblo
missiles
venezolano.
aiming at the Venezuelan people.
8 destructores
8
apuntando
destroyers
contra el pueblo
aimed
venezolano.
at the Venezuelan people.
Toman una de las heridas
They take
de
one
nuestra
of
América
the
y el Caribe,
wounds of
Puerto
our Latin
Rico,
America
como
and our
base militar,
people,
desde donde se hacen incluso ensayos
that is Puerto
militares para
Rico,
invadirnos.
where they make the tests to invade us.
Pero nos puede extrañar cuando al mismo tiempo nos quieren obligar
And at the
a
same
entender
time,
que
they want to
debe existir
force
un
us to
acuerdo
understand that there must be
entre
an
el
agreement
violador y la
between the
violada.
rapist and
El
the
acuerdo es que
victim.
vivan juntos
The victim is that the agreement is that they live together forever. That is the Gaza proposal.
La respuesta del pueblo
The
venezolano.
answer of the Venezuelan people, because I have to say it.
Estamos reunidos para preparar
We are
propuestas,
gathered
los
to
intelectuales,
create proposals because we are
los
intellectuals,
académicos.
academicians.
Bueno,
Well,
ya se nos adelantó el pueblo.
the people did it first.
Porque parte de la respuesta
Because
en
part
términos
of
de
the
seguridad y
answers in
defensa
terms of security and
fueron 8
defense
millones de
were
venezolanos
8 million Venezuelans who enlisted, and I am part of them, with a uniform
cuando juramos que nunca
when we
muchos
said
de
that we
nosotros
would
íbamos a
never
tomar
be
armas.
part of the military and we would never use a weapon.
Parte de la respuesta
And part of the answer to the questions that we're asking today are given already by the people, and it's given by the Chavista people and the opposition people, because we do have opposition here. Chavez used to say we need a democratic opposition, but we cannot create that, and it exists now. And we have been invited, together with the President of the Republic. He has been invited by Jorge Rodriguez, President of the National Assembly, to the National Councils for Sovereignty and Peace. And in the speech, in the opening, Nicolás Maduro was saying 60% of the people who are here oppose me, oppose my administration. But faced with the defense of the homeland, I correct. Faced with the defense of the motherland, we all have one single voice. The philosopher Hegel used to say, history has never taught anything to anyone. And it seems that he was wrong too. It has taught a lot to the Venezuelan people, because what we are experiencing now, we experienced already at the beginning of the last century, and in a few days we will have our first saint, José Gregorio Hernández. We have two, a female and a male one. In Venezuela we have crazy things. We go from not having a single saint to having two. It's a weird saint, Professor, because he studied at La Sorbonne in Paris. He is a weird saint because in 1902, 1903, there were destroyers, German destroyers, and did you know what he did? He enlisted, José Gregorio Hernández, he enlisted too back then in 1902, 1903. And around that era, the Mocho Hernández, who was from the opposition, he was imprisoned. He requested to be released, and he went with the president who had incarcerated him to one of the balconies of the center of Caracas, saying, if they come to attack Venezuela, they will come to attack me too. He was opposition. I was going to say Chavista. Sadly, there were no Chavistas back then. But they united under the banner of a single homeland, Venezuela. And before the 1900s, in the 1700s, and the first decade of the 1900s, black people and indigenous people and all of the combinations of our nations, they said, our homeland united against the Spanish Empire. We defeated them in the 17th century, in the 18th century, in the 19th century, and we will defeat them in the 20th and 21st century too. Write that down, mark my words. I want to finish with two anecdotes, if you allow me. 13 years ago, we saw for the last time our commander Hugo Chavez right here at the Bolivar Avenue. We filled 7 avenues. I had the possibility to be there with him at that stage. And when he finished his speech under the rain, we took a big truck, and we went through the avenue, and it was very hard to move because there were so many people. It was like a sea of people. And that was the last time we saw him. We denied the inevitable till the end. He died, and a few days later I received a call. Fidel Castro was calling me from the Havana to invite me to talk to him after Chavez's passing. And we had 4 hours to speak. Fidel, myself, and Rogelio Polanco, who is a friend of many of us. He was the ambassador in Venezuela, and the wife of Fidel, who was in and out of the room. And among many other things that will remain unsaid, I want to reveal one to you. He told me the life insurance of the Bolivarian Revolution is an army that comes from the people, and an armed forces that comes from the people. It has always done. And he said that the life insurance of Latin America are the people together with their armies, not Prussian armed forces comprised by people of the elite and of people of the schools of the Americas. Today, those words are repeated in my heart and in my conscience because I now understand them even better every day. This is a peaceful revolution. It has always been so. But we're not gonna make the same mistakes of leaving our people unarmed, as happened on September 11 in Santiago, 1973. It is a pacifist revolution, but it's a revolution that, as Padrino Lopez said, has the weapons that belong to the people, and if the weapons are given to the people, and if it's necessary, the people will receive the weapons. Thank you very much.
Well, the arms belong to the people, and they are in the people. The people has been deployed in resistance and learning about this irregular warfare. That is why the Venezuelan people is a people with a victory as destiny. Our comrade from Earl Bouquet is asking for 2 minutes before going for a coffee break. I know that we are hot to start with the third panel, so we're going to give the floor to our brother from St. Lucia. 2 minutes. Queremos hacer 2 propuestas. Una, tenemos que recordar que el Papa Francisco, antes de morir, renunció a la llamada doctrina de la necesidad. Era una doctrina popular que bendecía a los asesinos que mataron luego de Colón para destruir a los pueblos originarios de las Américas con las cruces en sus barcos y las espadas en el barco de al lado. Estaban matando en el nombre de Dios. Pero el Papa Francisco de Argentina renunció a esa doctrina. Y cuando un papa renuncia a una doctrina, este abre un camino para que los pueblos indígenas de Latinoamérica demanden a la Iglesia Católica y al Vaticano por esa doctrina que bendecía a aquellos que cometieron el genocidio contra los pueblos originarios de Latinoamérica. Por eso recomendamos que los movimientos indígenas de Latinoamérica de hoy en día asuman este reto que fue presentado por el Papa Francisco, renunciando a esta doctrina de necesidad, porque abre el camino para que ustedes puedan demandar de manera legal al Vaticano por todas las atrocidades que fueron cometidas desde 1492. En segundo lugar, la doctrina Monroe se refiere a esta región como el patio trasero de Estados Unidos. Tenemos que comenzar a decirle a Estados Unidos que este no es su patio trasero, porque ustedes no son América. América Vespucio no nació en el Caribe. Estados Unidos no es América y este no es el patio trasero de su país, es nuestro propio patio, es el patio de Latinoamérica y del Caribe y rechazamos ser el que nos roben nuestro propio patio. Y estos son los dos aspectos que quería mencionar para instar a esa comunidad indígena a que asuman este reto y para que nos refiramos a Latinoamérica por su nombre original, Atala. Muchas gracias.
Vamos a un receso y en 10 minutos nos volvemos a encontrar para el siguiente panel. Muchísimas gracias por su atención. Contamos con
You're going to take a break and in 10 minutes we will come back for the following panel. Thank you very much.
Bolívar bolivariano no es un pensamiento muerto, ni mucho menos un santo para prenderle una vela. Un niño de Venezuela tuvo un encuentro con él, puede ser imaginario, pero pudo suceder. Se salvó de la quema, debajo de un arbolito que se salvó de la quema.
¿No es verdad, Simón Bolívar, que al hacer tu juramento histórico en Montesacro, no pensaste que tu brazo hoy se sintiera cansado de tantos que se han colgado para escudarse en tu nombre?
Hay razón en lo que dices. Yo frente a Simón Rodríguez juré liberar mi patria y tal vez por inocencia no la soñé gobernada por indignos de mi herencia.
Al pueblo tratan de quitarle la memoria. Por eso, al gringo Henry Clay, quien te insultó en tu vida y en tu muerte, le levantaron una estatua en nuestra patria. Y la doctrina latinoamericana que acrisolaste en tu carta de Jamaica le han disminuido su esencia patriota y libertaria. ¡Ja! Si viera el destino de los pueblos que liberó tu espada, su mayor libertad es la de morirse de hambre, pisoteados por la bota norteña sobre la que nos alertaste.
Los Estados Unidos parecen destinados por la providencia a plagar la América de miserias en nombre de la libertad.
Hoy acudimos a tu idea visionaria, al antiimperialista pensamiento de tu frente. Culpa que te trate de tú, pero para ser mi libertador, tuviste primero que ser mi amigo. Grandioso capitán.
Si
esta sociedad, que la mayor grosería la dice esta sociedad. Abre brecha, compañero, que ya sopla viento de agua y ya hay que espantar el perro antes que se eche la miada. Abre brecha, compañero, que ya sopla viento de agua y ya hay que espantar el perro antes que se eche la miada. El pueblo que refranero canta con su propio rezo, aunque un rosario de penas lleve guindando en su pecho. Y ya hay que afinar el tino, es decir, la puntería, que aunque diga groserías, el pueblo tiene derecho. Y no se me ponga recho, pero es la pura verdad, que no hay peor mala palabra que esta misma sociedad, que la mayor grosería la dice esta sociedad. Abre brecha, compañero, que ya sopla viento de agua y ya hay que espantar el perro antes que se eche la miada. Abre brecha, compañero, que ya sopla viento de agua y ya hay que espantar el perro antes que se eche la miada. Esta gente ni pone ni deja la culequera. Gallina vieja esta gente. Ni pone ni deja la culequera. Tenía la figura pequeña y la barbita blanca, el camarada Hojimí, querido tío Hojimí, inolvidable Hojimí, indoblegable Hojimí, inolvidable Hojimí, indoblegable Hojimí. Mas el pueblo que lo vio morir, hoy más que nunca sentirá ganas enormes de luchar para lograr lo que él soñó. Era un soñador de Ho Chi Minh, era un poeta el de Ho, era incansable Ho Chi Minh, era un valiente el de Ho. Quien se acostumbró a cantar a las luchas del Vietnam, hoy siente ganas de llorar porque murió de Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable Ho Chi Minh, inolvidable Ho Chi Minh, indoblegable Ho Chi Minh. Mas el pueblo que lo vio morir, hoy más que nunca sentirá ganas enormes de luchar para lograr lo que él soñó. Era un soñador de Ho Chi Minh, era un valiente el de Ho, era un valiente Ho Chi Minh, era un poeta el de Ho.
cielo se han caído toiticas mis estrellas por el suelo. A mi crucita de mayo le puse su florecita pa' que me quite este llanto que cantando no se quita. Ándale muchacho corriendo, dale al pisón. Ándale muchacho corriendo, dale al pisón. Que no dicen tu corazón, que no dicen tu corazón, que no dicen tu corazón. La tristeza de mi pueblo será convertido en fuerzas pa' que ya no siga enfermo de conformismo en el alma. Ándale muchacho corriendo, dale al pisón. Ándale muchacho corriendo, dale al pisón. Que no pisen tu corazón, que no pisen tu corazón. La patria es el hombre muchacho, la patria es el hombre muchacho, la patria es el hombre que no pisen, la patria es el hombre que no pisen, la patria es el hombre. La 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 y la 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 la. Y a Miguel de la Cruz le tocaron las viejas aldabas de su queja, y el amor se le puso doloroso como el parto primerizo de su vida. La patria es el hombre muchacho, la patria es el hombre muchacho, la patria es el hombre que no pisen, la patria es el hombre que no pisen, la patria es el hombre. Hace 400 años que mi patria está preñada, ¿quién la ayudará a parir pa' que se ponga bonita? Que para la patria muchacho, 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 que para la patria. Que no dicen tu corazón, que no dicen tu corazón. En la selva manda el tigre, la tintorera en el mar, y el comisario en la costa manda más que un general. La patria es el hombre muchacho, la patria es el hombre muchacho, la patria es el hombre que no pisen, la patria es el hombre que no pisen, la patria es el hombre. Y lara, 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 y lara, 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 techos de cartón. Qué triste vive mi gente en las casas de cartón. Viene bajando el obrero, así arrastrando los pasos por el peso del sufrir. Mira que mucho sufrir. Que pesa el sufrir. Arriba deja la mujer preñada, abajo está si la lluvia pasa, cuando pasa el sufrimiento, cuando viene la esperanza.
Niños color de mi tierra, con sus mismas cicatrices,
millonarios de lombrices. Y por eso, qué tristes viven los niños en las casas de cartón. Qué alegres viven los perros, casa del explotador.
usted no lo va a creer, pero hay escuelas de perros y les dan educación.
Pa' que no muerdan los diarios, pero al patrón
Hace años, muchos años,
que está mordiendo el obrero. Qué triste se oye la llover en las casas de cartón. Qué lejos pasa la esperanza de los techos de cartón. Solo se mojaron y en la orilla están secándose al sol. Pronto sonarán. Siento un gran dolor en el costillar. Se afloja el tambor y es por la humedad. Fuego con llanto es vapor. Vapor con viento no es nada, se va como lluvia.
lagrimiar de las gumaraguas está cubriendo toda mi tierra. Piden la vida y le dan un siglo, pero con tal que no pase nada en mi tierra mansa, mi mansa tierra. Yo sé que un día tuviste sueños, no viste un río cuando pequeño, pero tu alma se te alegraba con la llegada del vendaval. Huellas cansadas tienen tus pasos, pero aunque el río sea muy manso, poquito a poco se enfrenta al mar. Cuelga en tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Y hay semerucos allá en el cerro y un canto hermoso para cantar. Y hay semerucos allá en el cerro y ya la gente empezó a sembrar. A veces pienso que todo el pueblo es un muchacho que va corriendo tras la esperanza que se le va. La sangre joven y el sueño viejo, pero dejando de ser pendejo, esa esperanza será verdad. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Hay semerucos allá en el cerro y un canto hermoso para cantar. Y hay semerucos allá en el cerro y ya la gente empezó a sembrar. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que el pueblo manso ya montarás. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, los zapamates ya se vistieron como en Cuaresma los nazarenos. Dulce mejilla la de mi pueblo, ya la segunda le está doliendo a mi pueblo manso. Mi manso pueblo, vuelve a tu canto de turpial, llena de gritos el cardonal. Y hay semerucos allá en el cerro y un canto hermoso para cantar. Y hay semerucos allá en el cerro y ya la gente empezó a sembrar. Sol colorado, viento del este, se abren los brazos del gran durmiente. Y al chivo manso siempre lo arrean, y eso no pasa si es montarás. Y al chivo manso siempre lo arrean, y eso no pasa si es montarás. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que el pueblo manso ya es montarás. Vuelve a tu canto de turpial, que el pueblo manso ya es montarás.
Guaraguapapa, 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 guaraguapapa. Ruperto vivía en su campo, su mujer y 3 muchachos. La hierba su medicina y al brujo Antonio su médico. Y un día miró a Caracas, en la pulpería del pueblo, en un almanaque de esos de la Criole Petroleum Corporation. Quiso venir a Caracas, vino a Caracas Ruperto. Lo ayudó el capitalismo, lo ayudó a construir su rancho, con latas vacías de Pepsi Cola, con latas vacías de Mobileso, y le puso como techo un afiche de la Ford Company. Es fácil tener un Mustang. Guaraguapapa, 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 guaraguapapa. se le enfermó su muchacho, el más pequeño de ellos y el más grande de sus sueños. Bajó a la ciudad Ruperto a buscarle algún remedio y se le murió en la cola, se le murieron sus sueños. No tenía para enterrarlo el desempleado Ruperto y buscó robar Ruperto para llevarlo al cementerio. Apresaron a Ruperto. La policía siempre es eficiente cuando se trata de los pobres. Vinieron los curiosos y gritó uno de ellos: policía, deja ese hombre. ¿No lo ves que está llorando? ¿No lo ves que quiere irse con su muchachito muerto? ¿No lo ves que quiere irse corriendo tras de sus sueños? Guaraguapapa, 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 guaraguapapa. Hace tiempo no lo veo, pero mi pana me dijo que lo vio buscando tablas, no para enterrar un pequeño, sino para enterrar un viejo, para enterrar el capitalismo.
ustedes una vez para cortar la... La gente, comandante.
Good afternoon. We call everyone in attendance to please take your seats. Blanca. Good afternoon. It is very fortunate that this international colloquium, Latin America and the Caribbean, faced with American expansionism, is taking place a few blocks away of the house where Andrés Bello was born. He was the author of the first book, the first treaty of international public law. The first treaty of international public law and anti-colonial law, anti-hegemony law that promoted the unity of Latin America, just a few blocks away. And he wrote a book that today, with your presentations and your presence, are honoring. The book is called Treaty of the People of International Law. I am going to try and quote some of the texts here. Principles of the People's Law. And he said, when speaking about independence, the independence of the nation consists on not receiving laws from any other nation, and its sovereignty lies on the existence of a national supreme authority that rules it and represents it. In Venezuela, we believe in independence. What did he say against hegemonism? From the independence and sovereignty of the nations, it is followed that none of them are allowed to dictate to others the form of government, the religion, the administration that must be adopted, or the accountability for their citizens or between the government and the subjects. It was wonderful what he said. And finally, from this book, Principles of the People's Law, published in 1832, he said, the great Andrés Bello, the great internationalist, Bolivarian and sovereign, those who start an unfair war is committing the most serious and most atrocious of the crimes, and is responsible for every evil and horror conceivable. The bloodshed, the desolation of the families, the massacre, the violence, the devastation. All of this, it's their work. And finally, he said, and precisely this encounter denounces the United States, and Andrés Bello said in 1821, the United States, that Machiavellian republic that is of all nations, the ancient and the new, the most odious in my eyes. Against that odious nation, in our eyes, we will have a third panel dedicated to the geopolitical and systemic dispute within and for the region in the context of progressivists, comrades Rander Peña, comrade Blanca Caut, Aníbal García, Ahia Hueles, Carlos Figueroa Ibarra, and Valerio Arcay. So we will begin with the example of Andrés Bello. I insist on Andrés Bello because one of the great efforts of imperialists is to erase the names of the men and women that have fought for our homeland. So today, in Venezuela and in this encounter, we are proud to vindicate the greatness of one of our greatest men, Andrés Bello. Rander Peña. He has a PhD in political science of the Central University of Venezuela, specialist in international oil trade, Deputy Minister for Latin America of the Ministry of the People's Power for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela. And starting in 2005, he has been the executive secretary of the Bolivarian Alliance for the Peoples of America and the People's Trade Treaty. Starting in 2024 until July this year, he worked as Vice President of International Affairs of the United Socialist Party of Venezuela. Welcome, dear Minister Rander. Thank you very much, everyone. International delegates from several countries. Thank you, dear sister Blanca Ecaut, the leader Bolivarian of the National Directorate of the United Socialist Party of Venezuela, Professor Linares. And I mention him because the book that was presented yesterday by the President Nicolás Maduro was written by him. And I also wanted to mention something, dear Professor, because of that passage, you talked about it. When Irving came here to Venezuela, Bolivar thought that he brought a message of peace. And Bolivar was possibly welcoming a new moment of peace. Unfortunately, it was not like that. He came here to claim what was his, the ships that were here to try and threaten our republic. And 2 centuries after that, we are still defending our republic. But you talk about that passage, and we see now what is a proclamation for all the peoples, not only in Venezuela, but all throughout Latin America. Because fortunately, we have seen how a small group of men can defeat powerful empires. That was what the president said yesterday. Thank you for that wonderful book you wrote, Professor Linares. Comrades, more than a presentation, I just wanted to give you some remarks from recent events that have taken place. I wanted to define and characterize everyone that is here, because if each one of us, and we must understand it like this, if there is any characteristic that you have, is that you are brave men and women of the greater homeland. And that courage makes you come here to Venezuela in the midst of an unprecedented siege and harassment that we have experienced, in the midst of these real threats. After they have exhausted every means to defeat our people with political sanctions, political measures, harassment of every kind, having exhausted our imperial enemy, all of the forms of fight and aggression against humanity, they are playing their final card, which is military aggression, the military threat. They were not able to do it before. They are not able to do it now, and I'm sure that will not do it in the future. But for this, dear brothers and sisters, we have to understand that this is a battle that doesn't belong to Venezuelans alone. This is a battle that belongs to all of us as Latin Americans, but we need to be the promoters of unwavering political principles, and those political principles in these times take us to compare some actions of the recent history of Latin America. And for this, I want to use an essential element, dear brothers and sisters, and you will understand. I will start by saying that I firmly believe that wishy-washiness is a disease, and many people are being wishy-washy. They are not clear. They are doubtful. And what we promote in our Simon Bolivar Institute, we have formulas to cure these people who are moderates. But if there is something that we have to say, is that the moderate people are real constructors of a bridge for the enemy to invade. Being moderate in these times, dear brothers and sisters, is the closest thing that we can have to political complicity with the enemy. And we have to be strong enough to tell those people who are being fearful, and that is why they're moderates. We need to tell them that only together, united, we are invincible. Because, dear brothers and sisters, the enemy, the imperial enemy, does not move in any space because it is powerful. They do it because we are weak. And our weakness is shown when we believe that we can combat the imperial enemy when we are all alone. Do we not understand the strategy of the enemy when they try to attack simultaneously, so that the immediate conclusion is our solitary defense? When we see that the imperial enemy is attacking our Latin America, first one country, then another, first one leader, then another, they do it with a full knowledge and objectivity. They think that if they attack one person or another, the other person is going to have no choice but to talk to me. And face to face, they will not have an advantage over the enemy. But, dear brothers and sisters, Bolivar was very clear on this, because it was not an intent of hegemony or expansion. It was not an expansionist position when he talked about the greater homeland. Because sometimes the enemy wants us to believe that Bolivar was an expansionist in his political conviction, but it was not true. He was very clear of what was happening, but he was a visionary and he knew what was going to happen in the future. And he saw what is happening right now. That American imperialism, disappointed by what they thought they could do in history after the 90s, they thought that everything was done, that it was all ready, and the world would surrender to them. They realized that 9 years later, 8 years later, we saw the emergence of a whole people, because it wasn't Hugo Chavez. Hugo Chavez was the incarnation of a people that was united, taking the power here in Venezuela. But it was not only here in Venezuela, it was all throughout Latin America. So American imperialism was not able to finish with our times, to end the discussion. It was completely stopped. Full stop. And this is something that Bolivarians are clear about, but we are also very proud to carry the standard of Hugo Chavez that now belongs to President Nicolás Maduro, the first Chavista president of our times. And as he said, I am the first of many that we will have in this century and the centuries to come. And we know how much that costs. To us, to Bolivarians, it cost us to have this fastidious and powerful enemy, but not indestructible. It is not indestructible. Now, what President Maduro and Hugo Chavez have done is to place that Bolivarian formula of political unity in Latin America to face this powerful enemy. So, dear brothers and sisters, comrades, as you know, Venezuela is under threat, is being harassed, but we are victorious. It's been threatened by what we have been able to build since the 19th century until the 21st century. First with Bolivar, then in the 20th century with the enemy trying to make us invisible, but understanding that the genius of Bolivar was too powerful to be hidden. They needed to keep him in silence. And we need to remember that in the 70s, the enemy of the peoples, that speaks of America first, I think we should talk about humanity first. It is not America first, it is humanity first. And humanity right now is being threatened, under siege. Our future is in danger and we are being attacked, and we can all see this. But in the 70s, the enemy understood that Bolivarianism was an imminent danger for the imperial interests in the region. And so they wrote in the Santa Fe documents, and I think it is important for us to read, Professor. You, with your meridian clarity, can help us understand and to link politically and historically what these documents of Santa Fe represent right now. They say that they would have three main enemies in Latin America. First, the theology of liberation. Second, communism. And third, Bolivarianism. That was in the 70s. They were very clear. And with the arrival of Commander Hugo Chavez, dear brothers and sisters, that position, unconditional position of subjugation of Latin America, was ended. We have to remember that we are about to commemorate 21 years of that historical moment in Mar del Plata, Argentina, when the Latin American people said no to the FTAA. That was a stop that we put to the political intentions, and they will never forgive us for this. But we don't want their forgiveness. We don't care. We are interested in being well with our people, and we're interested in being with the truth. We are interested in being well with history, because this history will be told by us. There is no choice between defeating or dying. So we will tell this story. We will know how to tell it. And they will say that we are right in resistance, in how we are resistant. And the Bolivarian project, which is the Latin American project, will be glorious, will be eternal, will be forever. But for this, we need to be united. We need the good ones to tell always the truth and repeat it over and over. It is not enough to tell the truth once or twice. We need to do it always. The good ones need to speak to everyone and at all times, because the bad ones have found the means to repeat their lies and reproduce their lies in social media, in the legacy media, and they apply the fact that if you repeat a lie 1,000 times, it becomes a truth. But in the face of that lie, our truth over reality must prevail. Venezuela is what you have seen since you arrived here. And when we decided to organize these activities right downtown Caracas, we did it with a conviction that you can look at the heart and soul of the Bolivarian homeland, because it is us, it is the people, this generation. I am sure moderation was good for other times, but for this historical time, we need determination. We need to be determined and build that Bolivarian doctrine that could be understood as a doctrine of strategic political force, of strategic bravery. It is our turn, the turn of this generation, to fight this battle to defeat the powerful empires. Thank you very much.
In this same space, at the beginning of the 20th century, did we have the headquarters of the government. Cipriano Castro decided to move it to Miraflores. Afterwards, Germany, Great Britain, and France invaded Venezuela, as they want to do today. And I have been able to investigate in the archives of the country what was the response of Venezuela faced with that threat. And I'm going to quote two short letters. One of Mr. Mora of December 12, 1902. And he sends this letter from Puerto Cabello, December 12, when the blockade had started on the 9th of December. Listen to this, because these are your grandparents and your grandmothers. I have organized 20 companies of militias with which 20 contingents of militias with which I would sacrifice if it was necessary in defense of our homeland. That is what Venezuelans are made of. Our beloved Blanca Ecaut. There are some people who don't need introductions because anything that we say, it's too short to describe them. She's the president of the Simon Bolivar Institute, MP and president of the Communes group in the National Assembly, part of the PSUV, and one of the daughters of the militias who faced the threat against Venezuela in 1902. Good afternoon, my dear friends, brothers and sisters, fellow citizens of this humanity that is one single homeland. Martí used to say that the homeland is mankind. I know that this has been a long day. We were working on Thursday and Friday. And this is the last day, the final day. It's important that we can be here in this part of the topic that we're discussing, which is the geopolitical and systemic dispute in our region within the context of socialist projects and progressist projects. We have assessed the imperialist aggressions of this hegemon that is in decadence, and we now have to start thinking about what we are doing. Our professor Simon Rodriguez, who was the teacher of Simon Bolivar, he said, either we invent or we err. Only in creation, only in invention will we find the positive side. And we cannot be copying others. So in that creation, we find the dispute. We can say that we have been attacked, and there has been a systematic aggression, a systematic war against Venezuela in the economic realm, in the political realm, in the social realm. And now, through this military offensive, because we have the resources of gold, of oil, because we have an extraordinarily productive homeland, because of our location, our geographic location, which is strategic in the region, because we have minerals that are also strategic, because we have the rare earths, we can mention so many things, so many reasons, and because we have a history of struggle, and mainly because we have a project that has been turned into a threat for the empire. When in 2014 Barack Obama created that infamous decree when he established that Venezuela was an unusual and extraordinary threat to the security of the US, which has been the legal framework for part of the horror against the horror of the aggression against our homeland. Back then, they were not talking about the epicenter of narco-terrorism, that they hadn't invented that back then. And we do not have weapons of mass destruction, and we have not been a country that goes against other countries, that attacks other countries. There was no reason to say or to create this idea that Venezuela is a threat. As a matter of fact, when Obama was asked about this, he said, no, this is just a small decree that we made. And it is. Venezuela is effectively a threat. The Bolivarian Revolution is a threat. And it is a threat because faced with the model of death, as our friends were saying, in the 90s, at the zenith of neoliberalism, they were talking about the end of times, the last man, the end of utopia. There was nothing more to do. And in 1998, the revolution won, and then it went to a constituent process, and it called upon the people to restart the legal framework of the republic and to recreate the republic, refound it. And it called upon the women, the men, the workers, the youngsters, our indigenous populations for the first time, who became present or who were present in the constitution. We have there Noeli Pocaterra, who is one of the representatives of the transformation of our republic, our indigenous population, our Afro-descendant people, people with disability, and women who now have a fundamental and strategic role in the construction of the Venezuelan society. The first constitution in the world with inclusive language. It talks about men and women. And so at the end, at the alleged end of history, history started again on February 4th when Commander Chavez rose in a rebellion. And when that rebellion was defeated and he was imprisoned and he had to surrender. And he was asked to make the rest of the people who rebelled with him to surrender too. At that moment, he was told to make a message. And he said, if they don't see me because I'm the commander, they're not gonna believe it. So they told him to take his clothes. And he said, no, I have to be wearing my uniform. And so they said, no, we are going to tape you. And he said, no, they have to listen to me live. And so he took the control, even when he was imprisoned at the very hardest point, when some said that he should suffer the death penalty. At that point, he did what a revolutionary does. He announced the good news. But first, he gives it historic sense. He says this Bolivarian movement, it was the Bolivarian movement, it was Bolivar again. And he said, with this Bolivarian movement, I assume the responsibility, all the consequences. And he said, my brothers and sisters, you did very well. Here, we have not been able to get our goals in the meantime. And he said, better times are coming. And that path that was opened at that moment of defeat was immense. And that is why I say that Venezuela is an unusual threat, because at the hardest times, Venezuela rises. And so Fidel also was always talking about the good news. He used to say, without being an optimist, you cannot be a revolutionary, because the difficulties that a revolution has to defeat are very hard, and you need to be very optimistic to do it. So we, my brothers and sisters, from this revolution, we learned this with Bolivar. When everything seemed to be lost, when he was in Jamaica and there was no way to have the resources that he needed, he wrote the Jamaica letter, and he was announcing the world that we were going to create. And when the defeat seemed imminent and he was ill, and he was asked, what are we going to do? And he said, we are going to triumph. So I insist, when you are clear with your objectives, when you know what you're doing, you are a threat to those who want to decree the end of history, to those who want to tell you that there's no more road to be traveled. And in the midst of that apocalyptic view of the end of history and the last man, a revolution arose, the Bolivarian Revolution, the last one of the 20th century and first one of the 21st century, in the very dark moments when, with the banners of socialism, we only had here our Cuban revolution, isolated, and it wasn't invited to the summits, like now, when we are expelled from the summits of presidents, both Nicaragua, Cuba, and Venezuela. And so, my dear brothers and sisters, we started the 21st century saying, this is our century. It's our turn. We have the cumulative power, the historic force for this to be the century of our America and the Caribbean, for this to be the century of the peoples, to face that attempt of hegemonic thought that is catastrophic and apocalyptic at the same time, with a project of new humanity, a project where peoples are the protagonists. My dear brothers and sisters, with this vision of either we err or we fail, either we invent or we fail, we follow a very important concept, toparchy, the power of people in the place. Never again colony, never again periphery, never again marginalized. Because when there's community, there's the center of the power, a power different than the one of the lords who believe they are the owners of the world, a power of emancipation, the power of freedom, the power of I can, the power of we can, the power of creation, the power of building. And that is why, for us, in this heroic creation from Tauperky, from the power in the place, which is a vision of collective construction, permanent collective construction that has deep roots, we search for our own sky, the utopy with the roots, with the memory of the life in the community of our indigenous populations, which is a living practice, with the memory of the life in community of our Afro-descendant peoples who became maroons here in our land, of the people of the communes who started experiences of construction of communes in the Andean region of Venezuela. And it's to build, to refound the republic, to create or to follow this constituent process and to create a constitution that was made by us, not by the oligarchs, made by us, men and women, and not under the orientation or the view of the empire, made by us and not by the bourgeoisie, but by the working class, made by us and not by the patriarchy, but by the women who elevate the life of our land. That constitution says in Article 5, the power resides without possibility of transfers in the people, and it exercises it directly through all the mechanisms of the law. Indirectly, voting. That is an important part. We have had over 36 elections in 25 years, but for us, exercising the permanent exercise of sovereignty resides specifically in the fact that the power is not transferred. It is within the people. It remains within the people, and the people must have the mechanisms to exercise it. It's a process. It's not a decree. It's not just a title in the Constitution, a chapter. No, it is an action. In Venezuela, we started with the urban land committees for a people that was dispossessed of everything, the ones who built the freedom of our homeland and then became again slaves. From the first committees of urban land to the construction of communal councils. Right now in our country, even with the threats and of the missiles and the planes and the aircrafts and everything that they want to threaten us with, we have over 49,000 communal councils organized in our country and 336 communes that are building our self-government, the power of the people in the place, the heroic creation of our people with mistakes, but with good points. And it's not the Chicago Boys models. It's not something that is sent from Europe. It's something that we give birth to. We build it with our hands and walk with our own feet, and that constitutes a threat, my friends. And that having success is a threat for them, but because the peoples are going to say, well, if an entrepreneur, a businessman, a banker, the owner of a corporation, one of the CEOs of the big transnationals, are they going to think about the benefit of the people? They tell us that we don't know, that the people are ignorant. And Bolivar said, I believe more in the people than in the council of the wise. And the people are the key factor for winning, an aware people, because Bolivar also said, we have been dominated by being deceived than by force. An ignorant people is blind instrument of its own destruction. And that is why we need to have a proposal, we need to have a theory, we need to have a battle of ideas and develop our thought, but not isolated from the people, but within the people. That's where the battle is waged, and that is where the thoughts for the transformation are going to be built. And so we say, why? Why this attack against Venezuela, such a strong attack against Venezuela that didn't start just now, that it has been going on for a very long time. And Bolivar used to say that back then the United States seemed destined to plague America of misery on behalf of freedom. The only problem with this quote is that Bolivar talked about America, but it wasn't going to be America only. They were going to plague the whole world of misery on behalf of democracy and freedom and all of those values that they allegedly defend. It is not enough for them to say that they were at the zenith, that the utopia died. They want now to erase the history and the people. That is why they are committing the genocide in Palestine. That is not only against mankind, it means to erase the existence of that people. And that is what they want to do in our America too. Why? Because our America, from its genesis, with its resistance, it's a threat, an unusual and extraordinary threat. Bolivar used to say, it is here in the new world where the mystery of man and women in freedom will be revealed. Because everything that came from the old world was for the domination, slavery, and murder. It is here where we are waging the battle for life, for peace, for mankind to continue moving forward towards becoming a more human humanity. That is the construction of the commune, of the community, our sky. They continue betting on debt, hate, and war. We are building the path of love, life, and peace. And I am sure, my dear friends, that we will be able to do so. When they inoculated the illness in President Chavez, they assumed that our history in Venezuela was going to be over, that with Chavez out of the scene, there was not going to be a Bolivarian revolution. But they never heard Chavez say, it's not me, it's the people. Chavez are all of us. We are all Chavez. And today, our commander is more alive than ever. And he managed to leave a unity that has allowed us to move forward together, men and women. And at the forefront of our revolution, we have the people. But it has a leader, that it's not an entrepreneur, that does not come from the corporations, that is not a banker, that is not a narco, that is a worker. And in the working class, we have the future. And when a worker works with its people to build community, then we're opening paths for a more humane humanity. The formula we said at the beginning of this day on Day on Colonialism, Chavez said, unity, struggle, battle, and victory. If we are united and we go to all the battles, we cannot avoid them. Economic, political, social, military, any one of them. That's why we are enlisting, because we will not surrender to any threat. Because that is the only reason that allows us to exist, because we believe in that idea of Bolivar that we will prevail. And we understand optimism from Fidel's point of view. And we know that there's no option, as President Maduro said. It's not even homeland or dead. It is, if we don't have homeland, we would be slaves, and we will never be under the boot of anyone. They want to sow fear. They can do whatever they want at the military level. They don't want to say. They don't need to say anything. They don't want to create decrees all the time. They want us to divide, to create desperation. There's a priest of the freedom or the liberation theory, I don't remember his name, who used to say that the contrary to faith is not doubt. The contrary to faith is fear. But we, with Chavez and with Bolivar, we know that we will prevail. And we know this with the conviction that the only thing that we will not accept in this life is to be anyone's colony again. We can understand a diverse world of dialogue, of encounter, of sharing, of understanding differences, but we will never accept the imperial imposition over our land. And our life goes completely to achieve this objective. So, my dear brothers and sisters, we believe that in this geopolitical dispute, there's the intention to hinder the example of what the Cuban Revolution has done within a pandemic, when people in Europe were dying and in the United States were dying, when people were fighting over vaccines or for ventilators. In Cuba, they made 5 different vaccines to be distributed to mankind. That is what they are afraid of. That we are building a different world. Venezuela, even when attacked, has never stopped to build houses for our people. Even under the siege, even in the midst of the pandemic, we had one of the lowest rates of mortality and contagion. And the key was that we have done this as a community, with the protagonism of the people, with the people's power. And we are sure that if we give our hand to the people of the United States, the people of Martin Luther King and Angela Davis and Malcolm X and Mark Twain, the people that resist and struggle in the streets of the United States would be creating communes, and they are afraid of that. But we will prevail. Thank you very much.
Somebody said one, poor Mexico, so far from God and so close to the United States. But Mexico has a man called Servando de Mier. He was a friend of Simon Bolivar's and Andrés Bello. And that Mexico has always been besides the just causes. And when an international campaign against Simon Bolivar was proposed, his friend Servando proposed him to be a Mexican citizen. And Mexico today has a people that is, besides Venezuela, fighting for this just cause. So we are grateful for the presence of Mexico and its people in this event. Today we have several Mexicans. In this case, we have Aníbal García Fernández. He has a young PhD in Latin American Studies by the National Autonomous University of Mexico. He's a member of the working groups of Claxo in Crisis and World Economy and Violence of Central America, and he is a student of Servando Teresa de Mier. After that great speech of Blanca, we have big shoes to fill to raise to these circumstances the political importance of this colloquium as well as the previous one. For me, it's an honor to be with all of you today. During the French intervention, a Mexican military man mentioned that when the French were defeated in France, that their weapons were covered in glory. And I tell the Venezuelan people from here that I hope that the Venezuelan people will be covered in glory forever. So with this, I will start my presentation. It is related to lawfare in Latin America, judicial war, and interventionism. I am going to be very brief. When we finish this kind of event, we have an advantage and also disadvantages. The advantage is that there are many presentations who were great, and we can omit some of the points that were mentioned. But the disadvantage is that I have little time. So in our lawfare observatory have defined lawfare as a political war that is waged through judicial and media channels with economic, political, and geopolitical interests within a context of reproducing center-periphery asymmetries. Today, no one speaks about these two notions that were part of the social theory in Latin America of center-periphery and the task of dependence and the Marxist task of dependence. So we divide lawfare into four big items: public opinion, the judicial one, political and economic, and geopolitical. These 4 points give us a way to analyze in a theoretical, conceptual, and practical way how we can analyze this type of lawfare. In the judicial item, we have the construction of a policy in our countries to advance towards societies that do not see in our way of living transformation that is possible. Then we have the elevation above other powers, the judicial power. In Mexico, we had that very strong evidence in the past 7 years. Fortunately, now in Mexico, we have something that is crucial and historical, and it's going to be a very strong element for the peoples of the world, which is the democratization of the judicial power. This is something in which the peoples need to move forward in order to have justice with a social nature, not the justice of the oligarchy, not the justice of the economic elites, but social justice, the double standard of the law, judicialization of politics, and in the political economic part, we have the way to move of this lawfare is to reinforce the neoliberal way. And in geopolitical part, we have two great variables that are analyzed, which is the strategic resources on the one hand, and then the constant presence of intelligence services in our countries. And then the media. I know that many other people have already spoken about this aspect. Even Miguel Angel was talking about this situation. Then we go to the next one. This war is centered on the discourse of the battle against corruption. Many of our countries and the people of our countries know what I mean by this. But this movement in the battle against corruption, it incorporates judges, communication corporations, hegemonic media, opinion leaders, the police force, the embassies, because they still include the intelligence systems, and how they filter information with the media. It is characterized mainly by the abuse of preventive detentions, plea bargains and verdicts before the judicial process through harassment. And this is important because this is how demoralization starts, mainly with the media. It is also the use of the law as a political military weapon in the framework of what we're living right now, which are asymmetric, unconventional wars. Next, please. we're going to talk about the international system, something very interesting that is the regulatory framework. It has several ways of incidence for destabilization. First, the multilateral way and the bilateral way. They use both ways to influence our judicial systems with different organizations, such as the one that we still see today, the OAS, that is the Ministry of the Colonies, that has been determined and named for several years. As well, we have the World Bank and the Inter-American Bank of Development. During the first administration of Donald Trump, he appointed the first non-Latin American in the Inter-American Development Bank, and he also lobbies in Miami, and is one of those hawks that are constantly against Venezuela, against Cuba, and against Nicaragua. We analyze the regulatory frameworks, and we have the World Bank with a program of decentralization of Latin America and the Caribbean. The Inter-American Development Bank has different programs in different countries, such as the Dominican Republic, Paraguay, Peru. In the case of the loafer that has not been analyzed, and other strategies. Next, please. We also have the fight against corruption, and I would like to mention here is the regulatory framework that operates in the countries of our region, and how in 1967 they have this law of corrupt practices in foreign countries. That includes the Department of Justice, and within that they have the FBI, a criminal division, to also reinforce these units. And when they use this way to make the law in the US with extraterritorial powers, they go directly to our countries using the financial intelligence units. Several countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have these units of financial intelligence, which constantly share information with the Department of Justice and with the FBI, so that you have an idea of what it implies to have this type of regulatory frameworks in our country, and how they do it bilaterally and multilaterally. Next. Well, this is also translated into an institutional way from the different institutions of the United States, such as the White House, the Congress, the Department of State, the Department of Justice, and the Department of Treasury. And that scheme, that reproduction of the dependence towards our countries through different ways, has the scheme that I am presenting right now, and that it reaches even the embassies themselves. And it also includes non-governmental organizations, but third parties, that is interference that is happening in our countries, such as Simoni, Casal and Associates, Chechen Company, that has been present in several countries of Latin America and the Caribbean, doing the dirty work that the CIA used to do, and then now it's done by other agencies, in spite of the announcement of Donald Trump of having canceled the USAID. Is a lie. When we look at the executive order, they only canceled the resources, and they did the same thing that they did before, to incorporate it into the Department of State. This is what we're facing. Plans of reform to the judicial system in Central America, something that nobody mentions. There is a Guatemalan delegation here that won't let me lie about the constant presence in our countries of this kind of reforms to the judicial power. In the case of Mexico, this is something that we don't discuss, but this initiative was not only a plan for the militarization of our country, but especially 60% of the resources coming from that military initiative between 2007 and 2017 were included in judicial reforms in Mexico, were connected to judicial reforms in Mexico. That is why they were scandalized to democratize the judicial system, because the system in Mexico is being dismantled. Next one, I am not going to mention much this part. William Castillo already talked about this, so I am going to skip it. Next, please. Sanctions, he also talked about this extraordinarily. Next one. Well, the rain is coming. Part of the strategies will be to attack strategic sectors. It also happens in many other countries apart from Venezuela. In Mexico, Pemex has been one of the most important national companies, was also sanctioned, as it was Petroecuador. Next one. This one is important because it reinforces the idea presented by William Castillo at the beginning. These are the votes of the countries that want to stop the unilateral coercive measure in the General Assembly. We looked at every resolution of the UN starting in 2000 until 2022 to determine that precisely it is these countries the ones who reproduce this kind of scheme that damages Latin American economies. This is the one for voting, but in the BRICS countries, we see a big difference, and this is related to what we discussed in the first seminar on colonialism, the need to transform that empty shell that is the UN. Next, we have the use of this type of measures by the governments of the United States. It is the IEEPA Act. It is a law for extraordinary powers. It is deeply anti-democratic, and I only present this so that you can see that from the government of Bill Clinton, there is a trend to use this law even more often. Next. I will finish with this one. Financing network for independent journalism and apolitical sectors. This is the way that the US administration works in our countries, and I put the example of what's happening with Ecuador. If we go from the US administration, the Department of State, then we have US aid. We have another agency, the Abayato, impeachment, and the change of regime, such as Dilma's, through a coup d'etat. And then we're going to find at the bottom in yellow, Plan B, and Mil Hojas, they were financed and were collaborators of the US Embassy in Ecuador to open legal cases against several members of the government of Rafael Correa. And they accepted the information, the privileged information, and they never said where they obtained this information. That is why when we talked about the importance of the cognitive war, we need to make visible what is happening with this media. And especially in the long term, we need to look at the importance of having alternative media. The importance of Telesur in Venezuela is crucial to dismantle that narrative of fake news with the cognitive war that is coming over our countries permanently. On the left side, you will see what happened in Mexico, which also has the media war, a constant media war in our country. And right now we are the target of this kind of attack during all the government of Andrés López Obrador. This is a most visible part of what I was explaining. And this is the case of Ecuador, bribes, and the case how they were moving forward to eliminate these people from politics and to reduce the possibility of a transformation in our countries. And finally, in 2024, USAID said in 2024 that a recent regional investigative journalism initiative supported by the USAID and the State Department produced over 200 high-impact investigative articles. This work uncovered over $36.6 billion in mismanaged funds that led to arrests, investigations, and legal and political reforms, and fostered a strong network of journalists. It is a solid network that still exists today operating in our countries. This is the network of judicialization, what is happening currently in the government of Mexico. Powers against, political power, judicial power, autonomous bodies created within the government and non-governmental organizations financed by the U.S. constantly working with the economic power, political power, and with the support of the U.S. This is what we're facing in Mexico for 7 years. Thank you very much.
I was just told by Professor Marisa Roquet that in all the coastal areas of Venezuela, a group of youngsters are raising these banners that say, Bolivar was stimulated by the problems to prevail. And the other one says, Simon Bolivar is more dangerous defeated than as a winner. And with those banners, our enemies will go away. Let's put our hands together for the Venezuelan people. We are lucky that Suriname brought us Elia Wells. She is part of the Surinamese National Democratic Party, and she is serving in the Media and International Affairs Department. She has participated in various political events for multilateral cooperation in Venezuela and other parts of the world. In 2017, she graduated as a Spanish teacher, and she learned Spanish and teaches Spanish so that all South Americans can speak in a common language, this wonderful language of liberation. Thank you for your speech, Aliyah. Thank you very much. Before starting with my presentation, I wanted to explain where Suriname is. Because many people think when they hear Suriname, oh, she's from Suriname, that must be a country in Africa. Well, please, this is the map, the image that shows where Venezuela is. Then you have right next to it Guyana, and then Suriname, and then French Guiana, of course. And so Suriname is between Guyana and French Guiana. And I say this because the official language in our country is Dutch because of colonization. And in Dutch, they say Suriname is small. Klein maar fijn in Dutch. It's small, but pretty. Thank you. And they say this because the people of Suriname are very mixed. I, for example, come from a mother who comes from India, and my father comes from Africa. And I have an Arab name. And I'm Christian. And this is what is so lovely about Suriname, the freedom to have your own religion. Thank you. Second slide, please. This is the map of Suriname. And a third image that I presented. These are the different types and ethnic groups in Suriname. We have the indigenous population, and then we have the people who came from Indonesia. In Suriname, we call them Javanese. And then we have the people from India, and we have the Spaniards, the people who came from Africa, and also Chinese people. So when you go to Suriname, no one looks the same. No one's either black or white. We are Surinamese. Thank you. I am going to start with a song that comes from the slaves. I am going to continue in English. Excelencias, distinguidos embajadores y representantes de organizaciones internacionales, damas y caballeros. Es un honor hablar hoy aquí en Venezuela, un país que ha sufrido las marcas de la colonización y de la liberación. Comencé con una memoria de mi país, Surinam. Falla Cito no Bro. Es una antigua canción de esclavos que habla del fuego y el dolor de los latigazos que sufrieron los antepasados. Hoy, aquí, les pregunto, ¿todavía sentimos esos ecos? ¿Todavía sentimos esos ecos en nuestra economía, en nuestro bienestar mental y también en nuestra sociedad? El dolor de esos mismos latigazos, lo sentimos. Por eso, es un honor hablar hoy sobre un tema profundamente arraigado en la historia de mi país, Surinam, pero que también tiene un significado universal: la esclavitud y el genocidio que tuvieron lugar en nuestro suelo. Hablamos de dominación colonial, explotación y opresión sistemática. Este es un legado vivo que continúa moldeando nuestra sociedad y nos enfrenta a la pregunta de cómo, en un mundo multipolar, podemos alcanzar la justicia y la igualdad. Al mencionar esta historia, no solo contribuyo a la memoria, sino también al diálogo internacional, que es esencial para construir nuestro futuro. La esclavitud se manifestó, entre otras cosas, en brutales castigos físicos, la destrucción de familias y la prohibición de la cultura y la religión. Es importante señalar que la resistencia nunca desapareció entre aquellos esclavizados. Pero la economía sufrió y permaneció firmemente en las manos de una pequeña élite hasta hoy. Cuando hablamos de neocolonialismo, nos referimos a las nuevas formas de dependencia que han surgido. estructuras económicas que mantienen vulnerables a los países del sur global, cargas de deuda que obstaculizan el desarrollo y relaciones de poder internacionales que siguen siendo profundamente desiguales. Ese es el problema que tenemos en todo el mundo. Para un mayor desarrollo es crucial reflexionar más profundamente sobre los diferentes aspectos que se derivan de la esclavitud, el genocidio y la dependencia que crearon, como el legado colonial, la división que menciono porque lamentablemente los partidos políticos en Surinam todavía se forman siguiendo líneas étnicas, la dependencia externa, una economía monocultivo. El sistema de plantaciones sentó las bases de una economía unilateral, dejando poco espacio para la diversificación o el crecimiento sostenible. Desigualdad persistente. La riqueza se concentró históricamente en las manos de unos pocos, mientras que grandes partes de la población fueron sistemáticamente excluidas de la prosperidad, un patrón que continúa hasta el día de hoy. En resumen, la esclavitud y el genocidio crearon una desigualdad estructural y una dependencia que siguen siendo visibles en la política, en nuestra economía y en la sociedad. La esclavitud y el genocidio no solo fueron sistemas de explotación, sino de deshumanización total. Las cicatrices siguen visibles en la desigualdad, la división y la desconfianza en las instituciones. En este sentido, la historia de Surinam sirve como una lente a través de la cual podemos entender mejor el mundo contemporáneo. Los patrones coloniales de explotación y dominación han sido reemplazados ahora por formas más sutiles de control económico. Sin embargo, también vemos un cambio. En un mundo multipolar, países como Surinam tienen la oportunidad de formar nuevas alianzas, fortalecer la integración regional y establecer asociaciones basadas en la igualdad. La memoria de la esclavitud y el genocidio deja claro que la verdadera soberanía solo puede existir donde la justicia y el reconocimiento son centrales. Voy a repetir esta frase porque para mí esto es muy importante. La memoria de la esclavitud y el genocidio deja claro que la verdadera soberanía solo puede existir donde la justicia y el reconocimiento son centrales. La historia de esclavitud y genocidio en Surinam es dolorosa, pero es indispensable para entender quiénes somos hoy. Es una historia que nos recuerda la necesidad de reconocimiento, educación y reparación. Esta reparación puede tomar diferentes formas a través de la educación para que las nuevas generaciones conozcan la verdad. A través de la cooperación económica, no basada en la explotación, sino en el beneficio mutuo. Y a través de formas simbólicas y materiales de reparación, como disculpas y restitución. Por eso es que estoy agradecida de estar aquí hoy, porque una asociación entre Surinam y Venezuela puede ser un poderoso ejemplo de cómo las naciones que han sufrido bajo el colonialismo y el neocolonialismo pueden caminar juntas en un camino hacia el desarrollo autodeterminado y la fortaleza regional. Surinam y Venezuela comparten este legado colonial, pero también la responsabilidad de forjar un futuro diferente. Juntos Surinam y Venezuela pueden construir cooperación en energía, agricultura y seguridad alimentaria, intercambiar conocimientos en educación y cultura. Surinam y Venezuela pueden abogar juntas por un comercio más justo y voces regionales más fuertes. Y nuestros países pueden promover un turismo que honre nuestro patrimonio y diversidad. Al hacerlo, si lo hacemos, no borramos la historia. Cuando hacemos esto, le damos significado a la historia. El reconocimiento, la educación y la reparación no son cargas. No son cargas, son oportunidades. Oportunidades para crear un mundo más justo e inclusivo, más humano. Permítanme concluir con este llamado. No veamos la historia de la esclavitud y el genocidio como una carga, sino como una oportunidad para construir un orden mundial que sea más justo, más inclusivo y más humano. La historia de Surinam no es, y la de Venezuela, no es solo nuestra, porque todo el mundo nos está viendo. La historia de nuestros países es una historia mundial compartida y por lo tanto una responsabilidad compartida. Y en ese sentido quiero recordarles lo que es más importante, que las heridas de nuestro pasado deben convertirse en la sabiduría de nuestro futuro. Lo voy a repetir. Las heridas de nuestro pasado deben convertirse en la sabiduría de nuestro futuro. ¿Saben? La primera vez que yo vine a Venezuela, escuché algo y a todos los sitios donde voy, la gente que me conoce lo sabe, escuché la primera vez, and I have it near my heart.
Y eso es, pase lo que pase, en cualquier circunstancia.
And that is, whatever happens, in any circumstance, we will prevail. When in 1902 the Venezuelan people were bombarded, its coast areas were attacked, a huge procession of people, of Christian people, came out. And Priest Juan Castro wrote a letter on December 12th because people back then went through these streets, and he said, the chalice was exposed in all the temples of the city to request the God of the nations to cover with its protection Venezuela in the current conflict. Today, the Lord of the nations covers with his protection our homeland, such as it did in the past, such as the Our Lady of Guadalupe directed Mexico in its struggle for insurgents. Mexican sociologist Carlos Figueroa is going to talk about a fundamental topic. Carlos, directed by Our Lady of Guadalupe, sociologist from the Autonomous University of Mexico, as a bachelor and PhD, as well as doctor and researcher in the postgraduate degree of Humanities and Social Studies, Arzobeles Priegos of the Autonomous University of Puebla has many important things to say about this topic, and he says that he also has to say that the Lord of the Nations is always with fair causes. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I would like to start by saying thank you for the introduction of Professor Linares. I am a Mexican, but I am also Guatemalan. Guatemala Guatemala was the land in which I was born, and Mexico was the one that saved my life. That is why I always introduce myself as Mexican, Guatemalan, Guatemalan, Mexican. I would also like to start this intervention by recalling the phrase that at one point jailed by fascism, Antonio Gramsci wrote. Gramsci said that we needed to fight the pessimism of intelligence and with the optimism of freedom. And I'm going to start with the pessimism of intelligence. We are living in ominous times. We are living in a time of perversity. Capitalism, as we see it today, is how Harris defined it once, an unbridled capitalism. Having been born, as Marx said, by dripping blood and mud by each of its pores, what we are living today is even worse than that. It is a neoliberal capitalism without the reigns that it had after the second post-war with the emergence of the Soviet Union and the socialist field as a contention. And it had to adopt, after the crisis of 29, that Keynesian capitalism, social democrat capitalism, to face what they called the threat of communism. After the defeat of the Soviet Union, current capitalism no longer has any consideration. So what we're living right now is based on two processes: the deepening of spoliation as never seen before, the extraordinary growth of the relative superpopulation and unemployment, and the unbridled increase as well of what Harvey called accumulation by dispossession. Current capitalism expands its frontiers by looking for new natural resources, and therefore it expropriates everything that it finds apart of merchandise, everything else. Guaventura Sousa dos Santos wrote, and not by chance, that with this situation, the social contract created in modernity has been destroyed. Today, this capitalism has even more difficulty to accept and respect human rights, has even more difficulty to resist liberal and representative democracy, which is the result of bourgeoisie in the 18th and 19th centuries. Everything that we have been hearing in these 2 days about Palestine, the association of genocide with plans of capitalist accumulation in the Gaza Strip, with the process of capitalization and real estate, investment, everything that Ana Esther Ceseña said in his presentation reveals the genocide trend that is at the root of capitalist accumulation. Therefore, it is not by chance that this trend, this global trend of capitalism, that is the destruction of the Keynesian model of capitalism, comes with the terminal crisis of democracy as was conceived by bourgeoisie at the beginning, the liberal and representative democracy that is in crisis. And in this context, the world is living a trend that we see everywhere, in Europe and in Latin America as well. After they spoke about the end of history and the rise of a neoliberal right, today that neoliberal right is also being eclipsed and it's being replaced by a new right, the neo-fascist right. That is not the same to that fascism between wars, but it is also equal, to quote Silvio Rodriguez. That unbridled capitalism and the fascist rise are the two sides of the same coin. In this context, we also see another trend, which is the decadence of American imperialism, which no longer has any opportunity in the face of multipolarity and China exceeding America in every domain, and the alliance between China and Russia that threatens that imperialism. And in this context is that we have the worsening of the need to expand of the United States. So in this framework, our America has become, as it was conceived by Nazism before the Second World War, our America has become in the latest ground of American imperialism, in the vital space, as Hitler and his minions conceived Western, Eastern Europe, and especially the Soviet Union. The whole of America is then threatened by this expansionism, and of course, Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua are very important targets in this capitalist expansion. But I am going to talk now about the optimism of will, because we are fortunate enough to live in a subcontinent, in a region that I would say it is a region that in a more sustained manner during the past 25 years has seen a rebellion against the world that I just described. Blanca, in her presentation, said that when they spoke about the end of history, here there is an example that history still continues. In June 1989, Francis Fukuyama gave a famous conference called The End of History. Then it became an article, and then it became a book. And in February of that year, we saw the Great Rebellion in Venezuela, what they called El Caracazo, which was the beginning of a long cycle that is still going, a cycle of rebellion. Which continued with the Zapatista rebellion in 1994, a scream of light in the midst of darkness. And then it was followed by the insurrection of Argentina in 2001, then continued with the great Bolivian struggles of the wars of water and gas, in 2003. Then it gave us a great lesson of rebellion between 2002 and 2005 with the indigenous mobilizations in Ecuador. And it has continued with the unprecedented rebellion in a country that we believe had a neoliberal ideology, such as Chile, with the great social insurrection from 2019 and 2020 that was stopped by the pandemic. And in Colombia, we saw also a social disruption in 2019 and another one, a bigger one, in 2020 and 2021. Social disruptions, all of those I mentioned were rebellions against that neoliberal capitalism. They never had consequences in the political domain because a good part of the governments of the progressive neoliberal governments, which saw these two great waves that we saw in these past 25 years, were also the political result of those great rebellions that I mentioned. Therefore, even these countries, the neoliberal crisis has generated a morbid phenomenon, as Gramsci would say, which is neo-fascism, as a consequence of the migration flow. That migration flow, that defensive nationalism, that unlike classic fascism that had an imperialist fascism, it is looking to stop the countries to be filled with blacks, with mestizos, and they feel that they are threatened in their identity, and they blame the migration flow for the crisis of neoliberalism. 11 minutes. I have my watch here. So if in Europe it is that advancement of migration that generated that morbid phenomenon, in Latin America it has been the post-neoliberal progressive governments with the different revolutions, such as the Bolivarian Revolution, that have increased neo-fascism in Latin America. And we have to say that in Latin America, neo-fascist thinking also has its own roots. We have talked a lot about the colonial past, and I think that colonial past that was mentioned by our colleague Agile, that past of slavery, of forced labor, that created dominant racist and spoliating classes, is part of the colonial matrix of the current neo-fascism. The dictatorial traditions that emerged in the 19th century and during the first half of the 20th century, unipersonal dictatorships and then military dictatorships. And of course, the doctrine of national security that you can see that it has been empowered by the thesis of the politics of the internal enemy of Carl Schmitt, that was an inspiration for classic fascism, and the doctrine of national security. So these are the roots that nourish neo-fascism nowadays. The threatened empire that is kicking desperately, and we are suffering for all of this, and the dominant classes of Latin America that have also been threatened by these rebellions and these processes of great social and political movements that also became electoral movements and eventually became governments. All of these threats, shared threats, create an essential alliance between imperialism and those local dominant classes. There is no other explanation of why Maria Corina Machado is an enthusiast agent of imperialism in Venezuela, why we in Mexico also have the pre-rights demanding a Yankee intervention in Mexico to destabilize the governments. In this context, I would like to echo what the Bolivarian Revolution has been doing. I had the opportunity of being in the inauguration of President Maduro in January of this year. I was able to attend that event where they called to create an anti-fascist movement at a global level. And apart from my academic representation, I also bring greetings from the space in which I militate currently, the Anti-Fascist Front, which is part of the Mexican Committee for Solidarity with the People of Venezuela. I would like to conclude this intervention by mentioning two things. First, this was sent to me by my Guatemalan colleagues present here. They asked me to speak 1 minute about the current situation of Guatemala. I remember very well the novel by Vargas Llosa, Conversation in the Cathedral, when Zabaleta, the main character, asked the question at the beginning, when was Peru screwed? I think we can ask the same question of Guatemala. When was Guatemala screwed? And it happened in 1954 after the overthrowing of Jacobo Vargas, whom I saw in a painting on the second floor. So since then, that oligarchy has become even more evil, and what we find in Guatemala is the pact of corrupts. It is an alliance of corrupt politicians, drug traffickers from the ultra-right, neo-fascists, and the most important group of the dominant class of Guatemala, and they have the control of most of the states, in spite of having a progressive ruler in the government, but he is surrounded by that criminal dictatorship. Today in Guatemala, the lawfare that Aníbal explains is the repressive way that is invading all of the country. I want to tell you that Guatemala, in spite of being a small country, it had 145,000 extrajudicial executions during the internal conflict and 45,000 forced disappearances. So this is one of the highest crimes of the contemporary America in absolute and relative terms. But today in Guatemala, lawfare is attacking social leaders, indigenous activists. There is a great indigenous rebellion. There was a great rebellion in 2023, and it was key to avoid the coup d'etat that would stop the triumph of Bernardo Arevalo. So with this, I fulfill the requirement of my colleagues to talk about Guatemala. And finally, I bring here a proposal that was the idea of our comrade Abraham Nuncio. Unfortunately, he was not able to be here due to health issues. You saw him on the screen. Abraham Nuncio is proposing the following, and we have materialized this proposal, Irene León and me. Today, Trump has the nerve to say that he feels he could be a candidate for the Nobel Peace Prize. And the initiative of Abraham Nuncio, we propose in the plenary to promote the candidacy to the Nobel Peace Prize of the global Sumut flotilla of peace, today intercepted by the Israeli Zionism. Do you agree? Long live Palestine free. Thank you very much.
In the Carabobo battle, fought a great Brazilian called José Ignacio Abreu y Lima. He participated in that battle and in other battles in favor of the freedom of South America. And when that horrible international campaign against Bolivar started, he wrote 2 books defending Bolivar. The first one, written by José Ignacio Abreu y Lima, who opposed the defamation campaign against Simon Bolivar. The people of Brazil are a noble people, a people of our America who is also together with us in the right side of the causes. We have here another man of Brazil, Valerio Arcari, who is a dignified representative of José Abreu y Lima. He is professor of the Federal Institute of Sao Paulo and doctor of history of the University of Sao Paulo. Long live José Ignacio Abreu de Lima, who was with us at the hardest times of history and was successful. Well, it is a great satisfaction to be here present with you, and I am going to talk in the language of the majority of the people who are present here as a way of thank you and as a way to show my respect. I first of all would like to salute and thank the coordination of the Simon Bolivar Institute. And I'm going to tell you an anecdote. 10 years ago, in 2015, for the first time, after the coup d'etat of the 64, the far right managed to get a people's force that they would take to the streets, between 4 and 6 million people, in a mobilization that had the fostering of the Department of State of the US, but that reflected a fraction of the dominant class of Brazil. And one of their strongest mottos in these mobilizations was go to Cuba, go to Venezuela. They would scream that out loud. People of the middle classes, upper middle classes. 10 years after that, 2 weeks ago, the leader of the neo-fascist movement, maybe the most powerful movement, neo-fascist movement in Latin America, Jair Bolsonaro, has been condemned to 27 years in prison. Only 10 years after that. This is my first trip to Venezuela. Thank you, Blanca. Thank you so much. We were very... I'm sorry, Blanca, that I wasn't here earlier, but we were very occupied. We were resisting. I'm so glad that I'm here. I come from a country where the bourgeoisie is the strongest one of the south hemisphere of the planet. So from a very young age, we learn in the militants of the left wing a very important thing. And it's quite simple and says, whomever does not know the one they're struggling against cannot be the winner. In my country, the ruling class went 10 times for a coup d'etat to the precipitation of the Civil War, and some failed, others made it. And so we are faced with an enemy that is at the south of the Ecuador and is the richest fraction in any country. They are richer than Australia, richer than New Zealand. There's nothing compared in Africa to the Brazilian bourgeoisie. It is very sophisticated. They have learned a lot. They learn to create a social base. They have a menu of social options and political options that is very varied. And this is an important element to understand Brazil. The other element that I want to call your attention on is that Brazil has not known a revolutionary situation. We had struggles. We had social unrest. We had political campaigns that led millions to the streets, as was what we call the campaign for direct elections to the presidency in the 80s, at the end of the dictatorship. But it wasn't a revolutionary situation, a situation of revolution, I mean. And this reveals the level of political and ideological control of our enemy. To be truthful, in the last 4 generations, we only had one interval of 30 years of a certain stability of a democratic free government, an exception in 100 years. Between the end of the dictatorship in the 80s and 2015, when the coup d'etat, the soft coup d'etat, as someone said, the institutional and legal coup d'etat, an abuse of power that was sustained by the bourgeoisie, supported by the armed forces, and that obeyed to a change in the world situation, and we were defeated. And these 30 years were an exception, as I said, because in truth, Washington never accepted that there was a liberal democratic government in Latin America before the final of the Soviet Union. It was very exceptional. As a matter of fact, Venezuela has been one of those exceptions due to the prosperity and the control that they had on oil. They controlled oil. So the left wing has always been illegal in Brazil, semi-illegal, I'm going to say, in Brazil. But the insertion of the left wing after different generations allowed for, at the end of the 80s, to have new struggle elements. Then we had the unions that arose with leaders. We had a black movement of a new generation with diverse organizations, but with many socialist leaderships. A new generation of women fighters, a new generation of feminists of the left wing, a new movement of the peasants, maybe one of the most important of the world, the Sin Tierra movement, occupying farms. And we also had a powerful LGBT movement capable of mobilizing people with a half a million, make a mobilization with 500,000 people or 1,000,000 people. We also had an environmentalist movement that is supported in an indigenous movement of the originary people. That urban life, the resistance, the resilience that were decimated in the colonial uh, process of the forces that allowed for Lula to become a candidate in a very special moment in history in 2002, and he won the elections. Because others who spoke before me talked about the synchrony of a Latin American wave that started in 1998 in Venezuela, that started in Venezuela in 1998, but went through the La Rua and the end of the government of the La Rua and the social problems in Ecuador with the CONAI that had 3 different presidents ousted and other general strikes that ended with Evo Morales in 2005. And it's interesting that in these countries, the most advanced process has been Venezuela, because in 2002, I think it was you who remembered that, Blanca, something happened. Something incredible happened. Something incredible happened in Venezuela. And it was extraordinary to, of course, to get the elections in 1998 and to be able to get the constitution in 1999. But 2002 is a very dark corner of history, a very dangerous corner of history that changed history, because for the first time a coup d'etat with support of the United States that united the whole bourgeoisie arrived to the power and was defeated by an insurrection of the people that divides the armed forces and manages to defeat the coup d'etat. Something like that had never happened before. The generation of my father that the dictatorship attacked had never seen something like that, and this happened here. They defeated a coup. They defeated it in a week. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. We must learn something from you, because it took us 10 years to defeat the last coup. And you did it in 2 weeks. 2 days. You have to invite more Brazilians here. Come on. We need to start like doing a training here. Some sort of training. A workshop. Tactics to avoid a coup d'etat. So you understand, this is an important country, a hard country to defeat. So it's almost a miracle, almost a divine intervention, that with such a powerful enemy, such a wealthy enemy, and so organically organized like the United States, don't be fooled. There is no bourgeoisie in Latin America that has the relations that the Sao Paulo bourgeoisie has with the United States. I have to remind you that in the Second World War, there was one country, not 2, only one country that sent an army to fight against Nazi fascism together with the Americans, and it was Brazil. It was Vargas, of course, and he was a nationalist, a bourgeoisie nationalist, and he was a negotiator. He said he was going to send 100,000 and sent 20,000, and then asked for the largest power plant in the history of Latin America. There's nothing that compares to this dam that was created in Brazil by the Americans in 42 and 43. So this produced an alliance that was almost organic. Brazilian military are trained in American military schools, and the bourgeoisie sends their children to be educated in the United States. Their children go to bilingual schools. Before they are 5 years old, they speak English. They commemorate a type of celebration that had never been heard of in Brazil. They now celebrate Halloween. Now in Brazil, they commemorate Halloween in the richer neighborhoods. And so it's an organic relationship. The bourgeoisie accepts its place as an instrument of recolonization of our nation. They accept it. And that is key to understand why there was a coup in Brazil 10 years ago. First of all, they did it as a laboratory in Honduras, and then did it in Paraguay, and then in Brazil. Recently, they did that against Pedro Castillo in Peru. That I think someone remembered too. That was a constitutional coup. Don't be fooled. The central topic is that history has its rhythms, its periods, and we need to understand the struggle of classes, and for that Marx is a great leader, a great guide. There was a change, an enormous change in the world that maybe with the heat of the events we didn't value, and it was the world crisis of 2008. In 2008, the financial system, the international financial system, starting with the heart of American imperialism, sank. And they applied a medicine that had never been used before, which was to combat the excess liquidity with more liquidity. And in Brazil, this we translate as monetary relaxation. I don't know how do you translate this in Venezuela. But the truth is that for the first time, they embarked on an adventure which was to establish that for the center of world capitalism, there is no end to the indebtedness of the state. For the periphery, of course, there are brutal limits. We know those are the dogmas of neoliberalism, but for them, there are none. So that is why the debt, American debt, exploded like that. And an internal crisis within imperialism was created. And there were at least two factions, internal factions, that then had reflections in Europe. One faction that is Trump's faction, they have a strategic project to retake control of the world. They have a plan. I understand all of the anecdotes that are told about Trump's eccentricity, but there's a plan, and we need to take this seriously. It is a very dangerous enemy. And he's building a political movement that goes around the world, and his plan is to preserve North American supremacy in the world market, in the international system, whatever its cost. And for that, there is a key task, which is to recolonize Latin America. Let's not be stupid. This is the weakest link in a chain of imperialist domination. At the beginning of the century, with the Bolsheviks and Lenin and Trotsky, that was the problem. But now it's Latin America. Here is where it will be decided the destiny of the struggle of classes of the world. I have to finish, and I want to say that in that process, I come from a country that is a giant. You know, we had huge responsibilities. And it hasn't been easy to get the victory that we had with Bolsonaro's conviction in 7 generals. That's never happened before. But I have to be honest with you. Rigorously clear, I want to be. It was a huge victory, but still partial. This means that the beast is alive. Bolsonaro is not indispensable, or it's not impossible to substitute, neither for the people who support him, or for the nor for the political project that he has. So the struggles, the decisive struggles, are the ones in front of us, not the ones that are in the past. Currently, we had a victory, and we are possibly going to face the election for Lula's re-election in better conditions. But you know that in the world that we live in, if we compare with the 19th century, that's just 10 years. Time has accelerated. If we make one mistake, it's dramatic. And the problem is that we are going to make mistakes. Moderated left wing and the radical left wing, from where I come, I have been the founder of one of the founders of the PTS. For the first 12 years, I was the leader of it. I then broke with the PT, and I'm part of Socialism and Freedom Party. We have representation, we have some MPs, and we have present in the working classes, in the black movement, in the women's movement, in the environmental movement, the LGBT. I'm not alone. I am here with a comrade, Carol. Please stand up. Karen, she's a black women's leader also, from the left socialist wing in Brazil. I want to finish by saying to you that we know that now, right now, if there's a place where the destiny of all our combats is going to be decided, this place is here in Caracas. We know it's here. So what I want to tell you is, as far as we are concerned, you will never be alone. You will never be left alone. I want you to know that the best of the Brazilian left wing is aware of the challenge, the extraordinary challenge that is here in Venezuela with these war vessels. And I would like for you to know that even with some vacillations of Lula, Lula's administration, you can trust in us. You can trust that the best of the vanguard of the workers' class know that our banner is the banner of Venezuela. Long live the Bolivarian Revolution, the revolution of Venezuela, the people of Venezuela, and the people of Latin America. Long live the world revolution. Alert, the sword of Simon Bolivar goes around Latin America. We would like for you to stay for a little bit longer. 200 years ago, we were preparing the Amphitronic Congress in Panama that you know happened in 1826. And Bolivar said, we cannot invite the United States because this is a Congress of the nations and South American people, and we cannot invite the cat to the mouse party, to the mice party. And today, in this international colloquium of Latin America and the Caribbean against American expansionism, we are doing the continuation of the Amphitronic Congress of Panama. We would like to thank the Simon Bolivar Institute for their name, first of all, because it's the name of liberty and everything. That's great for them to have organized this event. And we would like to thank our speakers, Rander Peña, our comrade Blanca Ecaut, Aníbal García Fernández, Ailia Wells, Carlos Figueroa, Valerio Arcay, as well as all the other people who spoke in the morning. In a few minutes, our Minister of Foreign Affairs and our beloved Blanca are going to be closing this event. Long live the Congress of the People, long live the Amphitronic Congress of Panama, and the International Colloquium of Latin America and the Caribbean against American expansionism. Very quick, we would like to thank all of the translators, the sound people who are behind, and those who are behind the cameras. Thank you very much.
Please remain seated. Thank you. Please remain seated. Please go back to your seats so we can start with the closing ceremony. We are very close to conclude this extraordinary conference filled with commitment, with knowledge, with passion, with feeling, memory, history, fights. And now we are going to conclude with everything that we have to do. We are not going to remain in the analysis. We are going to finish with the actions. We would like to greet our sister Jacqueline Farias, member of the National Director of the United Socialist Party of Venezuela. We had our Deputy Minister, Andrea Corao, Deputy Minister Yuri Pimentel, and our Rector, Alejandrina. She has been working in all the process of systematization, the president of the Institute, Lidice Navas, excuse me, Lidice Altuve. Thank you. And we have this extraordinary moderator. Thank you, Professor, for being with us. Now we would like to welcome our Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ivan Gil, our brother and comrade. Today we had 160 delegates from 50 countries. We had 18 presentations, 17 in person, one via video conference, and we were working in 3 issues: the Latin American and Caribbean perspective, faced with the United States, the role of corporate interests in the expansionist agenda, the geopolitical and systemic disputes within the region in the context of socialist and progressive projects. We have been working in the systematization. We have essential tasks. We have spoken about having a permanent observatory or a space for the encounter in this counter offense and the struggle of our peoples in the world. But we are going to give the floor to our rector, Alejandrina. She has a synthesis of these elements that give rise to what we want to include in the Manifesto of Caracas. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. It is a pleasure to be here after very hard and wonderful work. And I would like to express our affection, our respect as Venezuelans to all of our brothers and sisters from Latin America and the Caribbean. We wanted to have as a manifesto to gather all of the contributions that have been expressed here and discussed throughout the day. Faced with American expansionism in the struggle of our American and the Caribbean. The current context in which imperialism threatens human existence itself demands that we assume the Bolivarian doctrine as a strategic political force and unity of the peoples to face the challenges that beset us. These are not times for moderation. These are times for determination. In the defense of our historical truth, our right to life, to peace, to self-determination, and to shared development. The social movements, original peoples, Afro-descendants, academics, and intellectuals of Latin America and the Caribbean gathered at the International Colloquium Latin America and the Caribbean in the face of U.S. expansionism declare the following question: what to do in the face of imperialism? And we affirm, in the face of a renewed and aggressive imperialism, we recognize that imperialism is not a ghost of the past, but a current force that adapts. Under the new administration in the United States, power has been taken over by an unbridled corporate capital system where the military, industrial, digital complex, and transnational interests dictate international policy. This expansionism is evidenced in criminal blockades, unilateral coercive measures against nations like Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, tariff extortion, and a voracious struggle for the control of our natural resources, territories, and seas. The current military threat in the Caribbean off the coast of Venezuela is not an isolated event. It is the most serious expression of this doctrine of domination, which shows the worst method of imperialist domination: naval blockades, aggressions, and invasions. We demand the immediate cessation of all threats and military actions against Venezuelan sovereignty, as well as of any act that puts at risk the peace in the Caribbean and in Latin America. We are a zone of peace. We also propose to organize flotillas and international brigades of solidarity and peace with the territories besieged by imperialist expansionism, especially in Haiti, Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela. We express in a forceful manner the solidarity of the peoples of our America with the cause of Puerto Rico's independence, as well as we join to the initiatives of solidarity with the people of Palestine at a global level. Our response is unity, awareness, and concrete action. Faced to these concrete manifestations, there is no room for passivity. Our international colloquium has outlined a strategic action plan committing ourselves to 1. Create a permanent space for the observation and analysis of current imperialism and for anti-imperialist alerts. A permanent space for study, research, and training to unravel the new characteristics of imperialism, to understand the nature of imperialism. Its mission will be to systematize the struggles and resistance practices of the peoples, document aggressions in real time, and disseminate anti-imperialist thought through our own media, digital networks, and educational centers. 2. Strengthen our defense mechanisms. In the diplomatic legal field, build and strengthen our political and legal mechanisms of our America and the Global South. Create commissions of investigators to document the nature of current imperialism and detail imperialist aggressions and anti-imperialist struggles. In the communicational field, promote our American audiovisual platforms that integrate with those of the Global South and develop community and alternative communication media to break the media siege, reclaim our historical struggles, and denounce silenced realities, such as the situation in Haiti. Design communication campaigns so that the peoples of our America understand that the current aggressions of imperialism in the Caribbean are growing threats that loom over the peace of the continent and the world. Share the history of the imperialist siege and its military aggression throughout the world in Libya, Syria, Iraq, Iran, Palestine, Cuba, Venezuela, and in so many other countries. In the military field, propose the creation of a joint military instance to strengthen the defense of our America against the growing military advance of U.S. imperialism. In the systemic field, strengthen regional integration blocks such as ALBA TCP and our coordination with social movements within the framework of CELAC, as well as with the BRICS Plus group and other actors of the Global South. Establish solidarity funds and coordinate a diplomacy of the peoples in all international fora. In the mobilization of peoples, recreate the people's tribunals to prosecute and put U.S. imperialism and its allies in the dock. Regarding training and research on the nature of current imperialism, we call on research centers and institutes, the Anti-Fascist International, the chapters of the Network of Intellectuals and Artists in Defense of Humanity, and the International Network of Anti-Fascist Research, to deepen and produce knowledge, new theories that account for the new forms of imperialist expansionism and develop anti-fascist and anti-imperialist strategies. In the cultural field, convene the peoples of the world to forcefully retake their sacred ancestral fire, their spirituality and cosmovision, safeguarded in their original languages. Created intercultural spaces that forcefully confront the invisibilization imposed by the forces of the digital military complex. Defend our regional project. We ratify our commitment to the proclamation of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. Our agenda must deepen unity, food sovereignty, technological and cultural sovereignty, and the unrestricted defense of self-determination, the defense of Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, the countries of ALBA TCP and of the entire region, is today the defense of our shared future. In the face of the monologue of the powers, we propose a dialogue between civilizations. In the face of imposition, we promote solidarity and cooperation. The anti-imperialist struggle is a path to forge a future of sovereignty and peace, where the peoples freely decide their own destiny. For the sovereignty of our peoples, the peace of the region, and the definitive defeat of imperialism, given in Caracas, Venezuela, on the 4th day of the month of October of the year 2025. Thank you very much.
We would like now to welcome Ivan Gil Pinto, Minister for People's Power for Foreign Affairs. Well, good afternoon, my dear comrades, my dear comrade and partner Blanca Ecau, President of the Simon Bolivar Institute for Peace and Solidarity Amongst the Peoples, Alejandrina Reyes from the Simon Bolivar University, and congratulations to all of you who have made this amazing document, this important document. Mr. Pirella from the Network of Intellectuals for Mankind, from the National Direction of the PSUV, special international guests, vice ministers, all people here present. This concludes a very interesting day. We have been making follow-up on this together with President Nicolás Maduro, to whom we have informed about this activity, and we're talking about a fundamental topic, which is the voice of Latin America and the Caribbean faced with the largest threat that we have known in the last times, in the latest times, which is nothing different than the sadly very known Monroe Doctrine. Imperialism, American imperialism, for over 200 years decided to go against another doctrine, another Latin American doctrine, which is Bolivarianism. These are two ideas that are clearly confronted. One promotes and fosters domination, submission. For that, it uses well-known resources, well-known but by all of us, which are racism, xenophobia, supremacism. And of course, all of that ends up configuring into fascism. For a very simple idea, which is to subject the free peoples of the world, the free peoples of our America, to subject them to and extract their resources, exploit their resources, their natural resources, environmental resources, even human resources, women and men who are needed to maintain imperialism or the machinery of imperialism working. The other doctrine, the Bolivarian one, we know it very well thanks to Commander Hugo Chavez. At least we do. We have studied it thanks to that professor, that revolutionary, that leader of leaders, leader among leaders, the Supreme Commander Hugo Chavez, who taught us about the Bolivarian doctrine, the doctrine of freedom, of the free peoples of the world. 2 days ago, we were gathered in this space that we are now using for this colloquium in the conference on colonialism and neocolonialism. And we saw and we studied how Bolivar, from very, very early on, said and realized that reality, that the only way is freedom, is liberation, because it was debated at the beginning of the 19th century whether we should continue being a Spanish colony or whether we would defend the rights of the King Ferdinand the Seventh, or whether we were going to accept French colonialism or British colonialism. And then after the Bonaparte invasion, Maduro was mentioning yesterday, President Maduro was mentioning, we received here in Caracas an envoy of the French government offering, and even more so to impose rather than offer, the domination of the French government, and for these to be the new French colonies. And a generation of men and women said no, with Bolivar at the forefront, with Miranda at the forefront, and so many other men and women. And they showed the path or signaled the path of independence. And since then and until now, that has been a single struggle that has gone through different stages of life. The war first, a strong war in the Venezuelan territory, a war that lasted over 10 years. And after that war came infinite wars, all with the same objective, with internal agents that always wanted to be slaves of the domination of imperialism. But we've always had a people here who has known how to struggle, how to defend its independence and build it. And in that struggle, we went from 1830 with the Fourth Republic, 168 years of darkness with some lights, some governments that were more nationalist movements, popular movements, people's movements, like the Ezequiel Zamora movement, that struggled and were trying to consolidate the independence that our forefathers gave us in 1821 after the Carabobo battle. And so we lived in that darkness, in that struggle for so many years. How many pains we suffered, how many aggressions, always with the same label, domination, or the phantom, the black cloud over the processes of Latin America, of the domination to appropriate our resources. In our case of Venezuela, it was oil that they wanted. In other cases, it was the land, the struggle for land, the struggle of the peasants. In some cases, the popular movements were able, the people's movements were able to move forward, manage to get their objectives. In Venezuela, we had a particular situation because we live on top of the largest oil reserves of mankind known until now. Over 300 billion barrels of oil are under this land, certified. Others said, the Americans said and say and know, that there are 500 billion barrels of oil here, almost twice as much as is certified. So it's an amount that is truly important, the most important one in the planet. And imperialism needs these resources because in their crisis and in their desperation faced with their situation, they need these resources. Today it seems like a political class at the center of that American imperialism, at the very heart of the American imperialism, has decided to declare war on the world, to the whole world, to Asia, to Western Asia, Europe, Africa, Latin America, even within the United States itself. There are contradictions now. Contradictions that were never solved in their history and that are now coming afloat in this time of crisis. And that political class that has declared war on the world needs energy for its war. And faced with that, they threaten again this sacred homeland of liberators, both men and women, this Bolivarian sacred women, this sacred Chavista land. And they use any pretext. They have done so through our whole history. Drug dealers, communists, they call us. They say we violate human rights. Just any justification. Fortunately, this land is inhabited by dignified men and women who have known how to defend their land. And so we are preparing for a scenario of important definitions, not only in Latin America, but around the whole world. And from there comes the importance of us defending in the face of this expansionism, of this warmongering, of this xenophobia, this racism, this supremacism, the single vaccine, the only alternative that we have, which is people's unity, Latin American unity and national unity. Bolivar used to say this. This same analysis we have done historically, and you just need to read Bolivar in Angostura, for example, in Jamaica then. It's all written, it's all described, it has all been expressed and signaled, and we have the duty to follow on Bolivar's steps, on Chavez's steps, and today we have a leader, President Nicolás Maduro, and the strength of all the peoples of Latin America. Because in all the peoples of Latin America, we are experiencing the same process with different degrees and different particularities, different circumstances depending on each country. But the same process of defending our homeland in Venezuela is being carried out in Argentina, is being carried out in Peru, is being carried out in Colombia, in the Caribbean, in Mexico. All over Latin America, we're experiencing the same process. The same thing that happened in 1810, in 1825, when we had the largest revolutions of our homeland, of our land. We were facing an enormous enemy back then, which was the enormous Spanish Empire, together with other empires. And now we're facing another empire again. Another empire that we are going to defeat, another empire that we will and be able to rise against you. Because when people decide to be independent, when people decide to be free, to be sovereign, there's no force that can stop them. 1 year will go by, 5 years, maybe 10 years will go by, but there's no power that can stop them, nor blackmail, no military force, as we are sure that Palestine will be free, as we are sure that whole of Latin America will be free, because this is a destiny that cannot be avoided, because it's the decision of the people. And part of the effort of this colloquium aims at organizing ourselves towards that goal. They cannot find us disorganized. They cannot find us with lack of unity. And as President Chavez said, and President Maduro has said also, paraphrasing different authors and politicians and thinkers, we need to unite all of those who can be united. That's the first task that we have. We have been able to do so here. We saw recently some studies, and over 94% of the population stands united in defense of its sovereignty, as it was in 1810, 1815, 1820, and managed to conquer the most important event for a country around the world, and even for humanity. And today we stand more united than ever, facing our domestic enemies and our foreign enemies. Secondly, we need mobilization. After unity, we need mobilization. People that are united and mobilized, not only ready to defend, even military if needed, but ready to build their destiny, to build their production, to build their welfare, their health. And we're seeing this. We're experiencing this daily. We have seen this in 26 years of Bolivarian revolution. And I speak to all the people of our homeland of Latin America, of our Venezuelan experience. That experience is the one that they are trying to eliminate today. And that is why we have submarines in our coast, and that is why they are creating provocations with aircrafts, trying to create an incident that can unleash a war episode that everyone knows when it starts, but no one knows when it finishes. And so I'm going to go to the third element. So why unity and why mobilization? To defend what? Independence and sovereignty, but mainly peace. That is the most valuable thing that we have now. Around it, we should be united. And it's not peace as it is sometimes defined in theory, in a theoretical way, the absence of conflict. It is the Bolivarian peace that I'm talking about. The peace to generate development, to generate welfare, to generate independence. And the Bolivarian peace and the Bolivarian doctrine can be achieved having, of course, a strong military force, whether it is in numbers, in preparation, in readiness and dignity, in morals, under the schemes that we need to use to dissuade any threat. But a peace that peace can also be found through the unity of the peoples, the Latin American unity. That is why this colloquium is so important, because if we're going to defend peace, if we're going to build peace, the right path for it is through unity. And it's not the unity of the governments solely, it's the unity of the peoples. That is why I salute the creation of what Alejandrina was reading, this network of movements, a network that needs to become important not only in the elaboration of speeches and actions, but in the creation of real structures of discussions, real structures of defense of peace, real structures of the liberation of our peoples. That is the way that we're going to be experiencing in the upcoming years, and the one that will lead us to the path towards victory, as we are seeing now. Let no one be mistaken. We are ready, but ready under these concepts to defend our peace, the peace that has allowed us to bring millions out of poverty, the peace that has allowed us to give them houses and health, the peace that has allowed us to face the most cruel sanctions that this country has experienced since its beginning, and even more, and even with that, we have been able to improve our economic situation, and that was only possible because we were able to conquer peace. And all of this is done because expansionism only tries for war, only aims at war, because that's the way they exploit, they dominate, and under no circumstance we can allow this type of actions. We are sure that we will prevail. We are sure that this front that is being built in a heroic manner around Latin America, in Europe, in Africa, in favor of the peace in Latin America and the Caribbean, in favor of the Bolivarian Revolution, will be the way for our definite triumph, for the consolidation of our independence, and for the consolidation of the Latin American unity as a path towards the triumph of our people. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I congratulate you for this very important colloquium, and this document needs to be published, disseminated. Let us continue defeating that powerful enemy that we will see fail soon. Thank you very much.
El imperialismo no puede con nosotros. Y los cantores y cultores de esta patria estamos alistados con la canción, con el amor, con todo lo que podamos aportar en son de evitar y en son de lograr la conciencia de la gente que sale seguramente a defender la patria. Vámonos ahora con un tema de nuestro querido Ali Primera y cantemos juntos. Un tropel de caballos, la historia dormía y se despertó, estirando los brazos, abrió su boca de siglos y nos preguntó, ¿cuál es la lucha de los hombres para lograr la paz? ¿Y cuál paz? Si quieren dejar al mundo como está, ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad, ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la realidad. Él que soñaba con flores, soñaba con aves, también despertó y miró un rocío rojo, flores de sangre son, aves de guerra son, tal y como estaba el mundo de hoy. Y también habló todos, ¿cuál es la lucha de los hombres para lograr la paz? ¿Y cuál paz? Si quieren dejar al mundo como está, ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad, ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Nosotros hagamos la historia, que otros la escriban en un mundo mejor. Buscar la lucha dentro por transformar el mundo significa amor. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, vía Valentina, que sea humana, libre siempre la humanidad. Ayúdenla, ayúdenla, que sea humana la humanidad. Que sea humana la humanidad, es lo que pedimos, ¿verdad? Que sea humana la humanidad, siempre. Creyera en la locura de la garganta del sinsonte, si no creyera que en el monte se esconde el trino y la babura, si no creyera en la balanza, en la razón del equilibrio, si no creyera en el delirio, si no creyera en la esperanza, si no creyera en lo que agencio, si no creyera en mi camino, si no creyera en mi sonido, si no creyera en mi silencio, qué cosa fuera, qué cosa corazón, qué cosa fuera un instrumentico de cantarela, un instrumento sin mejores resplandores que lucecitas montadas para escena. Qué cosa fuera corazón, qué cosa fuera, qué cosa fuera la masa sin cantera, un testaferro del traidor de los aplausos, un servidor de pasado en copa nueva. Qué cosa fuera corazón, qué cosa fuera, de dioses del ocaso, un hibernizador de dioses del ocaso, júbilo hervido de trapo y lentejuela. Qué cosa fuera corazón, qué cosa fuera, la masa sin cantera. Si no creyera en lo más duro, si no creyera en el deseo,